Chapter 43. P.S. Thank you again for your tip, Number 1 Peach Blossom Brother. Blackwater Mountain Range. In a remote forest. Pang! High up in the sky, a figure fell like a kite with a broken string. At this moment, the earth seemed to be trembling. What kind of wind movement technique is this? Is it so hard to learn even the entry level? The person who got up from the ground shook his body, shaking off the leaves and dust on his body. He couldn't help but let out an unhappy voice that echoed in the forest. I don't believe it. It's just wind movement technique. If I can't even learn the first level, how can I hunt monsters? Pang! The young man fell again. Damn again. Pang! The sound of falling echoed again in the forest. Obviously, the young man failed again. Again, I don't believe that I can't learn it. Pang! Again. Pang! Pang! During this day, in the remote forest, the sound of falling from high up could be heard from time to time. The branches of the towering trees shook as if they couldn't bear to see it. Pang! After another failure, the young man got up from the ground. His whole body was in a mess, as if he had just come out from some remote forest. Continuously failing, continuously trying, it was Lin Fei. After failing countless times, Lin Fei frowned. He couldn't imagine why he couldn't learn it when he knew the profound meaning. Huff huff. After exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, a rumbling sound came from his stomach. He was hungry. Let's find something to eat first and talk about it later. Cultivating wind movement technique was harder than expected. The small first level had troubled Lin Fei for an entire morning. Until now, he had no clue. He hunted a low-level snow rabbit. Lin Fei killed it without hesitation. He took firewood and set up a barbecue rack. For him who had barbecued before, this was not difficult and could be done easily. I clearly understood the profound meaning. Why can't I learn wind movement technique? What is going on? Sitting on a rock and looking at the barbecued rabbit meat, Lin Fei fell into deep thought. After leveling up, the profound meaning of the windborne movement technique was transferred to his brain. Lin Fei did not need to comprehend it. Learning any mysterious technique would be extremely fast. Invincible Vajra body, jade shattering hand, cut in two. Lin Fei learned it with ease. There was no difficulty. Unfortunately, one of them was stuck at the level of lightness skill, which was a very complicated matter. In the first realm of Qinggong, the person was like the wind, coming and going without a trace. Literally, when one's speed reached a certain limit, they would become something similar to the wind, successfully entering the first realm. One would be like the wind, coming and going without a trace. Could it be that I'm stuck somewhere? But why can't I reach the limit of my speed when I'm using my power Upanishad? No, it's not like that. Could it be that I need to comprehend something? Only then can he successfully learn Qinggong and enter the first realm? Lin Fei was conflicted. He subconsciously covered his head with both hands. If the wind flow movement technique wasn't important, Lin Fei wouldn't cultivate it even if he was beaten to death. Unfortunately, the wind flow movement technique was extremely important. If he could learn the wind flow movement technique, his battle prowess would increase by 1 to 2 times. Everyone knew what a 1 to 2 times increase in battle prowess meant. That was just one of the reasons. The second reason was that he accidentally activated the killing system and obtained the New World of Martial Arts medal. Once he used it, his speed would increase by 1. As for the effects, he did not know for the time being. Lin Fei believed that if he learned the wind flow movement technique, if he ran into any danger and activated the New World of Martial Arts medal, his speed would reach a terrifying level, and it would become one of his trump cards. For this, he had to learn it even if he did not want to. What did I do wrong? There's no reason for this. Lin Fei was not the kind of person who only focused on cultivation. The key was to find the source of the problem. Once he understood this, all the problems would be solved. Why should he be afraid that he would not be able to learn a movement technique? Lin Fei continued to be conflicted. He was very troubled. At that moment, a cool breeze blew in his face. The cool and cold breeze blew past Lin Fei's face. It moved the wound on his cheek, and he felt refreshed all over his body. The burning flames flashed with waves of heat. As the breeze blew, they swayed lightly and turned into all sorts of shapes. They were shapeless and formless, and they allowed the cool breeze to pass through them. Some people said that it was easy to understand something, but if you did not, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Lin Fei was conflicted. His gaze landed on the flames unintentionally. He was just in time to see the cool breeze blow past him, but there was no trace of it. In an instant, he felt as if there was something extra in his heart. The branches swayed. The flames swayed. There was a cool feeling left behind by the cool breeze on his face. He could not catch it, could not hold it, and could not find it. That's right, that's right. It must be like this. I finally understand what I did wrong. A thought instantly appeared in Lin Fei's mind. With a whoosh, he stood up. His speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. He seemed to have understood something. The wind follows the tiger, and the clouds follow the dragon. Why did I have to stubbornly work on the skills? Wind flow movement technique is the essence of wind. Wind is shapeless, colorless, and traceless. Wind is everywhere and nowhere. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Qing Gong, wind flow. As his voice fell, Lin Fei's body moved at a strange angle. The tip of his foot touched the ground. His entire body suddenly floated out like a gust of wind. That's right, floated out. There was no trace of him, no trace of him. He could not grasp the direction. His speed was unbelievably fast. The afterimages left behind at the original spot seemed to prove that someone had been here before. Success! I finally grasped the first realm of wind flow movement technique. Being like the wind, coming and going without a trace. Lin Fei could not have thought of anything. Because of a small accident, he comprehended wind flow movement technique. He originally thought that he would be stuck for a few days. Once he started, Lin Fei realized that when he used wind flow movement technique, other than the lack of control of strength, there were not many problems. It was just as the first realm said. Currently, he was only at the first realm. Being like the wind, coming and going without a trace. Lin Fei realized the difference between before and after. He had learned the first realm. Qing Gong, wind flow. Movement technique, wind flow. Lin Fei realized that he had comprehended it. It was as if he had remembered it in his mind. He could use it as he wished. There was no situation where he was stuck. After using it consecutively, Lin Fei's face was full of excited smiles. Cut in half. Lin Fei grabbed the black iron blade and moved with the wind. If there was someone present, they would definitely be shocked. Lin Fei was like the wind. In an instant, he closed the distance, leaving an afterimage. In just a breath's time. Gotcha! A millstone-sized giant tree, under the blade, flew up, leaving a smooth side. It fell down with a rumble, startling countless birds in the forest. Haha, with this speed and this blade technique, my combat strength has more than doubled. If I meet a martial artist of the fifth sky of the martial path again, don't even think about blocking my attack. Looking at the smooth gap, his face was full of shock. Just now, it was just a flash of inspiration. He did not expect wind flow movement technique to be so powerful with the blade technique cut in half. Chapter 44. Blackwater Mountain Range. In the impenetrable forest, a figure floated like the wind and landed lightly on a tree branch. With another tap, the figure suddenly floated dozens of feet away. His body was as light as a swallow, and he disappeared into the forest in the blink of an eye. Is this the area where the rank 4 berserk wolf lives? Once again landing on a towering tree, a certain someone looked down at the area and couldn't help but frown. Ever since he reached the first realm of drifting wind movement technique, he spent half a day consolidating and grasping his strength. In the beginning, he couldn't control the distance and couldn't pinpoint the exact position. Now, he could pinpoint the exact position within a certain radius with just a thought. After familiarizing himself with the drifting wind movement technique, Lin Fei headed straight for the rank 4 berserk wolf's territory. He wanted to level up. He wanted to level up continuously. Demonic beasts were the best tools to level up. A low and ferocious aura came from the forest. Lin Fei's brows twitched. His eyes lit up when he smelled the aura of a demonic beast. The rank 4 berserk wolf was one of his targets. Rank 4 berserk wolf. In the forest, a grayish-white berserk wolf about 3 meters long appeared. It looked like an enlarged version of the green wolf on Earth. It had a pair of blood-red eyes and a suffocating aura. It swayed its huge body and came out from the forest. When it stood there, a huge pressure could be felt. At the same time, it gave off a ferocious gaze. Ayo, After the berserk wolf howled for a while, it scared away countless birds in the forest. It turned around and dragged out a demonic beast's corpse. It opened its bloody mouth and tore the sturdy demonic beast's corpse apart in an instant. How terrifying! Damn, as expected of the rank 4 berserk wolf. Lin Fei, who was hiding on the tree, widened his eyes. He could smell the dangerous aura coming from the demonic beast. Lin Fei had killed many low-rank demonic beasts and thought that it was a mid-rank demonic beast. After witnessing the ferociousness of the berserk wolf, he realized that a rank 4 demonic beast was not something that low-rank demonic beasts could compare to, be it in terms of aura or methods. The rank 4 berserk wolf was a strength-type demonic beast. It had a strong defense and a ferocious temperament. Anything that entered its range would become its target and was feared by others. Information about the berserk wolf immediately appeared in Lin Fei's mind. This guy must have a lot of experience. Lin Fei licked the corner of his mouth and looked at the upgrade tool. Roar! To Lin Fei's surprise, the mad wolf, who was devouring the demonic beasts with its head lowered, raised its bloodshot eyes and released a murderous aura as it looked at Lin Fei's hiding place. Not good, I've been discovered. Lin Fei did not expect that the 4th-ranked demonic beast, the berserk wolf, would have such acute senses that it could actually discover his hiding place. So be it. There's nothing to worry about. Today I will make an example out of you. The black iron saber fell into his hand. With a turn of the blade, a cold light appeared. Indistinctly, Lin Fei's resolute expression fell on the long saber. Flowing wind movement art. Lin Fei moved in an instant. With a light tap of his toes, he floated down from the tree like a falling leaf, erratic and without a trace. This was precisely the miraculous aspect of the flowing wind movement technique. Rushing thunder saber art, first form, unceasing torrent. The long saber pointed straight at the mad wolf. After learning the flowing wind movement art, Lin Fei certainly did not mind learning the rushing thunder saber art. This saber art belonged to the first-class Xian art. It had a total of 6 moves. Its power was inferior to the one cut in half. When it was used, the power would be doubled with the help of the 9 revolutions Xian Qi. The consumption of Xian Qi was not big, and it was very suitable. The mad wolf had finally killed a demonic beast and was about to enjoy its spoils of war. When it saw an outsider, it suddenly became extremely irritable, thinking that it was being provoked. The surrounding air seemed to be stagnant at this moment. Roar! The fierce roar of the mad wolf vented its dissatisfaction. It threw off the food under its body and its huge body soared into the air. Not because of its cumbersome weight, it did not have any stagnation. Its huge claws grabbed the air and a cold light shot out, aiming straight at Lin Fei's vital parts. A violent and ferocious aura suddenly broke out from the mad wolf. Just in time. Lin Fei was unmoved. The black iron saber in his hand tightened. The long saber light slashed down, wanting to cut the mad wolf in half. Kang Chong! The rushing thunder saber technique contained the might of thunder. When it reached great perfection, it would produce the sound of thunder. When such a move landed on the mad wolf's body, its huge body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. It crashed into countless trees and startled the birds in the forest once again. Roar! The mad wolf flung off the fallen leaves on its body as though it was never injured. It stared angrily at Lin Fei. What a powerful defense! My rushing thunder saber technique is currently at small perfection. What it lacks is learning and usage. I did not expect a rank 4 demonic beast, the mad wolf, to be able to block one of my saber techniques. It is indeed a middle-rank demonic beast. This is good. My rushing thunder saber technique has yet to reach great perfection. With the mad wolf's incredible defense, it can help me completely grasp the rushing thunder saber technique and reach great perfection, increasing my strength. After landing, Lin Fei could not help but be startled. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and he could not help but smile. Movement technique, flowing wind. Rushing thunder saber technique, first form, unceasing torrent. Rushing thunder saber technique, second form, thunderous strike. Rushing thunder saber technique, third form, myriad lightning rush. Time passed quietly, and no one knew how much time had passed. It was still the same place, the same person, and the same demonic beast. Lin Fei danced like a falling leaf, leaving behind a series of afterimages. If anyone was here, they would definitely be shocked. This was not something that could be achieved with a movement technique. Along with Lin Fei's movements, every time his saber landed, there would be a faint rumbling sound of thunder in the air. In the silent forest, the rumbling sound could be heard clearly. This was a sign that a saber technique was about to reach great perfection. Using a strength-type mad wolf to practice a saber technique, probably only someone like Lin Fei, who was not afraid of death. Puff, puff, puff. The saber technique was like an antelope's horn, untraceable and unblockable. It was perfect. My rushing thunder saber technique is almost done. All that's left is time. If I continue, there will not be any effect. It's time to end this. The mad wolf, who was constantly being used as a training target, did not have the aura that a rank 4 demonic beast should have. It was like a stray dog, miserable and pathetic. Thunderous strike. Rushing thunder saber technique. Second move. Once again it was executed. First, there was the sound of thunder. It was filled with a majestic aura, suffocating and terrifying. It was like thunder in one's ears. A saber technique that was about to reach great perfection. Before the saber was unleashed, the aura was already formed. The aura was like the saber, and the saber was like the aura. Within the saber technique, there was a flash of lightning. Ayo! The mad wolf had long been beaten black and blue. After this saber appeared, the mad wolf's pupils dilated infinitely. He could feel a dangerous aura coming from every pore on his body. He was unable to resist or counterattack. The saber technique that was as fast as lightning chopped down from the waist of the mad wolf. Hemp pole legs, tofu waist, broom tail, iron brain. Lin Fei had always remembered this in his heart. Killing the mad wolf was like killing the green wolf. The tofu waist was the only weakness of the mad wolf. Gotcha! This saber contained the might of thunder. It chopped down from the waist of the mad wolf, splitting the mad wolf into two. Blood and organs splattered everywhere. The mad wolf did not understand why it died. Killed a rank 4 demonic beast. Obtained 300 experience points. Chapter 45. Unending Torrent. Thunderstrike. A loud rumbling sound rang out. In a forest somewhere in the Blackwater Mountain Range, a rank 4 demonic beast fell to the ground. Fresh blood flowed everywhere, dyeing the grass on the ground red. Killed rank 4 demonic beast. Lightning beast. Obtained 300 experience points. Lin Fei held onto his long saber. Fresh blood flowed down the surface of the saber and dripped onto the ground. The rushing thunder saber art is about to reach greater mastery. It will save me a lot of effort to kill the rank 4 demonic beast, Berserk Wolf. Once I reach greater mastery, I will probably be able to kill a demonic beast with a single slash. After retrieving the valuable fur from the demonic beast, Lin Fei turned around and disappeared into the forest, leaving behind the demonic beast's carcass. This repeated action was repeated in various places in the forest. On the 8th day in the Blackwater Mountain Range. On the 18th day in the Blackwater Mountain Range, the rushing thunder saber art was cultivated to greater mastery. Every slash was accompanied by the sound of thunder. The power was terrifying and contained a dangerous aura. Slash. 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 In the forest of the Blackwater Mountain Range, the battles and cultivation continued. In the vast forest, a rank 4 demonic beast, Lightning Tiger, transformed into a flash of lightning that was hard to catch with the naked eye. Even with such speed, it still couldn't dodge the attack. A thunder strike slashed out from the middle, splitting the Lightning Tiger into two halves, leaving behind a ground full of fresh blood. Killed rank 4 demonic beast, Lightning Tiger. Obtained 300 experience points. Killed rank 4 demonic beast, Lightning Tiger. Obtained 300 experience points. Killed rank 4 demonic beast, Lightning Tiger. Obtained 300 experience points. On the 25th day in the Blackwater Mountain Range. Unending Torrent. Thunderstrike. Thunder Rush. With his long saber in hand, Lin Fei's elegant movements were like a piece of art. He danced in the midst of the demonic beasts without any change in his expression. Instead, he wore a smile and remained calm. He executed the drifting wind movement technique and was like an omnipresent breeze, untraceable and untraceable. Roar! With a flash of the saber, a rank 5 demonic beast fell to the ground. Its tough defense was like a fragile piece of tofu under the saber's attack. Killed rank 5 demonic beast, fiery wind bear. Obtained 500 experience points. Roar! The wind flame bear roared, and its huge body charged at Lin Fei from behind. If Lin Fei was struck, he would be heavily injured, even if he didn't die, and he would lose his ability to fight. Humph! A mere demonic beast, lie down. As if there were a pair of eyes behind Lin Fei. He moved with the wind and with a strange speed. He suddenly appeared behind the wind fire bear. The long saber in his hand followed the momentum and chopped at the weakest part of the wind fire bear. The wind fire bear's body was split into two and blood splattered everywhere, dyeing Lin Fei's clothes red. Killed a rank 5 demonic beast. Obtained 500 experience. When Lin Fei executed the flowing wind movement technique, he was like a cool breeze. Although the 5th-tier demonic beasts were powerful, they could not harm him in the slightest. Every time he was in a dangerous situation, his movement technique would flow with the wind, defying the heavens. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been killed mercilessly in the encirclement. The saber light flashed, and the demonic beast fell. If someone was here and witnessed all of this, they would probably find it inconceivable. An hour later, Lin Fei was like a man covered in blood, standing among the corpses of the demonic beasts. His killing intent was so dense that no one dared to approach him. 10,000 experience gained. Lin Fei let out a long breath and looked at the injuries on his body. He could not help but smile bitterly. A rank 5 demonic beast. Regardless of attack power or reaction speed, it is several times stronger. No wonder no one has ever dared to challenge a group of rank 5 demonic beasts. I am probably the first person to do so, right? Rubbing his nose, Lin Fei smiled proudly. He started by killing rank 4 demonic beasts alone. Then, he challenged them in groups, earning a large amount of experience. At the end, he basically killed them with a single slash. This process lasted for a total of 20 days. Then, Lin Fei changed his target from rank 4 demonic beasts to rank 5 demonic beasts. At the beginning, he only hunted rank 5 demonic beasts alone. After that, he killed many demonic beasts. Different demonic beasts had different weaknesses. It was very helpful to be able to identify them in battle. Today, Lin Fei was a little unlucky. Originally, he wanted to kill a wind flame bear, but he was careless and entered the wind flame bear's hunting area. Thus, the previous scene of a group of bears attacking him happened. Fortunately, there was no danger. At most, he only suffered superficial wounds. I still need about 100,000 experience points to level up. I think it will take less than 10 days. Blackwater Mountain Range. 36th day. Die! A rank 5 demonic beast fell to the ground. In a month's time, Lin Fei had already trained the rushing thunder saber technique to greater mastery. Every slash was ferocious and overbearing. Killed rank 5 demonic beast blood wolf. Obtained 500 experience points. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for successfully advancing to the 6th sky of the martial path. Obtained 100 treasure bag and 5,000 silvers. The system's voice rang. Although he was mentally prepared, Lin Fei could not help but shout when he heard the notification. Haha, I have finally reached the 6th sky of the martial path. An earth chi expert at the 8th sky of the martial path pressed down like a mountain. Lin Fei was under great pressure. Advancing to the next level was equivalent to increasing his ability to resist. Advancing to the 6th sky of the martial path took about 2 months. It was neither too long nor too short. Lin Fei was not dissatisfied. If this news spread to the divine martial sect, many people would be shocked. After the excitement, a black bag appeared in Lin Fei's hand. It was small and exquisite, bright and shiny. This is 100 treasure bag? Originally, he thought that advancing to the 6th sky of the martial path would either be a fist technique or a saber technique. In the end, 100 treasure bag appeared? He could not help but be shocked and surprised. When his attention was focused on the 100 treasure bag, a strange scene appeared. 100 treasure bag. A space that a martial artist carries with him. It can store all kinds of things. Cannot store living things. Cannot be traded. Disappears upon death. Items will be dropped. After the system notification, Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Damn, it can't be something like a space ring, right? I remember that the divine martial sect had a record. In the Xiantian continent, Anyone who reached the profound realm would receive 100 treasure bag to store all kinds of things. Could it be that this is 100 treasure bag? According to the notification, Lin Fei easily grasped the method to use the 100 treasure bag. The method to use the 100 treasure bag was very simple. Just think of an item, and anything that could be stored in the 100 treasure bag could be stored in the 100 treasure bag. It was convenient and fast. Apart from being excited, Lin Fei was once again shocked. After trying it out, he confirmed the miraculousness of the 100 treasure bag. Someone from the Divine Martial sect had mentioned that their 100 treasure bag was only the size of a table, but Lin Fei's 100 treasure bag was the size of half a room, and it was completely empty. I've struck it rich. I've really struck it rich. Lin Fei understood the benefits of the 100 treasure bag better than anyone else. Not only was the size of the 100 treasure bag impressive, but it was also a treasure. Haha, it just so happens that my demonic beast fur is almost full. With this 100 treasure bag, I don't have to worry about it anymore. The first thing Lin Fei thought of was that he was about to run out of demonic beast fur. He was just worrying about how to continue storing it. He couldn't possibly waste the demonic beast fur. After putting away the demonic beast fur, Lin Fei opened the leveling system to check his experience bar. He was shocked once again. His original 300,000 experience bar had instantly increased to 500,000 experience bar. It was a total of 200,000 experience bar, and he almost fell to the ground. Damn, this is killing me. Before he could recover from his shock, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. It spread all the way to his feet, and he immediately felt it. Qing Gong, Flowing Wind. Chapter 46. P.S. Asking for recommendation votes. Kiss. Don't hide. You are a good kid if you vote for me. Kiss. Everyone come and be a good kid. Kiss. There seems to be movement in front. Lin Fei stood on the tree and looked into the distance. On the towering tree, Xiao Chen could barely see what was going on in the surroundings, and he could see most of it. Isn't this the aura of demon beasts? Looking carefully, Lin Fei had a strange look on his face. He suspected that he had made a mistake. How could such an accident happen? After advancing to the sixth heaven of martial Dao, Lin Fei's six senses had strengthened a lot, so he vaguely felt that there was a terrifying aura in the distant mountains, rolling in this direction. The earth trembled because of the attack of the demon beasts. Lin Fei didn't believe that he would be wrong. There was indeed the aura of demon beasts coming from afar, and there were some powerful demon beasts that were strong enough to kill him. What's going on in the mountain range? Why are there so many demonic beasts running out? Is there a big boss in the mountains? Lin Fei was a game otaku, and the first thing that came to his mind was a big boss that appeared out of nowhere. His eyes suddenly lit up, like a man seeing a naked woman. Other than the big boss, no one else could scare the demon beasts away? After observing for half an hour, there should be a big boss. Lin Fei looked into the distance and landed in the depths of the mountains. He was sure of his guess. If an ordinary person encountered a group of demon beasts, their first thought would be to turn around and run to a safe place. Lin Fei was different. Compared to others, his face showed an expression of eagerness. My wind-borne body technique has reached the first realm. I am like the wind, coming and going without a trace. Don't encounter too much danger. My body technique is enough to deal with it. If I encounter a demon beast war, maybe I can be the fisherman. Young people were impulsive and hot-blooded. Lin Fei's strength had just advanced to the sixth heaven of martial Dao, and his Xian Qi could be condensed. Compared to condensing Xian Qi, his strength had improved again, so it was normal for him to have this idea. The demon beasts are running away in front. I can grasp the method of condensing Xian Qi along the way to improve my combat effectiveness. Lin Fei was the kind of person who would not regret his decision. Blackwater Mountain Range. From time to time, all sorts of roars could be heard coming from the originally quiet forest. The roars shook the heavens and reverberated continuously. Rumble. Accompanied by a loud sound, a huge fiery red creature rushed out of the thicket in a frenzy. It was as if it was frightened by something. Without caring about the situation, it crashed into a few trees, causing blood to flow and flesh to fly everywhere. Ignoring its injuries, it rushed back into the thicket like a wisp of smoke. Its eyes were filled with endless fear. This was a fourth-order demonic beast, the Wind Flame Bear. Who would have thought that the rank 4 demonic beasts that were so arrogant would turn into stray dogs? What kind of demonic beast was it that drove them out? Could it be a rank 6 demonic beast? Or a 7th rank demonic beast? Standing on the tree, Lin Fei's eyes were filled with sorrow and doubt. Along the way, there were many similar situations. The 4th rank demonic beast was just one of them, and it was not considered a powerful demonic beast. At least, that was the case in Lin Fei's eyes. Rank 4 demonic beast, Earth Bear. 5th rank monster, Blackwater Giant Crocodile. Rank 3 monster beast, Swamp Crocodile. 2nd rank demonic beast, Jungle Leopard. Within the forest, all the demonic beasts that could be seen had turned into stray dogs as they fled in a certain direction without a care for their lives. A wave of demonic beasts of such a scale would cause anyone's scalp to go numb. Once they were trapped by the demonic beasts, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die. Basically, the former had a higher chance of survival. At this moment, the group of demonic beasts did not differentiate between friend and foe. All that was left was to run for their lives. Rank 6 demonic beast, Giant Rampage Bear. Within the group of demonic beasts, a 20-foot-tall gray bear let out a furious roar and killed a rank 5 demonic beast with a palm that was the size of a praying mat. With a series of roars, a few more demonic beasts were killed. Somewhere, someone let out a sound of disbelief. What the hell? Why is a rank 6 demonic beast here? Lin Fei was dumbfounded. After a bout of madness, the giant rampage bear rejoined the group of demonic beasts, as if it was just venting its dissatisfaction. Even a rank 6 demonic beast could be chased out. Lin Fei could hardly imagine it. Could it be a rank 7 demonic beast that chased them out? He stopped again. Lin Fei silently pondered whether to go in or not. A suspected rank 7 demonic beast was equivalent to an expert at the 7th heaven of the martial Tao. Compared to the same level, it was a terrifying existence that was much stronger. A rank 7 demonic beast dares to chase away a rank 7 demonic beast? Something big must have happened. As a martial artist, how can I retreat? Anyway, I have never seen a rank 7 demonic beast in my life. I might as well go and take a look. That rank 7 demonic beast can't possibly deal with a nobody like me, right? Lin Fei shamelessly found a reason for himself. He was going to admire the rank 7 demonic beast. What a nonsense reason. Was a rank 7 demonic beast something that a martial artist at the 6th heaven of the martial Tao could admire? 2 hours later, Lin Fei used his qing gong to move with the wind, turning into a gentle breeze as he walked through the forest. This area is probably the rank 7 demonic beast's territory. I didn't expect that all the demonic beasts living here would be driven out. Along the way, until this area, the word quiet described the domineering rank 7 demonic beast. Lin Fei never doubted his own feelings. Roar! Before he could check the exact location, an enraged roar came crashing down like a great river crashing down on him. Puff! Caught off guard, Lin Fei vomited a mouthful of blood. The qi and blood in his body surged, and he lost his balance, nearly falling off the tree. He stabbed the saber in his hand into the tree before he could stabilize himself. What a terrifying roar! This is definitely not what a rank 7 demonic beast can have. This must be a rank 8 demonic beast. It must be a rank 8 demonic beast. Lin Fei's face showed a look of horror. If he didn't cultivate the 9 revolutions mental technique, the Xian Qi in his body was better than ordinary people, and his body was stronger than others. If he was replaced by a 6th heaven of the martial Tao, he would be seriously injured or killed by a roar. Silently running the 9 revolutions mental technique, after dozens of breaths, his qi and blood stabilized. In any case, he was injured before he finished his apprenticeship and almost failed miserably. Rank 8 demonic beast, rank 8 demonic beast. How could there be a rank 8 demonic beast? Following the direction of the roar, Lin Fei was not frightened and moved forward cautiously. He was inexplicably injured by a rank 8 demonic beast. No matter what, he had to see who the other party was. There seems to be fighting in front, and there is a strong force. Chapter 47. Rank 8 Demonic Beast, Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey. Through the gap in the forest, Lin Fei's scalp went numb. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and he didn't even dare to make a sound. His heart and breathing quickened as he stared at the scene in disbelief. It really is a rank 8 demonic beast, a super boss. Oh my god! Outside the forest, There was a completely different world. A 30 feet tall devil scarlet sun monkey with black scales covering its body was the best defense. A red glow flickered on its huge head, revealing its ferocious face. The terrifying aura it emitted was so strong that no one dared to look at it directly. It was holding a tree that had been uprooted and swung it around vigorously. The scene was a mess, with corpses and bones scattered all over the place. The strong smell of blood filled the air. Rank 8 demonic beast, devil scarlet sun monkey. A demonic beast with an ancient bloodline. Bang bang bang. The devil scarlet sun monkey's eyes were bloodshot, and its sturdy scales were covered with wounds. It must have suffered countless attacks to have such injuries. The gigantic tree fell into the hands of the demon monkey. It was like a gigantic weapon that was swung around in the air. Cracks appeared on the ground as if the ground had been completely dried up. The strong chi waves turned into strong gusts of wind that attacked everything within the perimeter, regardless of whether they were alive or dead. The ones fighting against the devil scarlet sun monkey were a group of people in white outfits. There were around 30 of them, and each of them was quite powerful. There was a golden saber embroidered on their left chests, and it was dazzling under the scorching sun. One of the top 3 sects in the Unfalling Dynasty, the Saber God sect. The disciples of the Saber God sect were working together, and it was as if they were casting a saber formation. The saber rays were extremely powerful, and they surrounded the devil scarlet sun monkey. The devil scarlet sun monkey was unable to break free from the encirclement, and its combat ability was greatly restricted. The devil scarlet sun monkey let out a roar of anger and unwillingness. Humph! Rank 8 demonic beast, devil scarlet sun monkey, is nothing. Under the demon ceiling saber formation, even a rank 8 demonic beast will die. Outside the battlefield, on a small empty field, a few disciples of the Saber God sect surrounded a young man in purple outfits. They were on guard, and their eyes were dotting around. Young Master Chung, you're right. Demonic Scarlet Sun Monkey, a rank 8 demonic beast, is unlucky to run into young Master Chang. In less than an hour, it will be killed by the demon ceiling saber formation. I've heard that the devil monkey scorching sun possesses the bloodline of an ancient demonic beast. This demonic beast must possess the bloodline of an ancient demonic beast, which explains its current strength. Thank you for your reminder, Uncle Wen. The purple-clothed young master had a dignified appearance, and there was an evil air between his brows. He exuded a sense of arrogance, causing others to not dare to look down on his identity. Young Master's luck is extremely good this time. Even the heavens are helping young Master. If you can refine a trace of the ancient demonic beast's bloodline, you will definitely cultivate a strong body. I think the other young masters are definitely not as good as you. That's true. This young master's talent is outstanding. How could the few of you be a match for me? The purple-robed young man said proudly, when the fiendish monkey is about to die, I will have to trouble Uncle One to take a strand of the ancient demonic beast's bloodline. Young master, there's no need to stand on ceremony. This old man will do it. Damn, so it's the Saber God sect that forced the level 8 demonic beast out. Other than them, no one else would dare to make a move against an level 8 demonic beast. Lin Fei held his breath, not daring to be careless. He heard every single word spoken by the purple-clothed young man. Ancient demonic beast's bloodline? No wonder this level 8 demonic beast is so powerful that it chased all the demonic beasts out. It must be because of the demonic beast's bloodline, right? It wasn't easy for him to reach this place, and Lin Fei was unwilling to leave. The Saber God sect was one of the 3 major sects in the Unfalling Empire, and their strength was on par with the Divine Martial sect. The ancient demonic beast's bloodline might be something good. It's a pity that those white-clothed men have a powerful aura, and they might even be above the 7th heaven of the martial path. As for that Uncle Wen, he must be even more powerful. If this purple-clothed young master was on Earth, he would either be the son of a wealthy family or a powerful official. Trying to snatch something from them is equivalent to courting death. Lin Fei's mind spun quickly as he tried to think of a way to get some benefits. That's a cave? His gaze fell onto a cave about 500 zhong away from the scene of the battle. In front of the cave was a dense forest, and if one didn't pay attention, it would be easy to overlook the cave. I'm rich. A level 8 demonic beast's cave might have some good stuff. If I can't get the ancient demonic beast's bloodline, you guys can eat the meat, and I can drink the soup. Lin Fei had always been brave. And he even dared to come here in waves of demonic beasts, let alone a cave. The cave was located in the forest, and it wasn't too far away, so they could take a detour. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Fei had practiced the flowing wind movement art, he wouldn't have the confidence to do so. After reaching the first realm of the flowing wind movement art, he was like the wind, and he could come and go without a trace. At this moment, they were all focused on the level 8 demonic beast, the demonic scarlet sun monkey, and ignored the cave in the forest. If it wasn't for the level 8 demonic beast devouring other demonic beasts when they arrived, the cave would have been discovered long ago, and Lin Fei wouldn't even have a chance. Flowing wind movement art. Once the movement art was used, his body was like the wind. Lin Fei's heart was in his throat. Whether he could succeed or not depended on this movement art. You must succeed, and don't disappoint me. After all, you are a gift from the system. Don't give me a knockoff. 100 feet. 200 feet. He was getting closer, even closer. 300 feet. The forest was a great help to Lin Fei with the cover he had. 400 feet. 500 feet. Seeing the entrance of the cave, Lin Fei suppressed his excitement, and he instantly turned into the wind and dashed into the cave. At the same time, Uncle Wen, who was standing beside the purple-robed man, subconsciously looked towards one of the directions with sharp eyes. At that moment, Uncle Wen vaguely felt that there was something strange in the forest, but he didn't pay much attention to it. With his strength, he would be able to detect any movement in the forest. The most important thing now was to use up the chi and blood of the level 8 demonic beast and kill it. That was close. Luckily I came in, or else I would have been discovered by that person. That special gaze made Lin Fei's heart palpitate. It was as if he could see through one's heart, and there was nowhere to hide. He was definitely a powerful cultivator. After entering the cave, Lin Fei felt nervous, as if he was having an affair with someone else. He hid in the corner, afraid that the person would rush in. 10 breaths later, Lin Fei finally felt relieved. Since the person didn't notice him, the treasures in the cave should belong to him now. Coming out from the corner, the light in the cave was dim, and he could barely see the surroundings. The cave was huge and long, and there was a damp smell in the air. In the corner, there were many bones piled up. They must be the bones of demonic beasts. Chapter 48. P.S. For those who like this book, please cast an important vote and help Woody go further and higher. Xiaoka thanks you. Since ancient times, demonic beasts have been divided into high and low ranks. As a low-ranked demonic beast, they are used to acting on instinct, but high-ranked demonic beasts are completely different. They will have the opportunity to open up a certain level of intelligence and know how to occupy a place as their own cultivation ground. Their growth rate is usually faster than ordinary demonic beasts. The red sun demonic monkey is one of them. At the end of the cave is an open space. Lin Fei stepped in and a rotten smell assaulted his nostrils. He almost suffocated and fainted in the cave. This is the legendary lair of the 8th-ranked demonic beast? The light in the cave is very dim. Fortunately, Lin Fei's strength has been promoted to the 6th sky of martial path. Although he can't see in the dark, he can barely see 70 to 80%. The area of the cave is not very big, about the size of a room. Like the outside, there are many skeletons scattered, emitting a gloomy aura. Perhaps because of the lack of air circulation, there is a rotten smell, forming a thick smell that almost suffocates. The battle outside is ongoing. Lin Fei does not dare to waste time, fearing that they will break in, so he needs to get the benefits first. Don't let me down. Lin Fei prays to the gods in his heart. No wonder Lin Fei thinks so. If he doesn't get anything and meets those people outside, it will be a tragedy. The area of the demonic beast cave is not big. Lin Fei checks it very easily. After a while, he finally found something. In the corner, the things piled up like a mountain entered Lin Fei's vision. Armor. Lin Fei picked up the tattered thing at the top and barely recognized it. It was a piece of armor. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that this rank 8 monster beast regarded armor as a treasure? What's the use of a broken armor? Demonic beasts like to occupy certain things, Lin Fei has heard before, so he is not surprised at all. It is not easy to find a pile of things, of course. He will not miss the opportunity. Lin Fei carries the spirit of hard work and keeps searching. After a while he exclaims, "Good heavens, This sword is really sharp. It almost cut my palm. Suddenly, a long sword appeared in Lin Fei's hand. The sword's hilt was decorated with jewels. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that it was a good item. This sword should be a low-grade mortal weapon. It shouldn't be a problem to sell it for 20 to 30,000 taels of silver. In the mysterious heavenly continent, weapons were divided into 6 grades. Mortal grade was the lowest, followed by genuine weapon, royal weapon, imperial weapon, monarch weapon, and divine weapon. Each grade was divided into lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, semi-supreme grade, and supreme grade. In Lin Fei's hand was a low-grade mortal weapon. After knowing that the sword was a mortal weapon, Lin Fei grinned. Hee, I'm going to be rich this time. A low-grade mortal weapon. If I put it outside, I'll have to fight for it non-stop. This time, it's all mine. A low-grade common weapon. Lin Fei immediately put it into his 100 treasure bag. This time, the 100 treasure bag really came in handy. Lin Fei was sure that the items in the corner were the spoils of war collected by the 8th grade demonic beast after killing the human experts. Now they were all going to be his. This armor is not bad. It can still be used after some repairs. I'll keep it. Damn, who would bring a beauty fan out for no reason? I'll keep it first. Who knows, I might be able to get a girl in the future. Spear? It's barely passable. I can sell it for money. Parting hook? Looks good. I'll keep it first. Lin Fei was in a good mood. He didn't hold back at all. With the 100 treasure bag on him, he didn't let go of anything valuable. He couldn't let others take advantage of him. Take everything and keep everything. This was Lin Fei's usual style. After a round of searching, all the good items were taken away. What was left were some worthless items. Most of them were junk. Just as he was about to change to another place to search, a black light flashed at the bottom of the pile of junk. If not for Lin Fei's good eyesight, he wouldn't have noticed that there was still something on the ground. Hey, a black saber? At the bottom of the corner, there was a black saber about 3 feet long. It was equivalent to about 1 meter on Earth. It was black all over. There were small grooves on the saber, emitting a cold aura. It was lying on the ground and was almost ignored. Lin Fei didn't know why he had a feeling that this saber was destined to be with him. With the strength of the 6th firmament of the martial path, there was no weapon that he couldn't pick up. However, when he grabbed the black saber, a strange scene appeared. The black saber didn't move at all. After several attempts, the black saber was like a huge rock that wouldn't budge. Damn, I don't believe it. Lin Fei was suddenly angry. He ran the 9 revolutions mysterious qi in his body and poured it into his hands. He shouted, "Up!" With the help of the 9 revolutions mysterious qi, the black saber was caught in an instant. Because of the strong force, Lin Fei lost his balance. The black saber fell straight from his hand, shining with cold light. Crash! Lin Fei was scared out of his wits. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. My luck can't be so good. The black saber fell on the ground and cut a big hole, smooth and flat. Lin Fei couldn't imagine what it would be like if it fell on a person's body. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Good stuff, good treasure. The black saber was very heavy, and the material was never heard of. Lin Fei found another saber. When the two came in contact, they were immediately cut. A divine weapon. He took the risk to enter the cave to find good things. In the end, he found a divine weapon unexpectedly. Lin Fei couldn't help but be excited. In the Blackwater Mountain Range, Lin Fei was dissatisfied with the weapon he bought. It wasn't sharp enough to kill the demon beasts. Now, he loved this divine weapon so much that he couldn't put it down. Roughly speaking, it was at least at the level of a high-grade ordinary weapon. The only regret was that this black saber was very heavy. Fortunately, Lin Fei practiced the invincible Vajra body. His body was strong. If it were others, they wouldn't be able to hold it. He reluctantly put away the black saber. He planned to find a chance to try it again after he went out. After checking around the cave, Lin Fei couldn't help but be disappointed. Besides this pile of scrap metal, he couldn't find anything else. An 8th-rank demon beast. It can't be so poor. Lin Fei couldn't help but mutter. He looked around again. Humans were greedy people. Lin Fei was the same. After searching in the cave again, Lin Fei's eyes couldn't help but light up. He looked at a certain place. On an inconspicuous rock wall in the cave. On the damp rock wall, weeds grew. Looking carefully, there was a vine growing on the huge rock wall. It had black leaves. The black vine had branches and leaves. It was faintly discernible. Lin Fei subconsciously took a few steps closer. He immediately saw it clearly. The black vine was strange in itself. On the top of the black vine there were 3 fruits. The 3 fiery red fruits were like the tip of a finger. They flickered and emitted traces of heat. It was a very strange existence. Lin Fei couldn't help but open his mouth. Could it be a strange fruit? Lin Fei was wondering what kind of fruit it was. His hands didn't stop moving. He went straight to the rock wall, ready to pluck the fruits. After all, there was no harm in plucking them. Kid, you're courting death. Put down the crimson sun fruits. Chapter 49. P.S. Thanks to everyone's support, I've finally made it to the front page. I'm not too far away from the first few spots. Fellow readers, let's make our way up together. Scarlet Sun Fruit? That's a good name. I'll gladly accept it. Lin Fei had advanced to the 6th heavenly layer of the martial path, and was no longer the same person he was in the past. When he charged into the cave, he paid attention to the movements behind him. He had learned from his mistakes, so that he wouldn't fail miserably. The Saber God sect was one of the 3 great sects in the Undying Empire, so he had to be careful when he snatched something from them. This was the 6th layer of the martial path, the condensation of profound chi into a saber ray. You're courting death. The white-robed man didn't expect the other party to be so bold as to ignore his advice and snatch the Scarlet Sun fruit away. His chest heaved violently from anger. Mountain-shattering saber art. As the name suggested, the disciples of the Saber God sect were all saber experts. The Scarlet Sun fruit was in his hands. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to escape. Instead, he calmed himself down. It was this calmness that had saved him from a disaster. Executing the wind-borne movement art, it was as if a gentle breeze was dancing in the cave. The other party's saber technique was powerful, and every slash carried a majestic aura that could split mountains. As expected of a disciple of the Saber God sect. His mastery of the saber technique is exquisite. If he didn't have a movement technique, his advantage would be negligible. It's no wonder why he's one of the 3 great sects in the Undying Empire. Lin Fei had only learned the saber through unorthodox means, so he knew that he was no match for the other party. The Saber God sect's disciple executed his saber technique, and his cultivation was at the 6th layer of the martial path. His saber ray shrouded the surroundings, and it felt as if the air was being sliced in half. While Lin Fei was shocked, the disciples of the Divine Saber sect were equally shocked. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? My mountain-breaking saber technique is a first-rate mysterious art. Once mastered, every saber will break the mountain, and every saber will explode. Even an expert at the 6th sky of the martial path would lose the ability to resist under the pressure of the mountain-breaking aura. How could this kid not be affected? This is impossible. The Saber God sect's use of the saber has enlightened me. It turns out that the saber can be used in this way. No wonder people often say that cultivators need to accumulate all kinds of accumulations. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with joy. Heaven-breaking slash. The white-clothed disciple was finally angered. A dignified disciple of the Saber God sect was being ignored. He had never been treated like this before. The final move of the mountain-breaking saber art, heaven-breaking slash, contained boundless might. Your moves aren't bad, but that's all there is to it. I'll cut you down with my saber. Previously, Lin Fei had been comprehending with the saber. Now that he had more or less grasped it, there was naturally no need for him to continue traveling. Bolting Thunderbolt Saber Art, Ceaseless Torrent. His profound chi condensed into a form as his left arm took the form of a saber. A 3-meter-long saber ray shot out with a thunderous roar, turning into an arc of light that illuminated the cave. The Saber God sect disciple's vision blurred, and he subconsciously closed his eyes. In the next instant, his body was cleaved into 2. With the same cultivation and grade of cultivation technique, Lin Fei knew how to seize the opportunity. After killing the Saber God sect disciple, Lin Fei remained calm. From the moment he picked the Crimson Sun fruit, the Saber God sect disciple had to die. Either he or Lin Fei would die. Even though he had no idea why the other party entered, Lin Fei dared not let his guard down. He would kill the other party first, regardless of whether they were from the Saber God sect or something else. The second kill was unexpectedly calm. After searching the Saber God sect disciple's body, there was nothing but silver on him. Picking up the saber, Lin Fei used it as his weapon. What a pauper! The Saber God sect was a place where sabers were used. This saber wasn't famous, but it was worth around 4,000 silvers. Condensing the profound chi and slashing the saber ray. It can be used against low-ranked martial artists, but it won't be effective against high-level martial artists. I'll have to be cautious next time. Lin Fei held onto the steel blade and moved along the wall. He had a rare serious expression on his face. Rumble! Outside the cave, the demonic Scarlet Sun Monkey's roar could be heard. The Saber God sect disciple really came in secretly. The entrance of the cave was as usual, and Lin Fei let out a long sigh of relief. No one would be paying attention to him for the time being. Through the cave, Lin Fei was stunned when he saw the situation outside. In less than the time it took for an incense to burn, the demon Scarlet Sun Monkey that was previously surrounded was covered in wounds. Deep wounds could be seen on his chest and back. The aura of an 8th order beast was getting weaker and weaker. The rank 8 demonic beast is about to die. Lin Fei's face was filled with fear. The Saber God sect disciple had the strength of the 6th or 7th sky of the martial path, but he managed to trap the rank 8 demonic beast with the saber array. I mustn't be trapped by the saber array in the future, or I'll be in big trouble. The demonic Scarlet Sun Monkey is about to die. Uncle One, please kill it and take out the ancient demonic beast's bloodline. The purple-shirt young man was overjoyed as he turned around and said to the old man beside him, "Don't worry, I'll kill the demonic Scarlet Sun Monkey right now." When Uncle One took a step forward, his entire body emitted a powerful aura that shot up into the sky. The devil monkey of Red Sun, who was fighting like a cornered beast, narrowed his eyes and had goosebumps all over his body. As a rank 8 demonic beast, he could feel the danger that was approaching. This man is dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Bang! 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 The demonic Scarlet Sun Monkey let out a loud roar as he waved the giant tree in his hand. He managed to break free from the saber array and injured the disciples of the Saber God sect. The demonic Scarlet Sun Monkey did not attack first. Instead, it headed straight for its lair. "Bastard, you're courting death." The old man was unfazed by the demonic Scarlet Sun Monkey. His cold eyes were filled with disdain. Slash! The 10-zhong-long golden saber dashed across the sky like it was a solid object, and landed on the demon Scarlet Sun Monkey's body with a whistling sound. Saber Essence. The Saber Essence could only be mastered by cultivators at the 8th sky of the martial path. Roar! The demonic Scarlet Sun Monkey let out an unwilling roar. Its 3-zhong-tall body fell to the ground and was split into 2 halves. Fresh blood flowed on the ground. At that moment, it was only a few zhong away from its lair. "Sir, the demonic Scarlet Sun Monkey has been killed." The purple-shirt young man was overjoyed. Good, good. Lin Fei swallowed his saliva as he felt his mouth go dry. What a terrifying attack. An 8-rank 8 demonic beast could not even withstand a single attack. Is this the power of an 8 heavens cultivator? Fortunately, Lin Fei's mental fortitude was exceptional. Otherwise, his earlier attack would have exposed his whereabouts. Could it be that the demonic Scarlet Sun Monkey has returned to its lair for the Scarlet Sun Fruit? Chapter 50. P.S. Thank you all for your support. From the last place in the morning, I have climbed all the way to the 2nd place. I am only 3,000 points away from the 1st place. I would like to thank everyone once again. I hope that everyone can help me get to the 1st place. Please vote for me. I would like to thank you all. The Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey was killed by accident. Lin Fei was the one who felt the most conflicted. Lin Fei was hiding in the cave. He had planned to take this opportunity to leave. The treasures he had obtained from the beast's nest would be enough for him to make a trip. At this moment, Lin Fei was in a bad mood. In fact, he was in an extremely bad mood. The 8th sky of the martial path, an expert in earth energy, was eyeing the demonic beast's lair like a tiger eyeing its prey. Lin Fei was still fearful of the previous attack. The ferocious demonic Crimson Sun Monkey couldn't even block a single slash and was mercilessly killed. Even though there was some exaggeration in his words, No one would dare to underestimate an expert in the eighth sky of the martial path. Mister, please wait for a moment. I will retrieve the ancient demonic beast's bloodline for you. Zhao Wen retracted her aura and stood not far away from the Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey. She frowned and looked at the beast's nest. Quick, retrieve the ancient demonic beast's bloodline. The man in purple robe said excitedly. If I use the ancient demonic beast's bloodline to refine my body, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Big brother, second brother, so what if you are talented? I will still kill you. I would like to congratulate you once again. The Devil Red Sun Monkey has given up resisting and returned to its nest. I think there must be some rare treasures in its nest that can help it recover from its injuries. As far as I know, there is only one creature that needs the Devil Red Sun Monkey to grow. I think there must be a ripe red sun fruit in its nest. Zhao Wen raised her head and looked happy. What? The legendary Crimson Sun Fruit? Could it be the Crimson Sun Fruit that can increase one's divine strength? The Crimson Sun Fruit that everyone dreams of consuming? Divine Strength Fruit? One Crimson Sun Fruit can increase one's strength by 3,000 pounds? How is that possible? How did the Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey find the fiendish red sun vine? Zhao Wen's words caused a huge reaction among the crowd. The purple-robed young master, Chang Shaowen, had a distinguished status and was knowledgeable. After hearing this, he still couldn't hide his surprise and excitement. Uncle One, are you sure that there are mature Crimson Sun fruits in the nest? What did the Flaming Sun Fruit do? Coming from a large sect, they knew very well how precious it was. Zhao Wen nodded. Young sir, entering the mountains this time is a double blessing. The bloodline of an ancient demonic beast has strengthened your mortal body's defenses, and after eating the Crimson Sun Fruit, you have restored your mortal body's flaws. Your supernatural strength is astonishing and your combat prowess has increased several times over. This old servant congratulates young sir. Lin Fei had a strange expression on his face when he heard the conversation outside. F***CK. Didn't I strike it rich again? Lin Fei had never imagined that the fiery red fruit would have such a miraculous effect. He nearly thought that he had misheard. Innate divine strength was considered a kind of innate talent. The master of the divine force gate was one of them. In terms of cultivating martial arts, he had a certain advantage, which made Lin Fei envious. According to what they said, one Flaming Sun Fruit can increase one's physical strength by 3 Flaming Sun Fruits. Doesn't that mean my strength will increase greatly? If that's the case, then I'll die of pleasure. Unbelievable! Unimaginable! After a short moment of excitement, Lin Fei's face turned serious again. The situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. I wanted to take this chance to escape, but it seems that it won't be easy. My biggest advantage is that I'm in the dark, while they are in the light. They don't know that I've taken the Flaming Sun Fruit, and if they find out, they will definitely die. Therefore, I only have one chance to leave this place. A black badge appeared on Lin Fei's palm. It was the Martial World Badge. Once activated, his speed would increase by 1 point. With my Qinggong and the Martial World Badge, other than the old man who was at the 8th sky of the martial path, the rest won't pose a threat to me. I should be able to escape. Lin Fei was confident in his strength at the 6th firmament of the martial path. With his mystical saber techniques, he could barely hold his own against a 7th firmament of the martial path. If he were to encounter a 8th firmament of the martial path, he would not have a 10% chance of winning. Refine! Refine! The Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey, who had been killed in one slash, floated in the air. The green flame was burning mercilessly, and its 3 zhong body was shrinking continuously. Zhao Wen was refining the Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey to obtain the ancient bloodline of the 8th-ranked demonic beast. Even though it was just a sliver, it was still enough to attract many people's attention. 3 zhong. 2 zhong. The flesh and blood of the Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey continued to burn as it shrunk to the size of a fist. To refine an 8th-ranked demonic beast, one had to be at least at the 8th sky of the martial path. Even so, Zhao Wen's wrinkled face still showed signs of paleness. It's done. Half an hour later. The 8th-ranked demonic beast, Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey, had turned into a thumb-sized ball of golden blood, floating in the air. Within the ball of golden blood, there was a blurry silhouette of the Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey. An overbearing, cruel, and ancient aura spread out from the ball of golden blood. No wonder it contains the blood of an ancient demonic beast. Chung Shaowen couldn't help but be astonished. Greed could be seen in his eyes. The ancient demonic beast's blood would belong to him. He knew that the ball of blood contained the essence of the devil's scarlet sun monkey, and it was priceless. Wind! Just when the crowd was in awe, something unexpected happened. A cool breeze blew through the forest, brushing past a few white-robed disciples who were closest to him, but none of them reacted. Good stuff, I'll gladly accept it. As the mocking voice rang out, a pale white hand appeared in the air, calm and at ease. Right before everyone's eyes, it grabbed the golden blood and floated away. In just a few breaths of time, it was already 150 meters away. Its speed was inconceivably fast, leaving no time for anyone to react. They had never thought that someone would dare to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Shit, stop him. Stop him, he took the treasure. Damn it, kill him. Don't let him escape. The crowd was shocked. They had never thought that someone would dare to snatch something from the Saber God sect. The Saber God sect, the Unfalling Dynasty, and the three great sects had never had their treasures taken away from them. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth was like a slap to their faces. Chung Shaowen's handsome face had long turned black. He was infuriated. He would go crazy if someone else took away something that was already in his possession. The white-shirt disciple was the first to react. Without saying a word, 3 saber rays slashed across the sky, forming a blockade that blocked the path of the arrogant black-robed man. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you stay? Chung Shaowen's face darkened, but he maintained his calm. He was indeed from a good background, but his gaze was filled with killing intent. Chapter 51. P.S. Sorry for the late update. Thanks to Liang Xianpeng for the tip. I'm still 1,000 points away from the person above me. I'm rolling on the ground, begging for recommendation votes. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Chung Shaowen was completely enraged, and his emotions were on the verge of erupting. 3 rays of saber radiance swept across the area, blocking Lin Fei's path. Behind him, several disciples of the Saber God sect brandished their sabers. It was the saber formation from before, and they gradually formed an encirclement. Once the saber formation was formed, there was no way to escape. The demon-sealing saber formation used by the disciples of the Saber God sect could trap an expert 1 cultivation realm higher than them. Even if the opponent was 2 cultivation realms higher than them, it would still be able to hold them off. Now that the black-robed man had been trapped, even an expert would not be able to turn the situation around. The 3 great sects were indeed powerful sections. They could tell that the black-robed man's qinggong was powerful, and the only thing they could do now was to trap him. Would Lin Fei agree to it? Of course not. If not for the fact that the demonic scarlet sun monkey died in front of his nest. If not for the fact that the demonic scarlet sun monkey possessed a trace of the ancient demonic beast's bloodline. If not for the fact that he refined it in front of everyone. All sorts of ifs led to karma. Lin Fei had always been bold. If he didn't snatch the ancient demonic beast's bloodline from the demonic scarlet sun monkey, he would not be able to eat or sleep well. Thus, Lin Fei made his move. His qinggong was as elegant as the wind, and he completed an unbelievable movement in a split second. You're underestimating me if you think you can stop me with just 3 rays of saber radiance. Lin Fei harumphed coldly. His body stopped in the air, and he made a strange movement. He floated to the side and dodged the saber radiance. Drifting wind, like the wind. The drifting wind was so heaven-defying that it could move without a trace. Even though Lin Fei had only comprehended a small portion of it, it was impossible for him to block his path. No matter how many lines there were, they could block his path? Impossible. From the very beginning, Lin Fei had never thought of fighting them. Especially an astral energy expert at the 8th heaven of the martial path who could unleash astral sabers. Using wits instead of force was the strategy that Lin Fei came up with. There are still 500 zhong left. Just hold on a little longer. Once I enter the forest, I'll be like a fish returning to the sea. Don't even think about finding me. His movement technique was like the wind, completely exceeding Lin Fei's expectations. He could still escape even after being sealed off, avoiding the encirclement of the saber formation. He was even more confident that he could leave this place. As long as the astral energy experts did not make a move, he had a high chance of leaving. Not good. Senior brother Li Shan has been killed, and the Crimson Sun fruit has been stolen by that person. At the entrance of the rank 8 demonic beast's lair, a saber god sex disciple ran out in a panic. What? The flaming sun fruit was stolen? Hearing this, Chung Shaowen was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face alternated between emotions and paleness as the fire poison attacked his heart. The ancient demonic beast bloodline had been stolen, and the crimson sun fruit had also been stolen. The disciples at the scene were hoping to kill the red sun demon monkey so that they could get a share of the red sun fruit. However, due to their carelessness, the thief managed to snatch the red sun fruit away from them. It was the same as killing one's parents and stealing one's wealth. It was unforgivable. What a scoundrel. I'm so angry. As the strongest person, Zhao Wen was conceited enough to calculate everything in his surroundings. No one would dare to play any tricks under his nose. Even if someone tried to sneak in, they wouldn't be able to hide from his eyes. With a pair of fiery eyes, it was unknown how many people he had killed. Now that he heard that the red sun fruit had been stolen, he came to a realization. Thief, you're courting death. Zhao Wen didn't care about the red sun demon monkey. The red sun fruit was something that even Zhao Wen was interested in. Lin Fei looked behind him and his scalp went numb. 40 zhang behind him, the astral energy expert was flying in the air. This was the flying ability that only cultivators in the 8th sky of the martial path could master. In a breath's time, he had covered 10 zhang, and in 2 breaths' time, he had covered 60 zhang. When he heard the noise coming from the lair, Lin Fei knew that things were going to be bad. The red sun fruit was a rare treasure. How could the other party miss it? Thief, you dare to snatch food from the mouth of a tiger right in front of me? No matter who you are, I'll kill you today. Lin Fei's breathing was ragged. His qigong was pushed to the extreme, and he was like the wind, leaving behind many afterimages. He had underestimated the strength of a cultivator in the 8th sky of the martial path. Even if it was only for a short while, it was still not something an ordinary person could do. Your movement skills are not bad. No wonder you dare to snatch food from the mouth of a tiger. It's a pity that you're wrong. You shouldn't have tried to snatch food from me. Zhao Wen snorted coldly. Like a high and mighty hunter, she controlled the life and death of her prey. In an instant, she closed the distance between them to 150 zhang. Even though Lin Fei had expected this, he was still scared out of his wits. If they were in an open space, even 100 of him would die. The 8th sky of the martial path was indeed powerful. Old fool, you're too full of yourself. Be careful not to be struck by lightning. Lin Fei turned around and said, activating Martial World Medal. Activation complete. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for gaining speed +1 and the time it takes for a joss stick to burn. The effect will disappear when the time is up. After activating the Martial World Medal, Lin Fei's entire body was filled with light energy. He was like a cool breeze between heaven and earth. With a thought, he floated tens of zhang away. Activating speed +1, Lin Fei's speed suddenly increased. Suddenly, he moved 150 zhang, 60 zhang, 30 zhang. Zhao Wen, who was as confident as a hunter, immediately revealed an expression of disbelief. How can this be? His speed. What is going on? Even I can't use a movement skill like this. How can it appear on his body? After activating speed +1, the distance between them increased. Lin Fei could finally relax. He could enter the forest. The time it took for a joss stick to burn was more than enough for him to leave this place. Zhao Wen blew her beard and glared at Xiao Chen. If he really let this little thief leave, he would lose a lot of face. No wonder you're so arrogant. So you have a secret technique to increase your movement skill. Little thief, you've really surprised this old man. However, you can stay here now. Zhao Wen's tone was cold. She closed the distance between them by another 100 zhang. She clasped her hands together and the Jingguang saber suddenly appeared. Middle-grade combat technique, 10,000 Li saber. It was a combat technique that was similar to a divine ability. 100 zhang long golden astral saber transformed into a golden saber. A terrifying aura rose into the air and whistled through the air, slashing at the moving Lin Fei. Under the astral saber, the towering tree was sliced into 2. Its smooth surface was filled with unimaginable terror. Rumble! Rumble! Every tree that blocked Xiao Chen's path was sliced into 2. His might did not decrease in the slightest. Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. The terrifying saber intent locked onto Xiao Chen. Before it could reach him, the sharp astral energy had already left a trail of blood on his body. Just the astral energy alone was already so terrifying. What about the golden saber? He used all his middle-grade combat techniques. Zhao Wen could almost see the little thief dying under the saber. Her furious face gradually relaxed. How could a little thief leave this place alive? In the next instant, her face changed drastically. It was as if she had seen something unbelievable. Chapter 52. P.S. I'm currently number 2 in this book. I'm only a few steps away from being number 1. Brothers, let's get to number 1 and explode the chrysanthemum in front of us. I'm begging for all kinds of tickets, collections, sugar lovers. Huh? He's not dead? Zhao Wan was well aware of the power of a mid-level battle technique. Even though she had controlled her strength a little, it was still 50% powerful enough to severely injure or kill any martial artist below the 7th layer of the martial path. Everyone knew that martial arts were divided into heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. Above these were even more powerful martial arts, and battle techniques were one of the more powerful branches. When used, their power was extraordinary. Battle techniques were divided into elementary, mid-level, and high-level, just like heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. In the Xiantian continent, there were countless martial arts, but battle techniques were extremely rare and difficult to comprehend. It required a certain level of comprehension. Generally speaking, comprehending a battle technique was equivalent to having an extremely powerful trump card, allowing one to easily fight opponents of the same level. Seeing Zhao Wen fail, the crowd couldn't help but be shocked, and they were speechless for a long time. It was obvious that a weak thief was able to escape from the battle technique. If it had been any one of them, they would have died without a doubt. Uncle Wen? That thief? Cheng Shaowen still couldn't believe that Uncle Wen, who was at the 8th layer of the martial path, was unable to catch a thief. It was as if someone had played a big joke on him. Young master, don't be impatient. Zhao Wen's body moved, heading straight for the originally dense forest. The previous slash had cleared the surrounding area into an empty space. Towering trees were strewn all over the place, all destroyed by the battle technique. On the messy trees, blood splattered on the fallen leaves and grass, disappearing in one direction. Don't worry, young master. That thief dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Even though his skills are not bad, he only relies on his lightness skill. His cultivation is only at the 6th heavenly layer of the martial path. Just now, he was struck by this old man's battle technique, 10,000-mile saber. He must have been seriously injured and lost most of his combat strength. He won't be able to escape far, at most within a few hundred miles. Young master, immediately seal off this area and dig 3 feet into the ground. No matter how angry Cheng Shaowen was, he understood the importance of finding the culprit first. Whether it was the ancient demonic beast bloodline or the crimson sun fruit, he couldn't give them up. His face sank, he clenched his teeth and said, "Do as you say, immediately gather your subordinates. If I'm dead, I want to see my corpse. If I'm alive, I want to see who has the audacity to try and steal food from the tiger's mouth." Just as Zhao Wen guessed, Lin Fei was seriously injured. Cough, cough, cough. In an unknown forest, a black figure was swaying, his body covered in blood. His chest was full of wounds, enduring the intense pain. He did not dare to slow down, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood from time to time. Old bastard, what was that attack just now? Its power was so terrifying. If not for... Lin Fei's thoughts instantly returned to the dangerous scene just now. The golden saber slashed through the air, its killing intent locked onto Lin Fei. No matter how he increased his speed, he couldn't pull away. Instead, the terrifying aura was getting closer and closer. At the edge of life and death, Lin Fei's calmness reminded him of the 8th-tier demonic beast's nest, and the black saber that had been extremely tempting. Fortunately, he had a flash of inspiration. Using the black saber, which was made of a special material, he had unimaginably blocked this terrifying attack. His body was still heavily injured. If not for the invincible Vajra body, if it had been anyone else, they would have died on the spot from the unexpected attack of stellar energy. Thinking back to the scene just now, Lin Fei still had a lingering fear. Luckily, he had the black saber. Otherwise, he would have been finished. After an incense stick of time, Lin Fei fell into the thicket with a thud. A wave of fatigue followed, spreading through his body, making him feel like he couldn't move. I can't sleep. I definitely can't sleep. Fatigue spread through his body. Lin Fei didn't care, forcing himself to sit up. He opened his 100 treasures pouch and took out healing immortal medicines. He swallowed them in one go, trying to control his injuries before anything else. The front of his chest had been split open by the astral chi, like a spider web. It was a hair-raising sight. Luckily, the invincible Vajra body gave him a huge advantage. Otherwise, the astral chi alone would have destroyed his physical body. After taking the immortal medicines, the blood flowing out stopped. At least Lin Fei didn't have to worry about losing too much blood. He felt much better, but his complexion was still very pale. The healing immortal medicines were good, but his injuries were too serious. He wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. Damn it, old thing, so what if you hurt me? I stole the essence of the Scarlet Sun Devil Monkey and the Scarlet Sun Fruit that can raise one's god power. The people of the Saber God sect will definitely not let me off. Luckily, my face is covered by the black robe, so they can't see me. However, that old thing can definitely see that I'm injured and will definitely dig 3 feet into the ground to find me. Although his injuries were not light, Lin Fei was still very excited. All the good stuff was going to him. That **T young master seemed to be so angry that he vomited blood. His mood instantly improved. After being seriously injured, thanks to the Martial World Entry Medallion, he could endure the pain and escape. His battle strength was 80% to 90% gone. If he was in a chaotic demonic beast zone and met a 4th or 5th ranked demonic beast, the outcome would be unimaginable. I have to find a place to recover as soon as possible. That attack from that old thing, I have to repay it sooner or later. Lin Fei clenched his fists tightly. After recovering some of his energy, Lin Fei started to take care of the small details, especially the blood that he left behind along the way. Back in university, Lin Fei was a meticulous person and he soon discovered the trouble left behind by the blood. He endured the pain and washed off the blood on his body in a lake in the forest to avoid the trouble of being found. Dragging his exhausted body, he sent a 2nd-ranked demonic beast away and found an old tree hole to recuperate. This place is at least a few hundred li away from the battlefield. As long as I can recover some of my battle strength, I can protect myself. They won't be able to find me so soon. Lin Fei recollected his thoughts and started to circulate his 9 revolutions mystic chi to heal his injuries. The 9 revolutions mystic chi could increase the purity of his mystic chi and also had healing effects, even though it was slow and required a lot of time. While Lin Fei was busy recovering from his injuries, the outside world was not peaceful. The Saber God sect, one of the 3 major sections. Under Cheng Shaowen's command, the area of the 8th-ranked demonic beast, Scarlet Sun Devil Monkey, was immediately sealed off and turned into a forbidden area. Everyone saw how overbearing the Saber God sect was, but they didn't dare to say anything and left obediently. Chapter 53. P.S. Thanks to Liang Xianping for tipping me 100. Thanks again to my adorable readers. I've finally made it to the top of the public rankings. Thank you for your support. I'll try my best to make this novel interesting. Also, please vote for me. Rank 8 Demonic Beasts, the Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey's territory. As mentioned before, the Blackwater Mountain Range was surrounded by mountains, and a large number of demonic beasts lived there. Demonic beasts with high cultivation could occupy an area, and this had existed since ancient times. The Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey occupied an area as a cultivation ground, and all the demonic beasts in the area had to obey the Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey's orders. The area was huge, and 1 to 2,000 miles was just the beginning. What are the people from the Saber God sect doing? It's been 3 days, and they still haven't opened up this area? Who knows? They might be busy looking for treasures. Let's take a detour. Damn it, the 3 top sects are so arrogant. They sealed off an area with just a few words, and all the treasures are taken by them. I'm not willing to accept this. What's the use of that? Find trouble with them if you're capable. You might even be killed before you arrive. Outside the sealed area. The Saber God sect's action of sealing off the area had caused a lot of people to be unhappy. Previously, there was a cultivator who was unhappy that they had sealed off the area and hindered their hunting of demonic beasts. After a few words, he was killed on the spot. Thus, the crowd could only vent their anger in private, fearing that they would be implicated. Sealing off an area meant that outsiders would have to take a detour, and no one knew if they would be attacked by demonic beasts on the way. Thus, it was natural that they were unhappy. With the reputation of the three top sects, they could only vent their dissatisfaction on them. At the same time, in the vast area of the Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey, disciples of the Saber God sect, who were dressed in green and white robes, were scattered around the area. They formed groups of 2 and 3, and they began to search the area. Of course, Cheng Shaowen wouldn't let it go so easily. He immediately mobilized his connections and sent over 100 disciples to search the area where the demon Scarlet Sun Monkey was. They were determined to find the thief. Disciples in green robes, below the 5th sky of the martial path, and disciples in white robes, above the 6th sky of the martial path, were more than enough to deal with a thief who was seriously injured and unable to fight. In the primordial forest of the Blackwater Mountain Range, ancient trees towered into the sky, and the chirping of birds filled the air. Walking beneath the trees made one feel incredibly small, especially for the white-robed and azure-robed disciples. If one did not pay close attention, one would not even notice that they were searching. Hoo-hoo! In a certain towering tree, someone slowly opened his eyes. That undying old thing! That saber strike was indeed powerful. Even though I used all my strength to recover, I only recovered a third of my strength in 3 days. The person cursing was naturally Lin Fei, who was healing himself. In these 3 days, Lin Fei put all his effort into recovering from his injuries. He took a lot of healing pills, but because the pills were too low in quality, they didn't have much effect at all. The effects were minimal, and he just barely had a certain amount of combat power. 1/3 of my strength is barely enough to fight. In the Blackwater Mountain Range, this little bit of strength is not enough. Not to mention the demonic beasts, just that purple-robed young master alone is extremely powerful. He will definitely cause trouble for me. A huge rock hung in Lin Fei's heart once again as he pondered on how to raise his combat power. 1/3 of my strength is definitely not safe enough. Furthermore, I lack healing pills. If I want to recover some of my strength, I might have to rely on that thing. As he searched, a small box appeared in Lin Fei's hand. Opening it, 3 red fruits appeared. Under the dim light, they shimmered, looking exceptionally alluring. Crimson Sun Fruit. This was what Lin Fei had obtained by chance from the lair of a rank 8 demonic beast. Fortunately, they had reminded him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to find out the effects of the Crimson Sun Fruit. If I can use the mysterious black saber, with the sharpness of a divine weapon, I should be able to protect myself with 1/3 of my strength. A hint of choice flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. This was the only feasible method at the moment. For this thing I was nearly killed. Let's have a taste of it first. Is this fruit really as powerful as the legends say? Lin Fei had played a lot of online games, so he was very familiar with the term Heaven and Earth fruit. Even on Earth, there were still Heaven and Earth fruits. Lingji that was hundreds of years old and wild for hundreds of years. Weren't they just a type of Heaven and Earth fruit? Let's see if you guys can still put on a good expression after eating the Crimson Sun Fruit. Before swallowing the Crimson Sun Fruit, Lin Fei looked at the fruit and smirked. The Crimson Sun Fruit tasted sweet after swallowing it. As for the other flavors, Lin Fei could not tell for the time being. Nothing. Lin Fei thought that there would be a huge commotion after swallowing the Crimson Sun Fruit, but nothing happened at all. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Hong! Just when Zhang Xian thought that it was nothing, a fiery warm current suddenly burst forth from his dantian. Splitting into countless branches, it flowed along his meridians and spread throughout his entire body. Everywhere the warm current passed, a scorching sensation followed. Lin Fei's body, which had yet to recover fully, burst open again. Fresh blood flowed out from his wounds, and he nearly fainted from the pain. F***CK, are you messing with me? No matter what, Lin Fei didn't expect the Crimson Sun Fruit to cause such excruciating pain. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his clothes were instantly drenched. Luckily, the pain didn't last long. Lin Fei's injuries had yet to fully recover, and with the addition of the pain from the Crimson Sun Fruit, his entire body was as wet as if he had just been fished out of water. F***CK, uncultured, this is going to kill me. Lin Fei let out a breath of turbid air. His entire body was powerless as he collapsed onto the tree, gasping for breath. In just the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Lin Fei was about to go crazy. Luckily it's over. After resting for a while and recovering his strength, Lin Fei began to examine his body. His body was covered in blood, but his injuries hadn't changed much, which was the only good news. Lightly clenching his fist, Lin Fei immediately felt that his body contained a powerful force, a powerful force. This was not the power of Xian Qi, but the true strength of his body. Divine power, innate divine power? In the Xiantian continent, a martial artist's physical strength needed to be constantly trained, and they had to endure a lot of pain. Growth was very slow, and it often took several years to achieve a certain level of success. If it was before, in terms of pure physical strength, Lin Fei wouldn't have been very strong, and he wouldn't even be a match for an expert. But after taking the Crimson Sun fruit, his physical strength had reached a shocking 3,000 jin. 3,000 jin. How many people could train to this level just by relying on their physical strength? Lin Fei was completely excited. The pain from before was nothing. After enduring so much pain, he had obtained physical strength. He couldn't believe what kind of fortuitous encounter he had. In the boundless universe, there was actually a heavenly fruit that could increase physical strength. In the past, he didn't even dare to think about it. Now that it had happened to him, it was like a dream. Chapter 54. P.S. Thanks to Peach Blossom 1 Gidge for tipping 100. Blackwater Mountain Range. Demonic Scarlet Sun Monkey's territory. Under the densely packed towering trees, the divine saber sex disciples in 2s and 3s charged towards a single target, a heavily injured person. No matter who completed this mission, they would receive great benefits. In this region, the saber sex disciples worked extremely hard, not daring to overlook any suspicious spots. Their search range started to move towards the surrounding areas. I finally succeeded. Inside the tree hole, joy flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Even though his complexion was not very good, and in the dim light, he looked like a pale and powerless zombie, instilling fear in others. 3 scarlet sun fruits. It's really unbearable. I wonder if those people managed to endure it like me. Lin Fei panted heavily. He initially thought that a few incenses' time would suffice for the 3 scarlet sun fruits, but the pain he had to endure was prolonged. Once again, Lin Fei had to experience the pain. Thus, the scene from before came about. After resting for a while, Lin Fei came out from the tree hole and hid on top of the towering tree. After confirming that there was no danger, he came down from the tree. After 3 days of recuperation, Lin Fei subconsciously used his hand to block the sunlight. Despite his pale face, Lin Fei's eyes were brimming with confidence. With 3 scarlet sun fruits, my current physical strength should be around 9 to 10,000 jin. I'm afraid that there aren't many outer disciples or even inner disciples that can match up to me. Thinking back on it, Lin Fei felt that it was all worth it. Thus, he took a few deep breaths and did not dare to waste any more time. In these 3 days, Lin Fei guessed that the saber sex disciples would have searched the entire area and would find his hiding spot soon. If they encountered each other, it would be another intense battle, which wasn't what Lin Fei hoped for. He opened his interspatial pouch. A black saber appeared out of nowhere. With a flash of saber radiance, a chilling aura was accompanied by a sharp aura, as though the air was about to be sliced into 2. Sharp. Lin Fei didn't dare to receive it. His entire body felt like it was being attacked by a sharp blade, and he felt a chill run down his spine. But soon after, he couldn't help but feel happy. The more mysterious the black longsword was, the more helpful the power it produced. Good heavens, the aura of light is as sharp as a blade. I wonder what it would feel like if it were to slash a person's body. So heavy. With more than 9,000 jin of physical strength, Lin Fei finally grasped the black saber in his hand. A cold aura followed, making him feel that it was extraordinary. Even so, he still felt that it was strenuous. What material is this saber made of? Just its weight alone is no less than 5,000 pounds. Even with my current strength, I still find it difficult to wield it. It is indeed terrifying. Could it be a top-grade mortal weapon? Lin Fei couldn't help but guess. Rushing Thunder Saber Art. Unceasing Torrent. With the saber in hand, Lin Fei subconsciously executed his saber technique. The Rushing Thunder Saber technique immediately appeared in his hand. When he executed it this time, it felt completely different. There was no longer a feeling of stagnation in the air. It was as if the air in front of the saber had to avoid it. The originally thunderous sound turned into a dazzling white light. It could not help but surprise Lin Fei. The rushing thunder saber technique was based on the aura of thunder. It turned into a white light. It was indeed hard to believe. White light. Rushing thunder white light. Lin Fei moved with the wind movement technique. The black long sword seemed to turn into a white light as it swept across a huge black rock. It cut through it like it was tofu. Hoo-hoo, this saber is indeed not something that can be easily wielded. The huge black rock did not move at all. When Xiao Chen touched it with his hand, a crack instantly appeared, running from the top to the bottom. Without a sound, the huge black rock was cut in half. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he was already mentally prepared, he still felt that it was an inconceivable thing when he saw it with his own eyes. Does this count as me changing the flaws of the rushing thunder saber technique? The rushing thunder saber technique was large in its movements. Once it made a move, it would be like a thunderbolt. It was a good cultivation technique to use against an enemy, but if it was used for a sneak attack, it would be much weaker. With the rushing thunder saber technique, the thunderous sound turned into a silent white light. Without a doubt, the might of the rushing thunder saber technique had greatly increased. If he attacked from the shadows, it would be a terrifying death sentence. Good saber. This is really a good saber. With this treasured saber, I finally have the ability to protect myself. I no longer have to fear being discovered. Lin Fei touched the saber's body and his eyes widened. He was shocked to find that the saber was covered in cracks of various sizes, as if it had been struck by something. He was speechless for a long time. When he looked at the saber again, it was as if he had seen a beauty. From now on, this saber belongs to me. No matter what master you followed in the past, you will be my #1 weapon in the future. Why don't I call you Black Fiend? Black Fiend treasured saber. Its fame is tyrannical and mighty. It seems like someone is coming. Lin Fei shifted his gaze and looked in a certain direction. He couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that the commotion of the saber earlier attracted them over? I didn't expect them to find me so quickly. I'm filled with anger right now, so I might as well use you guys as a sacrifice to the Black Fiend treasured saber. In order not to make any mistakes, Lin Fei executed the drifting wind movement technique and snuck into the thicket. After hiding himself, he controlled his aura and resembled a leopard. A moment later, a messy sound came from the forest. 3 people, 2 in green and 1 in white, appeared in the area. They were the disciples of the Divine Saber sect. What a strong smell of blood. One of them was like a hunting dog. His gaze was fixed on a towering tree, and he revealed an excited expression as he made a whispering motion. Everyone, be careful. That thief must be hiding in the tree. As long as we capture him alive, we will immediately be rewarded with endless benefits, including a large number of martial arts manuals and a large amount of silver, the white-robed disciple said excitedly. Congratulations, senior brother. There will be many benefits for capturing this thief. Don't forget to take care of me in the future. What are you saying, junior brother? The credit belongs to the 3 of us. If there's fortune, we should share it together. Let's capture the thief alive first. Damn it, you're really here to capture me. Divine Saber Sect, I'm not done with you. It's just a few Scarlet Sun fruits and the demonic Scarlet Sun monkey, but you're forcing me to kill you. Hiding in the thicket, Lin Fei was filled with rage. For some reason he had an epiphany. The 3 of them surrounded the towering tree, thinking that the thief was hiding in it. This is my chance. Lin Fei was just worrying about not being able to find an opportunity to deal with them. Seeing this scene, a ferocious light flashed in his eyes. Bolting Thunderbolt Saber Art. Thunderbolt Strike. Even though Lin Fei had recovered a third of his strength and obtained the baleful black saber, his combat prowess had increased significantly. If they split up, he could rely on his drifting wind movement technique to kill them. His first target was a white-robed disciple in the 6th heavenly layer of the martial path. He would first kill the strong, then the weak. The white-robed disciple was the closest to Lin Fei. When Lin Fei appeared in the form of a breeze, he was already 20 feet away from him. A cold and sharp aura locked onto him, causing his scalp to go numb. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to make a move on him without him noticing. He was enraged and suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. Thief, you're courting death. Death or not, it's up to me. Lin Fei closed in, and his thunderbolt strike turned into a dazzling white saber light. It was as dazzling as the noon sun, and he slashed it down on the white-robed disciple. The white light flashed, and the white-robed disciple blinked his eyes. He knew that this was bad. Behind him was a towering tree, and he had lost his path of retreat. He raised his saber horizontally, trying to block the attack and wait for his two junior brothers to arrive before killing the thief. Black Fiend's saber kill! Lin Fei roared. The Black Fiend's saber in his hand slashed down on the opponent's steel saber. Gotcha! The refined steel saber broke into two. Lin Fei's saber momentum didn't stop. The sharp edge of the saber slashed the divine saber sect disciple in half, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. Lin Fei didn't expect to kill an enemy of the same level with a single slash. Oh no, senior brother is dead. The two green-robed disciples' expressions changed drastically. The blood-stained thief before them was actually so powerful that he could kill their senior brother with a single slash. That was an expert at the 6th heavenly layer of the martial path. Junior brothers, let's go together and take his life before he recovers to avenge our senior brother. Lin Fei was in a good mood after killing a disciple of the divine saber sect. Even though the blood in his body was roiling, he still licked his lips with a ferocious glint. You're courting death. He executed the drifting wind movement technique again, and suddenly appeared beside one of the green-robed disciples. He raised the Black Fiend saber and slashed down. Cut into two. The sharp saber technique came from a divine weapon. The green-robed disciple groaned, and his body was split into two. He fell to the ground, blood flowing everywhere. It was too fast, too fast. From killing an enemy of the same level to killing a disciple at the 5th heavenly layer of the martial path, Lin Fei had done it in a single breath. The other green-robed disciple was scared out of his wits, and lost the ability to fight. He turned around and fled into the forest. But how could Lin Fei let them do as they wished? He used the drifting wind movement technique and appeared behind the green-robed disciple. You want to kill me? Leave your life behind. The galloping thunder saber art flowed endlessly, turning into a ray of white light that mercilessly slashed down. The green-robed disciple was split into two halves, turning into a corpse. Chapter 55. P.S. The early bird gets the worm. Since I'm updating so early in the morning, please give me some recommendation votes. Killed Jiang Shi, 5th sky of the martial path, 500 EXP gained. Killed Nan Tian, 5th sky of the martial path, 500 EXP gained. Killed Feng Ning, 6th sky of the martial path, 800 EXP gained. Cough cough cough. In about 10 breaths' time, Lin Fei used the baleful saber to kill all the enemies searching for him. His originally injured body was affected by the violent movements, causing many of his wounds to split open again. Baleful saber, as expected of a saber, it must be a top-grade mortal weapon. Feeling the cold killing intent from the saber, Lin Fei was ecstatic. He had really picked up something good this time. It could be called a true divine weapon. After killing someone, he naturally had to look for the spoils. As for what expression the Saber God sect would have when they found out, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to care. The three corpses were all split in half. Fortunately, Lin Fei was careful and didn't destroy anything on them. Turning the corpses over, he quickly found a few white jade bottles. Upon opening them, a fragrant aroma assailed his nose. White jade pill. Lin Fei's eyes immediately lit up. Ever since he was injured by that old fart, Lin Fei had been unable to recover due to the lack of healing pills. White jade pill was a low-grade mortal pill. Its effect was several times better than ordinary pills. It was a healing pill that disciples of large sects carried around with them. It was considered a top-grade pill. Common-grade pills were naturally expensive. If one used silver to buy them, one white jade pill would cost at least a few hundred taels of silver. 10 white jade pills would cost a few thousand taels of silver, and this was in a situation where there was demand but no supply. The disciples of the Saber God sect are so rich, carrying white jade pills with them? Perfect for me to use to recover from my injuries. You probably never thought of that old fart's item. Lin Fei was pleasantly surprised. Now that he had a source of healing pills, it meant that he could quickly recover from his injuries and shorten the time needed. There were only 4 white jade pills in the 3 bottles. Lin Fei was not disappointed. For an outer sect disciple to have a white jade pill meant that they were treated exceptionally well. Little did he know that these white jade pills were specially given out by Cheng Shaoan to encourage the other disciples to search for him. Putting away the pills and banknotes, Zhang Xian tossed the corpse into an abandoned tree hole. If they can find this place, I think the others are also searching in this area. If it wasn't for the baleful black saber and the discovery of the white jade pill, I might really leave. Now. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes, and a ferocious glint that only beasts could have appeared on his body. Let's get some interest first. I'm not that easy to bully. At the same time, in an open space in the Blackwater Mountain Range, the atmosphere turned extremely tense. Angry voices rang out. Preposterous! Who is it that dares to kill a disciple of the Saber God sect? Are you tired of living? The purple-clothed young master, Cheng Shaowen's face turned ashen, and he looked extremely ferocious. In front of him was a frightened disciple of the Saber God sect. The disciple didn't even dare to breathe loudly in fear of angering the sect master's son. Cheng Shaowen was the fifth son of the current sect master of the Saber God sect. Because Cheng Shaowen was the fifth son, and his talent was not bad, his days in the sect were not very good. From time to time, he would be suppressed by his brothers. Cheng Shaowen was proud and arrogant, and his talent was good. How could he be willing to be suppressed? So, he went to the Blackwater Mountain Range, planning to get a young demonic beast to increase his strength. He accidentally discovered the ancient bloodline of the Scarlet Sun Monkey and the Scarlet Sun Fruit that could increase one's physical strength. Regardless of which one it was something that everyone would go crazy over. Cheng Shaowen was infuriated when he saw that the treasure was snatched from his hands. He immediately contacted over 100 disciples of the Saber God sect to seal off the area around the Scarlet Sun Monkey and search for the whereabouts of the severely injured thief. He didn't expect that before he could find the thief, he would receive the bad news that the search teams were killed. Cheng Shaowen was enraged once again. You're all a bunch of good-for-nothings. You can't even find a severely injured thief in 5 days. Now that the search teams are dead, what's the point of keeping you alive? Fifth young master, please calm down. Seeing that Cheng Shaowen was about to lose his temper, Zhao Wen, who had been silent all this while, spoke up. In fact, Zhao Wen wasn't in a good mood either. Back then, he had clearly injured the thief with his 10,000-mile saber. Even if he could escape with a secret technique, he wouldn't be able to get far. In the end, after 5 days, the search teams of over 100 people failed to find anything. It was as if the thief had vanished into thin air. Get lost. Zhao Wen had been Cheng Shaowen's old servant since he was young. Cheng Shaowen found it hard to vent his anger on his old servant, who had saved his life countless times. The disciples of the Saber God sect became his punching bag. The disciples of the Saber God sect felt as if they had been pardoned and immediately left this place. Uncle Wen, did the thief really leave? Cheng Shaowen was obviously unwilling to give up. Regardless of what it was, he didn't want to let it go. His hatred for the mysterious thief was so deep that he couldn't eat or sleep in peace. That's impossible. Even a stellar energy expert would have to be careful when facing this old servant's intermediate martial technique. Zhao Wen's tone was ice-cold. That thief was caught off guard. Although he managed to block the majority of the 10,000-mile saber's attack, a small portion of it wasn't something he could withstand. His body will definitely be heavily injured, and he won't be able to recover in a short period of time. The people who killed our search teams must be that thief's accomplices. Outsiders wouldn't dare to make a move against a disciple of the Saber God sect. Under such circumstances, everyone would link the two together. Accomplices. Cheng Shaowen gnashed his teeth. In Uncle Wen's opinion, how should we deal with that thief's accomplices? Zhao Wen pondered for a moment, then said disdainfully, that thief's accomplices are experts in using the saber. They shouldn't be very strong, otherwise they wouldn't have chosen to launch a sneak attack. Young Master has sealed off this area for quite some time. If we continue, we might attract the attention of others. This is very inappropriate. Now, this old servant and young master will personally take action and kill that thief's accomplices. Cheng Shaowen had outstanding talent and was the fifth son of the sect master. He had all kinds of resources, reaching the 7th heavenly layer of the martial path at such a young age. He also had several yellow rank cultivation techniques. Ordinary 7th heavenly layer cultivators wouldn't be his match. The only downside was that Cheng Shaowen had accumulated a lot of resources and lacked experience in the martial path. If it was under normal circumstances, Zhao Wen wouldn't dare to say such words. Now that the thief was at his wit's end, His accomplices had voluntarily appeared. They shouldn't be that strong. Even if the two of them attacked together, they might not be young master's match. Zhao Wen was very relieved. Hearing this, a fierce light flashed across Cheng Xiaowen's eyes. Chapter 56. The Divine Saber Sect won't let you off. You will die without a burial place. You will die a horrible death. Saber lights danced in the forest like dazzling white rays, mercilessly slashing at the two white-robed Divine Saber Sect disciples, killing them on the spot as if they were two pieces of wood. When Lin Fei heard the system's voice, he spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He held the baleful black saber horizontally and quickly searched the corpse for the white jade bottle. He took out the medicinal pill and swallowed it. His pale complexion instantly recovered significantly. This should be the 28th Divine Saber Sect disciple I've killed. In the past 2 days, Lin Fei had been hunting down Divine Saber Sect disciples like a phantom. With the flowing wind movement technique and the galloping thunderbolt saber art, he had unknowingly killed 28 people. In other words, he had provided at least 30 white jade pills. With the help of the white jade pills, my injuries have mostly recovered. It's a pity that I couldn't encounter that formidable young master. He must have a lot of good stuff on him. After hunting down Divine Saber Sect disciples for several days, Lin Fei seemed to have gotten used to plundering treasures. He couldn't help thinking about that purple-robed young master. If it wasn't for that old fart, Lin Fei wouldn't mind killing that purple-robed young master. Forget it, one should be content with what they have. The trip to the Blackwater Mountain Range gave me the baleful black saber and improved my strength. It's better than I expected. There's still a month left. I can continue cultivating. Who knows, I might be able to reach the 7th layer of the martial path. Leaving the 2 corpses behind, Lin Fei headed in a certain direction. He wanted to hunt down more Divine Saber Sect disciples and recover from his injuries first. After all, an extra bit of strength meant an extra bit of combat strength. 100 miles away, Lin Fei, who was originally rushing forward, suddenly stopped. His expression could not help but change slightly. His gaze was filled with fear. You must be that thief's accomplice. At this moment, a purple-robed young master stood on a tree 100 zhong in front of Lin Fei. His eyes were fixed on the black-robed Lin Fei. The person standing on the tree was the young master of the Divine Saber Sect, Cheng Xiaowen. Cheng Xiaowen agreed with Uncle Wen's opinion, so he withdrew the search team, creating the phenomenon of searching in one area. He was in this area, and if anything went wrong, he would be the first to receive the news. Unexpectedly, only 2 days had passed and Cheng Xiaowen had finally caught the little thief's accomplice. Lin Fei's appearance did not change much from before. The only difference was that there was a long saber on his back, causing Cheng Xiaowen to mistake him for the thief's accomplice. Accomplices of the thief? Looks like this guy mistook me for someone else. Lin Fei thought to himself. He immediately understood what was going on. That old thing shouldn't be here. Saves me a lot of trouble. Although this guy is at the 7th sky of the martial path, it's not impossible for me to defeat him. If I pay attention to strategy, I should be able to kill him. If it was 10 days ago, Lin Fei wouldn't have had the confidence to fight against Cheng Xiaowen. Whoever you are, hand over your accomplice. If you surrender, I will leave your corpse intact. Cheng Xiaowen didn't care about a kid at the 6th sky of the martial path. He looked down on Lin Fei as if he was pronouncing death. He was an expert at the 7th sky of the martial path after all. Leave my ass. Lin Fei cursed. He tapped the ground with his feet and executed the wind-borne movement technique. The baleful black saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed out 3 times in the air. 3 sharp saber rays flew out one after another. Although Lin Fei didn't understand why the purple-robed young master didn't make a move, he wasn't ignorant. He could clearly feel that the other party's aura was rising. In other words, the other party was accumulating power to make him lose without a fight. In a battle between experts, any detail could determine victory or defeat. Lin Fei had heard of it. Even if the purple-robed young master didn't do so, this wasn't a place to stay for long. Once that old thing appeared, it would be the real danger. As for turning around and leaving, Lin Fei wouldn't be that stupid. From the moment Lin Fei appeared, a 7th heaven of the martial path experts' killing intent locked onto Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen left, Lin Fei's saberlight would not be easy to deal with. It would immediately kill Xiao Chen. If he exposed his back, He would definitely die. The only way was to fight. Lin Fei was also very interested. He had the level-up system and had consumed the Crimson Sun fruit by chance. Although he hadn't refined the essence of the fiendish Crimson Sun monkey, the difference between him and the fiendish Crimson Sun monkey was like heaven and earth. Lin Fei would only understand the difference between him and a genius at the seventh sky of the martial path after a battle. With this thought in mind, Lin Fei took the initiative to attack. The 3 saber rays were only to interrupt the other party's accumulation of power, not allowing the other party to suppress him with his aura. As for killing the other party, Lin Fei wasn't stupid enough to think so. If it was so easy to kill an expert at the seventh sky of the martial path, they would be like cabbages in the market. Who would train so hard? A mere saber ray isn't worthy of hurting me. Cheng Shaowen indeed wanted to use his aura to suppress the other party. Experts usually like to use this move. A thief at the sixth sky of the martial path was only using Xian Qi. How powerful could he be? Break! Cheng Shaowen didn't move. He snorted and flicked his sleeves. Facing the 3 saber rays, he raised his hand and threw out 3 palm blades. Xian Qi condensed into a palm blade. It wasn't a powerful attack. Cheng Shaowen, who was at the seventh sky of the martial path, actually carried a scorching heat wave in his palm blade. The air seemed to be evaporating. 3 palm blades against 3 saber rays. Rumble! A whirlpool of saber rays appeared in front of the 2. If there was someone else in the whirlpool, they would definitely be killed. Your palm blade is just a... Lin Fei's 3 attacks were just a test. The killing black saber was more powerful than ordinary weapons. The saber rays contained a hint of sharp saber rays, increasing the power of the attack. What a powerful purple-clothed young master. His palm blade contains living fire attribute Xian Qi. This person should be cultivating fire attribute Xian Qi. He actually used his palm blade to break my saber rays. He is indeed from the Divine Saber sect. This was the second expert Lin Fei had encountered so far. The first was that old thing. While Lin Fei was shocked, Cheng Shaowen's heart was also in turmoil. The 3 palm blades were not a single palm blade. They were infused with scorching sun Xian Qi. The attack had a scorching effect. Once it invaded the body, it would burn the meridians and the internal organs. One's combat power would be reduced by 20 to 30%. As expected of someone who could kill 28 disciples of our Divine Saber sect. You do have some strength. However, if you think you can escape from me like this, you are gravely mistaken. Chen Shaowen sneered and flew down from the tree. The battle has just begun. Flaming Palm Blade. Chapter 57. Flaming Palm Saber. It was not an ordinary Xian Qi cultivation technique, but a yellow rank Xian Qi cultivation technique. It was a rather sharp saber technique of the Divine Saber sect. The Palm Saber required the Blazing Sun Mental Sutra to complement it. The Blazing Sun Mental Sutra cultivated the Blazing Sun Xian Qi. Cheng Shaowen immediately used the Flaming Palm Saber, intending to severely injure the thief's companion to vent his anger. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth was considered a crime. Killing a Divine Saber sect disciple was considered a second crime. Adding one crime upon another, he deserved to die. Damn it! Cheng Shaowen did not need to use any powerful killing moves to deal with a thief at the 6th level of the martial path. What a domineering saber technique! The Flaming Palm Saber struck down from all directions, sealing off all escape routes. Moreover, it was an attack from above, so its power had increased significantly. Windborne Movement Technique. Lin Fei was shocked, but his expression did not change. He used the Windborne Movement Technique and raised the baleful black saber horizontally. His entire body was like a whirlwind as he slashed out 5 saber gleams. Bang! 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 Palm saber after palm saber smashed onto the baleful black saber. Instantly, a scorching aura spread to his body. His meridians felt like they were about to be burned. As expected of a genius disciple of the Divine Saber sect, his saber technique contains Xian Qi attacks. This saber technique is definitely not an ordinary Xian Qi cultivation technique. It should be a yellow rank cultivation technique. Fortunately, I cultivate the 9 Revolutions Mental Sutra, and the Xian Qi can repair my meridians. Otherwise, I would not be this fellow's match. From the beginning until now, this saber technique was something that ordinary disciples could not execute. Thief, the taste of the Flaming Palm Saber isn't bad, right? Seeing the strange look in the black-robed boy's eyes, he immediately understood what was going on and laughed inwardly. The flaming palm saber is one of the sharpest saber techniques of the divine saber sect. It's not something that you can withstand. It's just you're far from being able to kill me. Kid, you'll soon know the consequences of offending me. Cheng Xiaowen's expression changed. This thief still dared to be stubborn, and he was unknowingly angered. Great Thousand Leaves Saber Technique. The momentum of the flaming palm saber technique changed, and it was a yellow rank saber technique. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Cheng Xiaowen slashed out 3 times with his saber. They were as fast as the wind and as precise as falling leaves. Their trajectories were untraceable, and the angles were even more crafty. Lin Fei couldn't dodge in time, and his chest was cut open. If he hadn't reacted in time, that slash would have taken his life. Even though an expert at the 7th heaven of the martial path was difficult to deal with, Lin Fei had already calculated that it would be more difficult than he had imagined. Especially when this fellow used 2 yellow-ranked saber techniques right from the start. If it was someone else, they would have been beaten to death. The taste isn't bad, right? This young master is going to chop off all the flesh on your body to vent the anger in this young master's heart. Cheng Xiaowen shouted loudly. He raised his left arm like a saber and slashed out another 10 saber lights. All of them were aimed at the vital parts of Lin Fei's body. It was obvious that he wanted to verify his words. Bang 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 bang. In the forest, the 2 of them continued to battle. From the places where the sunlight could be refracted, all the way to the places where the light was dim. Brat, tell this young master, where is your partner? Cheng Xiaowen remained calm and continued to use saber techniques to suppress his opponent. Gradually, a sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. Why couldn't he kill his opponent? Especially that horrifying movement technique. Even Cheng Xiaowen himself was shocked. He couldn't figure out what grade of movement technique it was. At the very least, even if he cultivated a yellow-ranked movement technique, he wouldn't be a match for it. As such, Cheng Xiaowen's heart was filled with an indescribable rage. How could a little thief cultivate such a movement technique? Such a powerful movement technique must be cultivated by his genius disciple, not a little thief. Clang! The baleful black saber blocked an attack, and Lin Fei was forced to retreat 3 steps before he could stabilize himself. A wave of darkness shrouded his body. You really want to know? Lin Fei panted. Cheng Xiaowen landed on a tree and stared at this brat. If it wasn't for the many wounds on his opponent's body, he would have found it hard to believe that he couldn't kill him after attacking for so long. If you tell this young master where you are, I can leave your corpse intact. Lin Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. Because this daddy is the one who stole your things. After saying this, Lin Fei tapped his foot and flew diagonally towards a large tree. It seemed as if he wanted to enter the darkness. They had unknowingly arrived in a dark place. Under the cover of the sun and the sky, many places in this area seemed to be covered in darkness. Little bastard, how dare you trick this young master? Cheng Xiaowen was enraged. Great Thousand Leaves Saber Art. Cheng Xiaowen didn't believe that this person was that little thief. He was clear about the might of Zhao Wen's mid-grade battle technique, and it was impossible for a little thief to recover so quickly. Under his rage, the might of his saber art increased by a few times. Falling Leaf Saber Art was like a fluttering butterfly. Amidst the perfect art, it took away the lives of others. The back door was wide open, and the saber locked onto him. This was the power of a yellow-grade saber art. Seeing that Lin Fei was about to lose his life, Lin Fei's figure moved in a strange manner. He was like a cool breeze, untraceable and without a trace. Galloping Thunder Saber Art, Ceaseless Torrent. Lin Fei, who seemed like he was about to escape, turned around and dodged all the attacks. He suddenly appeared on Cheng Xiaowen's left and shot out 5 saber lights. The sharp saber lights were like a white light in the night. Cheng Xiaowen didn't expect that this brat would be so daring as to directly attack. Brat, you're courting death. Cheng Xiaowen was arrogant. Facing the 5 attacks, he didn't dare to underestimate them. He executed Falling Leaf movement art and retreated, but his palm didn't stop there. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Along with a soft sound, a few more cuts appeared on Cheng Xiaowen's body, and blood flowed out. Bull*T young master. Not bad, right? Lin Fei moved to another place with a smile on his face. It turned out that Lin Fei took advantage of Cheng Xiaowen's attack to execute his saber art from different directions. If it was someone else, it would definitely be impossible. However, Lin Fei cultivated flowing wind movement art. He was like the wind, coming and going without a trace. He executed his saber art to the extreme, and Cheng Xiaowen was immediately hit. Damn, this isn't the galloping thunder saber art. Why is there a white light when it is executed? Who are you? Why do you have such a strange galloping thunder saber art? At this moment, Cheng Xiaowen felt uneasy again. Although he had been able to block the saber strikes, the impact of that flash of white light was not as simple as it seemed. No matter how stupid Cheng Xiaowen was, he knew why the black-clothed thief kept fleeing. He had been fooled. You don't have the right to know, because you're about to go to hell. Lin Fei moved again. After wasting so much time, he finally had the chance to kill. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to deal with the other party in time. Galloping unceasing. 1/2. The white light slashed over, followed by a sharp and dangerous saber light. Before the sharp aura reached its target, the air seemed to have been slashed by the saber. 80% of the 9 revolutions Xian Qi was cut into 2 with one slash. Cheng Xiaowen immediately felt a sharp and murderous aura coming towards him. The aura carried a sense of danger that could take him away. Cheng Xiaowen's eyes suddenly widened with disbelief. How can you know a battle skill? Cheng Xiaowen was completely frightened by this move. Fortunately, he was a genius disciple of the Saber God sect. Facing this battle skill, he was full of doubts. He had to block this move first. Blazing Flame Palm Saber. Activating the Sun Xian Qi in his body, his left arm emitted a fiery red color. It was the Sun Xian Qi that wrapped around his arm. It was an extremely powerful technique. He tried to block this move. Slash. Unfortunately, Cheng Xiaowen didn't know that the saber in Lin Fei's hand was the baleful black saber, a divine weapon. When activated, the power of the saber light increased by a lot. My arm. The sharp saber light slashed on Cheng Xiaowen's left arm. The Sun Xian Qi collapsed and his entire left arm was cut off. Cheng Xiaowen let out a miserable cry. Without his left arm to block, how could he be a match for a saber with 80% of his Xian Qi? He was directly cut in half, blood splattering everywhere. This is your real strength. I really regret. Why did I fall for your trick? Why did I follow you to this place? And fall for your trick? Chapter 58. It's really not that easy to kill a 7th firmament expert. After using 80% of his celestial qi, Lin Fei felt like he was about to collapse. His back was drenched in cold sweat. If he had encountered a monster, he might have turned around and run for his life. Since the beginning, he was at a disadvantage. Lin Fei had been looking for a way to kill the other party. Even though that old fort was not around, what if he appeared? It was better to be safe than sorry. Safety was the best. Lin Fei had no choice but to take this hidden danger into consideration. The purple-clad young man was quite strong. He could fly for a short period of time, which was a huge advantage for the other party. If he wanted to kill the other party, he had to find a dark place where flying was not easy. He had to maximize his advantage. Once the other party could not fly, Lin Fei believed that he could kill the other party, especially with a baleful black saber in hand. The baleful black saber was extremely powerful. Coupled with cleave, it was Lin Fei's strongest move at the moment. Killed Cheng Xiaowen, 7th Firmament Martial Path. Obtained 1,200 experience points. The system's voice rang in Lin Fei's ears. Lin Fei's expression changed. His expression became strange. This name reminded him of something. Could this kid be the son and disciple of the sect leader of the Divine Sword sect? Even though he had not been in the Shantian continent for long, Lin Fei had heard that the sect leader of the Divine Sword sect was someone with the surname Cheng. It seemed that the young man in front of him was very likely. Lin Fei was shocked. He did not expect that the first 7th Firmament expert he killed would be related to the sect leader of the Divine Sword sect. His luck. Even he did not know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that he had gotten himself into big trouble. Now that he had killed the other party, Lin Fei did not care too much. There was no medicine for regret in this world. At this moment, Lin Fei's gaze fell on the ground. There was a big change there. His eyes lit up as the items on the ground entered his field of vision. Damn, the boss dropped a lot. There were many items scattered around Chang Xiaowen's corpse. Wasn't this the same as in online games where the boss dropped a lot? Could it be because of the 100 treasure bag? Lin Fei instantly understood what was going on. It turned out that once a 100 treasure pouch lost its owner, it would immediately become a helpless item. All the items inside would lose control and immediately explode out. Thus, this situation occurred. Lin Fei loved this function. It was as if it was made for him. He was a little narcissistic. First, Lin Fei picked up the 100 treasures bag. Good stuff. This is worth a lot of money. Looks like I've killed an extraordinary character this time. I can sell this for a lot of money. The 100 treasure pouch in his hand had exquisite craftsmanship. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could wear, especially when the other party was only at the 7th firmament of the martial path. But he had a 100 treasure pouch. This proved that his identity was extraordinary. He was a standard young master. He put away the 100 treasure bag and inspected it once more. There were about 7 or 8 bottles of pills. Lin Fei could only recognize 1 or 2 of them. One of them was the white jade pill, and its quality seemed to be even better. The rest seemed to be top-quality pills. Lin Fei was grinning from ear to ear. What he lacked the most now was medicinal pills, good things for healing injuries. When he saw the 3 secret manuals, Lin Fei's eyes lit up again. In the previous battle with Chang Xiaowen, Lin Fei was much weaker. The reason was very simple. He lacked saber techniques that he could use. There could be many saber techniques, but they couldn't be too miscellaneous. Thus, he couldn't study them. Of the 3 secret manuals, one was Raging Flame Saber Palm, the other was Great Thousand Leaf Saber Technique, and the last one had a yellowed cover. It had a history and was called 36 Paths of Saber Palmge. Good stuff, good stuff. Lin Fei put them away without checking. Time didn't allow him to. Apart from these, there was a saber on the ground decorated with gems. It was also an extraordinary item. Although it couldn't be compared to the baleful black saber, it was still an ordinary item. Lin Fei didn't know how to use it, but it didn't mean that he would use it to fool others. Apart from these, there was basically nothing else worth paying attention to. Apart from a lot of gold and silver notes, Lin Fei didn't miss any of them and put them all away. After checking that he didn't miss anything, Lin Fei left immediately. He had gained a lot today. The items were secondary. Executing them was the most important. He knew that if he didn't leave now, he wouldn't have time to leave later. Killing a genius disciple of the Divine Blade sect would definitely cause a huge commotion. If he didn't leave now, when would he? Lin Fei left the scene for less than an hour. Damn it, how did this happen? The voice of grief and indignation was like thunder, echoing in the sky above the forest. Countless birds couldn't fly out in time and were immediately shaken to death. At the scene of the battle. At this moment, there were no less than 30 people around. Among them were disciples in white, equivalent to experts above the 6th firmament of the martial path. At this moment, these fearless disciples of the Divine Blade sect were trembling subconsciously as they looked at the corpse on the ground in disbelief. The 5th son of the Divine Blade sect's sect master, who was at the 7th firmament of the martial path, was actually killed in half. It didn't matter who died. The only person who couldn't die was Chang Xiaowen. Chang Xiaowen was the sect master's son. No matter what his status was in the Divine Blade sect, he was still the sect master's son. From the start of the battle until they arrived, less than an hour had passed. What greeted them was a corpse, and it was the corpse of the sect master's son. They felt as if they had been slapped in the face. The Blackwater Mountain Range sealed off the area to search for one person. Now that young Master Chung was killed in the Blackwater Mountain Range, if this news were to spread to the Divine Blade sect, they would be the first ones to meet a bad end. They couldn't shirk the responsibility of failing to protect him. They knew very well what kind of temper the Divine Blade sect master had. Now that such a huge incident had happened, they might be buried with him. Don't doubt the wrath of a sect master. Zhao Wen howled at the sky. His howl was filled with endless anger. He's dead. He's really dead. When Zhao Wen heard the news that Chang Xiaowen was killed, his first reaction was disbelief. When he saw the corpse, he was dumbfounded. It was as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant. As Chang Xiaowen's old servant, he had been protecting Chang Xiaowen since he was young. He had encountered countless dangers and ended up being killed by Chang Xiaowen's saber. He had been protecting Cheng Xiaowen until now. However, in just a short day, the two of them were separated by life and death. At this moment, Zhao Wen was filled with regret. Why did he suggest such a stupid idea? Otherwise, the thief wouldn't have gotten away with it. The remnant aura at the scene couldn't be hidden from Zhao Wen. Thief, this old man wants you to die a horrible death. Chapter 59. P.S. Thanks to Peach Blossom One Brother and Liang Xianping for tipping 100 Qidian coins. Little thief, you can't escape from this old man's palm. I will definitely kill you today. In the rolling mountains of the Blackwater Mountain Range, a thunderous roar resounded. In the anger, it was difficult to conceal the surging murderous aura. Old fart, be careful of your bragging. If you have the ability, come down from above. Don't be so noisy behind me. Even if you don't find it annoying, I do. At the same time, another mocking voice rang out. From afar, in the mountain range, one person was fleeing and the other was chasing. It was a life-and-death battle. These two people were none other than Lin Fei, and the other person was the furious Zhao Wen, Cheng Xiaowen's old servant. Mother****. He's really haunting me. Experts who can fly in the air are really hard to deal with. Lin Fei, who was running, turned his head to look at the sky-covering tree. A distant killing intent locked on from thousands of feet away. Anyone within a certain range would not be able to easily shake off the other. This was the strength of a martial artist at the 8th level of the martial path. Speaking of which, Lin Fei's luck was bad. After killing Cheng Xiaowen, although he was mentally prepared in advance and left this area, Zhao Wen still used a secret technique to find him. If it wasn't for Lin Fei mastering the flowing wind movement technique and relying on the advantage of the sky-covering tree, he would have been killed by the aura energy expert long ago. I can't continue to hang on like this. The aura energy expert's Xian Qi is thicker than mine. Although I can rely on the flowing wind movement technique to perfectly control the consumption of Xian Qi, in the long run, I will inevitably run out of Xian Qi. When that time comes, it will be really bad. From the moment the old fart discovered him to the moment he started to chase, Lin Fei had been running, especially not daring to close the distance. He still had a lingering fear of the battle technique from last time and didn't dare to underestimate it. Battle technique. If it wasn't for Cheng Xiaowen mentioning it in surprise, Lin Fei would have almost forgotten about the terrifying battle techniques in the Shantian continent. Right now, the only thing Lin Fei was thinking about was how to shake off this old fart. He didn't want to be chased for half a month. What a glib-tongued thief. Let's see how glib-tongued you are when you fall into my hands. At this moment, Zhao Wen's wrinkled face was completely replaced by anger. After hearing this, his face sank and his eyes revealed killing intent. A 6th firmament of the martial Dao kid could be easily killed by an aura energy expert. However, he had encountered such a superb person with a powerful movement technique. If his opponent did not rely on his movement technique, Zhao Wen would have long since killed him. Even if he couldn't catch the thief, Zhao Wen wasn't anxious at all. His killing intent of the 8th layer of the martial path locked onto the thief. No matter how exquisite the other party's movement technique was, he wouldn't be able to escape from him. Zhao Wen wanted to exhaust the Xian Qi in his opponent's body. If his Xian Qi could not be replenished, he would fall into his hands sooner or later. As they chased, Zhao Wen had her eyes set on this Qinggong movement technique. This little thief had relied on this movement technique to forcibly increase the distance between them. If she could learn it, she could rely on the erratic and unpredictable movement technique to increase her battle prowess by quite a bit. 2 days later, the profound qi that he had perfect control over was gradually decreasing. Lin Fei realized that he was in big trouble. In these 2 days, Lin Fei had tried everything he could think of, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of the old man. He had become a burden that dragged him down. Headache dilemma. What should I do? What should I do? When he sensed that there was only 30% of his Xian Qi left, Lin Fei began to panic. Once his Xian Qi was exhausted and unable to recover, he knew what would happen to him. With the flowing wind movement technique, Lin Fei had nearly forgotten where he was right now. At the very least, he was in the depths of the Blackwater Mountain Range. The dangerous aura of demonic beasts kept appearing, and Lin Fei could only bite the bullet and charge in. If he didn't escape, he would die. If he escaped, he would also die. The only difference was who killed him. If he had the strength of the 7th layer of the martial path, Lin Fei would have turned around and fought with all his might. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the Blackwater mountain range. While thinking, Lin Fei subconsciously raised his eyebrows. At this moment, his soul felt like it was about to leave his body. A wave of fear instantly spread throughout his body, and his figure came to a halt. What a terrifying aura! This isn't an 8th-ranked demonic beast, nor is it a 9th-ranked demonic beast. Could it be a demonic beast above the mystic realm? Lin Fei finally regained control of his body, and he couldn't recover for a long time. The feeling of his soul leaving his body just now was as if he had been killed countless times. After experiencing this horror, Lin Fei realized that the Blackwater mountain range was as dangerous as the rumors said. Based on the roar just now, few people could withstand it, right? Lin Fei could clearly hear the endless anger in the roar just now. It was a roar with all its strength. Sensing the commotion in front of him, Lin Fei suddenly had an idea. If he used it properly, he would definitely be able to shake off that old fart. In fact, it would not be a problem to toy with that old fart to death. Old man, are you frightened? If you are, then don't chase after me. Go home and enjoy your retirement. After saying that, Lin Fei did not change his direction and continued moving forward. Damn it! Damn it! Zhao Wenming clenched his fists, and killing intent surged around him. His expression was much more nervous. As an expert at the 8th level of the martial path and from the divine saber sect, his experience far surpassed that of ordinary people. The rage in that roar could be easily heard. It wasn't an 8th or 9th ranked demonic beast, but a demonic beast above the mystic realm. Zhao Wenming was indeed frightened, and because of the latter words, he was already filled with anger. When had he ever been provoked like this by a thief? Don't think that you can get rid of me just like this. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. 2 hours later, Lin Fei felt a powerful aura fluctuation. A demonic beast, a true high-level demonic beast. Lin Fei hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at the killing intent that had locked onto him. His heart sank, and he gritted his teeth. He decided to fight it out first. Using the windborne movement technique, he charged forward, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Lin Fei's goal was simple. He wanted to make use of dangerous demonic beasts and experts to force his way through them and obtain an opportunity. Old man, you've been chasing me for so long. Take this. Lin Fei suddenly turned around and faced the old man. A long saber appeared in his hand, and the hilt was adorned with gems. It was Cheng Shaowen's treasured saber. Thunderstrike. The power of the saber radiance unleashed by ordinary weapons and ordinary weapons was completely different. Lin Fei directly slashed out 4 saber radiances, consuming 15% of his mystic chi. Zhao Wenming was already furious, and she had been looking for an opportunity to attack. How could she let her opponent go? She immediately grasped the opportunity and used both hands as sabers. What she used was not a palm saber, but a combat skill. Thief, how dare you! 10,000 miles saber. Chapter 60. Zhao Wen was infuriated. 3 golden saber lights chopped down like rainbows, looking very dazzling. Each saber light was more than 300 meters long. One could easily imagine how strong Zhao Wen's desire to kill Lin Fei was. Lin Fei was clearly trying to provoke her. It was a blatant provocation. Zhao Wen couldn't take it anymore. Logically speaking, an expert at the 8th level of the martial path should not be unable to control his emotions, but Zhao Wen was an exception. Along the way, there had been so many thrills, and with all the things that had happened before, it would be truly strange if Zhao Wen could control her emotions. At this moment, Zhao Wen's only thought was to kill Lin Fei with her saber. Kill! 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 Zhao Wen was enraged. Lin Fei smiled instead. 3 saber rays flashed past, and the momentum was even fiercer than before. Countless leaves were turned into dust by the saber chi. Boom! Boom! 3 loud booms resounded in the sky. The place where Lin Fei was originally standing was instantly reduced to dust, no longer existing under the saber rays. He's not dead yet. Under the 3 saber rays, Lin Fei was sent flying, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth as if he had suffered a serious injury. Zhao Wen's expression changed slightly. She was rather surprised, but she did not question it. 3 mid-grade battle techniques had consumed a portion of his profound chi, and yet he was still alive. Although she had expected this, she was still puzzled. All of this was no longer important. What was important was to kill the other party. Brat, you should be proud that you're still alive after taking 3 slashes from me. Zhao Wen flew over and used her battle technique again. 10,000 Li slash. You can die now. The golden saber ray, 10,000 Li slash, was used again. The golden saber ray slashed down from the sky. This slash could not be dodged, and the only way was to take it head-on. In order to deal with a brat, Zhao Wen directly used her battle technique. No one in the Saber God sect would believe that a mere 6th-level brat was worth going to war with. The golden saber ray slashed down, and the air was immediately split into 2. Lin Fei's clothes were torn apart by the earth energy, as if he would definitely die under the golden saber ray. Suddenly, Lin Fei smiled. A strange smile appeared on his face. Old fart, you've been tricked. In mid-air, Lin Fei, who had nowhere to exert his strength, actually moved away from Zhao Wen's line of sight, strangely dodging this fatal attack. Not good. Zhao Wen cursed inwardly. It was too late for her to retract her saber. The originally lush forest instantly turned into a clearing, and a light blue pool appeared in their field of vision. That was not the strangest thing. The strangest thing was that there was a 2-headed flood dragon at the edge of the lake. Its body was hundreds of meters long and gave off a powerful aura. It was being forced back again and again, and its huge head was covered with blood. One of its heads had been forcefully cut off, and its eyes were as large as bronze bells, filled with a sharp and unwilling light. Zhao Wen's saber strike had a golden saber light that was more than 300 meters long. It had a sharp aura, as if it wanted to obliterate everything. Lin Fei just happened to dodge this attack. The 2-headed flood dragon immediately became the target, and the golden saber ray slashed down on its back at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, countless scales cracked open, and blood flowed out as it let out a miserable cry. Roar! The 2-headed flood dragon was enraged. A lowly creature actually dared to attack it? Brat, you'll die a horrible death. Zhao Wen couldn't help but curse. Ever since she became an expert at the 8th heavenly layer of the martial path, she had never experienced such a tragedy. When the golden saber ray slashed down on the 2-headed flood dragon, Zhao Wen immediately understood that she had been used. When the cold gaze landed on her, she felt a chill run down her spine, and her face changed drastically. She was like a mouse that had seen a cat, and she subconsciously trembled. Run! Zhao Wen never imagined that the brat would actually use such an extreme method to deal with her. But would the 2-headed flood dragon give her a chance? That would never happen. Roar! The 2-headed flood dragon was a branch of the dragon family, and it possessed the bloodline of a dragon. A mere creature actually dared to injure it. This was an unforgivable crime. With a loud roar, the flood dragon's huge body twisted and turned into a black streak of light. There was no time to block, and it charged towards Zhao Wen, sweeping its thick tail horizontally. Zhao Wen was scared out of her wits. Her flight was actually restricted, and the profound energy in her body became chaotic. She actually fell from a high altitude, and at the same time, her steel whip-like tail swept down. Not good. My life is over. The 2-headed flood dragon let out a loud roar, disrupting Zhao Wen's profound energy. The steel whip-like tail swept down, and Zhao Wen's body was like a fragile piece of wood. Even with the protection of her astral energy, she was still unable to block it. In an instant, her body exploded into a rain of blood. Even in death, Zhao Wen was filled with unwillingness. To think that she would be tricked by a brat. Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. Even though he had not taken the attack head-on, but had instead borrowed the momentum, it had still caused considerable damage. What a ferocious flood dragon! Taking advantage of the momentum, Lin Fei, who had fled into the thicket, could not help but feel shocked. An expert at the 8th layer of the martial path couldn't even block a single move from a demonic beast and was directly smashed into pieces. If Lin Fei had not known about this beforehand, he would not have been able to imagine what would have happened to him. Originally, Lin Fei did not expect the demonic beast to kill the old fart. Instead, he had hoped that the demonic beast would delay the other party and take the risk of luring the old fart into attacking. In the end, it ended up like this. The old fart's death did not ease the burden on Lin Fei's heart. Instead, it became even more intense. To him, the fear brought about by the 2-headed flood dragon was no less than that of a super boss. I just dealt with an enemy, and now I have to encounter a super boss. When did I become so unlucky? Hiding in the thicket, Lin Fei did not dare to move. His windborne movement technique was powerful, but facing the two-headed flood dragon, he had no chance at all. The two-headed flood dragon turned its cold gaze and looked at the place where Lin Fei was hiding. In the dark, Lin Fei was so scared that his scalp went numb. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Those so-called 8th-ranked demonic beasts and experts at the 8th layer of the martial path were simply too weak. Damn, it can't be over, right? Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Facing a demonic beast that could instantly kill an 8th layer of the martial path, how could he be a match for it? This time he was really done for. Just when Lin Fei thought that he was done for, an unexpected scene appeared. A white figure floated in the sky, approaching from afar. Only when it came close did he realize that the person was not flying, but walking. This was an ability that only someone at the 9th layer of the martial path could have. This was not the strangest thing. The strangest thing was that this person in white was actually a fairy in white. Her steps were light and graceful, like a celestial being in the heavens. She was as pure as ice and as clean as jade, untainted by the mortal world. Heavens, is this my goddess? When he saw that beautiful face. Chapter 61. P.S. Thank you to bookfriend 120203180126692 for tipping 100 Chidian coins. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Ever since he came to the Shentian continent, he had almost forgotten his hobby as a gaming otaku. He had collected all kinds of cute girls and all kinds of big breasts. In fact, everything could be forgiven. When he just came to this world, all kinds of dangers coexisted. Lin Fei had to survive, so he had to resist all the dangers. As time went by, he had forgotten his hobby of collecting. The fairy in the sky slowly walked over, like a fairy descending to the earth, sacred and inviolable. Lin Fei, a gaming otaku, was completely excited. What was a beauty? What was a Ms. Perfect? What was a fairy? What was a goddess in his heart? Everything seemed to converge on one person at this moment. Miss International, Miss Universe, Peerless Beauty. They were nothing compared to the fairy in white. Lin Fei, who had seen many beauties, couldn't think of any words to describe the fairy in white. Goddess, she's definitely a goddess. Look at her slender legs, white and smooth. Look at her slender waist. Look at her delicate skin under the white veil. Wahaha, she's my favorite. Lin Fei felt as if he had forgotten to breathe and all the dangers around him. He was completely attracted by the figure of the fairy in white. To be honest, Lin Fei had never seen a real beauty on the internet where there were many beauties. All of them were just there to make up the numbers. Now that he saw a real peerless beauty, Lin Fei even felt ashamed. It seemed that such a peerless beauty could only be matched by a monstrous genius like a hero. The fairy in white moved forward with light steps. The two-headed flood dragon's massive body trembled slightly. It gave up on dealing with Lin Fei and focused on dealing with the white fairy in the sky. There was a rare look of fear in its eyes. This was not something that a powerful demonic beast should have. Roar! With a deafening roar, the huge body rose into the sky, showing its fangs and claws. The whole void seemed to be torn apart at this moment, creating a space storm that surrounded the fairy in white. Evil dragon, how dare you! A beautiful voice that was as ethereal as the flowing of a mountain spring quietly sounded in the sky. The deity in white waved her sword in the air, and a white light appeared. If Lin Fei's white light was dazzling, then the deity in white sword was like a rainbow, without any danger. It was like flowing water, soft and gentle. It was clear that her understanding of the sword had reached a very high level. Roar! As the white light fell, the two-headed evil dragon let out a painful roar. Its huge body was immediately split in half. The two-headed evil dragon that could instantly kill someone at the 8th firmament of the martial path was actually unable to block the white fairy's sword. Lin Fei swallowed his saliva. Even though he had guessed that the two-headed evil flood dragon was very powerful, and the white fairy's strength was ridiculously strong, when the white light from her sword slashed down, she was like an expert at the 8th level of the martial path. They were on completely different levels. F***CK. Isn't this too much of a bully? She's a peerless beauty, yet she's so powerful. If she decides to hold me responsible later, won't I be chopped into pieces? Lin Fei was not confident. As a gaming otaku, he knew how to pick up girls and play games. It was not easy to figure out the thoughts of a peerless beauty who was also powerful. The white fairy raised her hand, and with a flash of white light, she slashed down again. The two-headed evil flood dragon roared angrily again, and its body was heavily injured again. Looking at the scene in the sky, Lin Fei was terrified. The beauties of the Xiantian continent were all tough, and he could not easily strike up a conversation with them. It was dangerous to strike up a conversation with a beauty. The two-headed evil flood dragon's aura became weaker and weaker, as if it was on the verge of death. In fact, the two-headed evil flood dragon was seriously injured. If it were not for its strong vitality, it would have died under the opponent's sword and become a corpse. As someone who had witnessed everything, Lin Fei endured the chaotic qi in his body and quietly retreated from the thicket. He did not care about the consequences and chose a path to escape. This is too scary. A demonic beast above the profound practitioner level was beaten to a pulp. What kind of strength does that require? If it thinks I'm a lecherous person, then I'm finished. Using the drifting wind movement technique, Lin Fei did not dare to stay any longer. In one breath, he ran 30 kilometers away. Leaning against a towering tree, he gasped for breath. I should be safe now. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. Lin Fei frowned slightly and looked into the distance. Based on his memory, he recognized that it was the place where the battle had taken place. He could not help but feel suspicious. Could it be that the two-headed evil flood dragon was killed by the white fairy? Lin Fei was shocked. This was too fast. Thinking of this, Lin Fei did not dare to continue resting. It would be very easy for a peerless beauty who could walk in the air to catch up to him. For safety's sake, Lin Fei decided to continue running. Beauties had to pay a price for their beauty. Moreover, Lin Fei had used her a little. It was hard to guarantee that she would not mind. Another 30 kilometers away. Lin Fei hid in a hole in the towering tree, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. My life can't be that bad, right? She was just using me. This has nothing to do with me, right? Recalling the faintly discernible cold feeling just now, Lin Fei was so scared that his scalp went numb. As a martial artist, he could barely sense it. That must be the doing of the white fairy. Please don't look for me. Please don't look for me. I'm just a nobody. I don't have anything I want. Just treat me as a passerby. In the end, whatever Lin Fei wanted happened. Come out. Do you think you can deceive me with a small qi concealing technique? A cold and noble voice suddenly sounded in Lin Fei's ears. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Since when was his luck so bad? Why did she look for him for no reason? This was too ridiculous. If you don't come out, I don't mind using force to invite you out. Beauty, don't do it. I'll come out right away. The two-headed evil dragon was a powerful demonic beast, but it could not stop the white fairy's pursuit. He was only at the 6th level of the martial path and was nothing in her eyes. Facing this situation, he could only pretend to be a coward. Although it was not a good thing to pretend to be a coward in front of a peerless beauty, for the sake of his life, he had to go out obediently. Coming down from the towering tree, Lin Fei immediately felt a cold aura lock onto him. He looked down and was almost scared out of his wits. The long sword was only 3 inches away from his throat. The other party could kill him with just a slight move. Lin Fei could not help but be nervous. Beauty, don't do it. Don't do it. We can talk things out. Can you move this away first? It'll be bad if my hand trembles. Lin Fei had a nervous expression on his face. He pointed at the sword and gestured for it to move away. What a glib tongue. No wonder you can use a demonic beast to kill a great enemy. The white fairy covered her face with a white veil. Under the veil, one could vaguely see that it was a beautiful face. Now, I'll ask you a question and you'll answer it. If you hide anything, I won't spare you. How could Lin Fei not feel the cold killing intent? He hurriedly said, Beauty, ask away. If I know anything, I'll tell you everything I know. Chapter 62. What? Did I hear that right? Lin Fei was in a dilemma. If there was a question that he didn't know, and he couldn't answer it, wouldn't he be in trouble? He had personally witnessed that dragon-like fellow being killed. Who would have thought that the other party would ask such an ambiguous question? Lin Fei felt as if he had been hit by a pie from the sky. Anyone who met a beautiful woman who came up to strike up a conversation and asked if he was a virgin would definitely be excited. Maybe it meant that it was a romantic encounter. How should I answer? Am I supposed to say that I wasn't a virgin in my previous life and wanted to lose my virginity in this life, only to be kicked out of bed? This is too embarrassing. That's right. I should be more reserved. I should say that this is my first time, so please take good care of me, goddess. Don't torture me too much. Lin Fei suddenly let his imagination run wild. He couldn't help but secretly observe the peerless beauty in front of him. Suddenly, he found that the white-clothed fairy had a faintly discernible aura on her body. It was quite pleasant, and he had an urge to hug this goddess in his arms and take good care of her. Even he felt surprised. When did he have the guts to do so? Qing Feng pushed forward, and a cold aura jolted Lin Fei back to his senses. I'm a virgin, 100% virgin. Lin Fei considered himself a pure person, but to say such words in front of a goddess, he couldn't keep his face. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here, or else he would have blushed. Lin Jiqing stared coldly at the kneading brat in front of her. She couldn't wait to chop him into pieces. If it was any other time, she would have already taken care of this brat. Unfortunately not now. Lin Jiqing did not expect that the two-headed evil flood dragon would actually release its dragon breath right before its death. She almost failed miserably in an easy task as she accidentally came in contact with the dragon breath. If it was a normal dragon breath, Lin Jiqing would be able to expel it. However, she could not do so this time. The two-headed evil flood dragon had transformed its dragon breath into a terrifying dragon breath before its death. Lin Jiqing's strength was unable to suppress it, and she could not even expel it. Right now, she was barely holding on. Under the veil, her forehead was covered with cold sweat. She looked exceptionally lovely. That damnable two-headed evil flood dragon. Even before its death, it still wants to put up such a show. Lin Jiqing had no other choice. If she dragged it on, her meridians would be burnt, and her cultivation would be unable to improve for the rest of her life. The only thing she could do now was to detoxify the poison. Curing the poison was the only way, and it was something that was difficult to talk about. Seeing the expression of the goddess in his heart changing non-stop, Lin Fei had the urge to turn around and flee. Rise! Lin Jiqing's long sleeves fluttered in the air. Streaks of white long sleeves flew out like streaks of white flowing light, trapping the two of them within. This time, Lin Fei was scared silly, and he started babbling nonsense. Beauty. I'm not a casual person. You should at least let me be mentally prepared. Shut up. If you dare to say another word, I'll kill you. Her cold voice was laced with killing intent, and Lin Fei didn't dare to make another sound. He could clearly sense the fury in her voice, and if he were to speak again, he might really become a corpse. The white sleeves continued to flutter in the air. On the empty ground in the forest, an oval sphere was weaved out of thin air by Lin Jiqing's hands. It surrounded the two of them, and a moment later, the two of them disappeared. All that was left was a white sphere. Within the white sphere, there was a different kind of liveliness. This process lasted for an entire day and night. For an entire day and night, Lin Fei felt as though he was dreaming. He never thought that he would encounter such an unimaginable event. He actually slept with a goddess. Even though he was forced to do so, he was still unable to forget that soul-stirring memory. A goddess that everyone yearned for. After pondering it for a while, Lin Fei realized that this goddess seemed to have been poisoned by the legendary aphrodisiac. Dragons were naturally lascivious, so the might of their dragon breath went without saying. Early the next morning, white mist lingered in the forest, making it look like a fairyland. It was exceptionally enchanting. At this moment, a white light flashed. The white sphere broke and split into two, and a fairy dressed in white walked out from it. She was still dressed as she was yesterday, but there was a different kind of temperament between her brows. Looking at the naked man on the long sleeves, Lin Jiqing was filled with emotions. She pointed the 3-foot-long sword at the man, and hesitation appeared on her face. This was her first time being wronged by a boy at the 6th level of the martial path. What a ridiculous thing. If this were to be spread out, no one would believe it. After all, you are my first man, but you shouldn't be in this world. If the people behind me find out, even if you are a big shot from a famous family, you will still be mercilessly massacred. A low-level empire can't stop the power of a sect. Lin Fei was suddenly locked by a cold aura. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and woke up from his sleep. After seeing the 3-foot-long sword, He could not help but feel a heartache. You want to kill me? At this moment, Lin Fei, on the contrary, was not nervous at all. In fact, since last night, Lin Fei knew that this fairy dressed in white had an extraordinary background. She was definitely not someone from an ordinary empire. In fact, she might not even be from this empire. There were countless empires in the Xiantian continent. According to Lin Fei's understanding, no empire could produce such a genius disciple. You are Qing Er's first man, but you should not have met Qing Er. We are not fated to be together. Although Qing Er is cruel, you will be Qing Er's only husband in this life. From now on you will be alone. Hearing the goddess of his heart say such words, Lin Fei was immediately displeased. Bool ****. Who said we are not fated to be together? It is fate that brought us together. I don't care who you are. You are my woman. A resolute look appeared in Lin Fei's eyes. Although I am insignificant and not worthy of you, I can tell you that in the future, I will come to you personally and hold your hand. I will tell everyone in the continent that you are Lin Fei's woman. Whoever dares to stand in my way, I will kill them. If I meet a god, I will kill a god. If I meet a Buddha, I will kill a Buddha. Lin Fei had never been so serious before. His face was filled with malevolence. The fairy dressed in white was so powerful that he could not compare to her for now. None of this was an obstacle. Lin Fei had the level-up system, so he knew that leveling up wouldn't be a problem. The only thing he needed was time. All of this could be achieved. A night of entanglement was no less than 100 days of being husband and wife. Hearing this, Lin Jiqing suddenly felt that she could not bear to attack. She suppressed this urge, turned around, and floated away. Her cold voice rang out. If you can take a blow from me, I will definitely wait for you at the God of Heaven Mountain. I will not let you down. Chapter 63. P.S. The early bird gets the worm. For the sake of this morning's update, my invincible readers, please cast your precious votes. Let them fight together, explode all the way up, 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 all the damn, it's for real. Lin Fei finally understood that not everyone could guess a woman's thoughts. Boundless sword intent, sharp killing intent, all gathered in this one move. Lin Fei's scalp went numb. He suddenly felt that his strength was only O, and a rare sense of defeat rose in his heart. A goddess was a goddess after all. She wasn't someone ordinary people could eat. Don't forget that I'm your man. My name is Lin Fei. The Lin as in Lin Fei and the Fei as in Lin Fei. Lin Fei was definitely an optimist. He didn't forget to send his voice out. He didn't know when this farewell would be, but it would probably be a very long time. When the sword move came, it was as if he would die under it in the next breath. Cut it in half. In such a dangerous situation, Lin Fei did not turn around and leave. Instead, he used his own battle to prove that he was not a coward. Isn't it just some Tenjin temple? I'll pay them a visit sooner or later. The baleful black saber came out, and when the saber light passed, it was split into two. After more than a month of training and killing countless demonic beasts, Lin Fei's comprehension of saber techniques had increased significantly. With a thought, he executed saber techniques. With the protection of the invincible Vajra body, if one looked closely, one would see that the surface of the body had a faint bronze color. This was the first change after the initiation. When the terrifying and sharp sword chi arrived, it actually dissipated like a cloud of smoke, disappearing without a trace. Only the sword intent that the sword chi carried proved that there had been a sharp and terrifying attack before. Lin Fei's face was filled with disbelief as his saber missed. Could it be that she is testing me? Smelling the lingering fragrance, Lin Fei could not come back to his senses for a long time. A moment later, he was shocked by the power of the blade. His original strength of the 6th heaven of the martial Tao had unexpectedly risen to the 7th heaven of the martial Tao. After a night of entanglement, Lin Fei had advanced a whole small realm. Even he himself couldn't imagine it. Under normal circumstances, the 7th heavenly layer of the martial Tao would take at least a month of hard work. However, he had reached the 7th heavenly layer in one night. Thanks a lot. Looking at the direction in which his goddess had left, Lin Fei was filled with emotions. It seemed like a small realm advancement, but it greatly shortened Lin Fei's cultivation time. He could use more time to practice the saber art mysterious skill and raise his overall combat power to a higher level. An expert at the 8th heaven of the martial path, an expert in astral energy, had astral energy protection, which was equivalent to defense. When the goddess left, Lin Fei was somewhat sad. Anyone would have a similar emotional reaction. Towards this white fairy, Lin Fei's heart was filled with fondness. As for love, it was temporarily out of the question. Lin Fei was someone who was a little domineering. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for successfully advancing to the 7th heavenly layer of the martial Dao. You have obtained the magical power, Heaven Shaking Earth Slash. You have obtained 10,000 taels of silver. You have obtained medicinal pills, 10 low-grade Qi recovery pills and 15 mid-grade Qi recovery pills. Accompanied by the sound of the upgrade system, Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat again, as if he couldn't believe it. This time, he had obtained a magical power. He immediately focused his mental strength on the magical power. Heaven Shaking Earth Slash, low-grade magical power, supreme attack, upgradable. Once used, 2/3 of the celestial energy will be consumed. Do not use it. The magical power obtained from the upgrade was indeed beyond Lin Fei's imagination. After looking at the relevant introduction, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel excited. Ever since he saw the old man's combat skills and looked through his memories, he understood how terrifying combat skills were. Combat skills were difficult to learn and rare. Anyone who had a combat skill would have their combat power greatly improved, allowing them to defeat opponents of the same level. Lin Fei has always been looking forward to getting a combat skill. The upgrade system sent a magical power method, which was no less than sending a combat skill. Whether the power of a low-grade magical power or a low-grade combat skill is the same, there is no way to know. It was really like dozing off, and someone sent a pillow. With this low-grade magical power, Lin Fei believed that if he learned the remaining mysterious skills, he would have a certain chance of winning against Zhang Wanshan, who was at the 8th heaven of martial Dao. There was still more than a month before the half-year competition, and Lin Fei could fully comprehend the low-grade magical power. At the same time, he was curious about what it would be like if the low-grade magical power could be upgraded. After resting for a while, Lin Fei did not leave directly. The white fairy killed the dragon-like monster, and Lin Fei returned to the original place of the battle based on his memory. Next to the blue lake, the huge corpse fell to the ground. On the hideous head, there was a cut, and something was obviously taken away. Looking at the dragon with 1/3 of its body left in front of him, Lin Fei sighed. No matter how strong the monster was, it still became a pile of bones. Now it was all for him. Although he did not know where the monster came from, it was related to the dragon-like monster and was so strong. If Lin Fei did not clean it up, it would be too much of a loss. Lin Fei took away 1/3 of the corpse. Fortunately, the treasure bag was large enough to put the corpse in. He believed that some people would be interested in it. More importantly, Lin Fei wanted to taste the meat. In the Xiantian continent, there were many records that eating some monsters could strengthen the body. Dragons had always been strong, and it was easy to figure out what a dragon's relative was. After putting away the corpse, Lin Fei ran to another thicket. That was the place where the old man was killed. Lin Fei remembered it clearly. The old man chased him with a combat skill, and when he was killed, he obviously dropped a lot of things. Those items should be there, and the white fairy would not have the time to collect them. Sure enough, they are all here. The old man's corpse was blown up, and the remaining body had been eaten by the monster. The scene was a mess. As for why the dragon's corpse was still there, it was because the dragon's aura was so strong that ordinary monsters did not dare to approach it. But the old man was different. Once he died, his essence, qi and spirit would scatter, just like a pile of soil. It did not matter to Lin Fei whether the corpse was there or not. After all, not everyone wanted to see a dead person. Good heavens, this old man is really rich. Lin Fei collected all the gold and silver that littered the ground. Now that he had some wealth, he was no longer the person who had been stumped by a single copper coin. This saber is not bad. It's a low-grade mortal weapon. With the baleful black saber, Lin Fei had learned a lot. He put away the saber and continued to search. In fact, what he wanted most was to find the combat skill. No one would ever complain about having too many saber combat skills. It was the same for Lin Fei. Fortunately, the heavens were kind to Lin Fei. After picking up a lot of elixir bottles, Lin Fei finally smiled when he saw an old secret book in the thicket. This should be what he wanted. Chapter 64. P.S. This chapter was written in the internet cafe. It's tiring. Looking for recommendations. Blackwater Mountain Range. On the way to Blackwater City. Form a team, form a team. Recruiting experts above the 5th layer of the martial path. Preferential treatment, first come, first served. Recruiting experts above the 5th layer of the martial path to hunt rank 7 demonic beasts. 6 fire attribute experts ready. This is a rare opportunity. Don't miss it. On the way to Blackwater Mountain Range, cultivators of all sizes formed groups to hunt demonic beasts. The Blackwater Mountain Range was famous for its dangers. Outsiders might not know, but everyone knew that without a few companions, there was a high chance of being killed. Every day, many people would invite experts to form groups to go to Blackwater Mountain Range. At the same time, there were also people collecting demonic beasts' fur. As time went by, this place became a lively place. Have you heard? Something big happened recently. The young master of the Saber sect was killed. The sect is furious and sent a few batches of disciples in. No way! Who's so daring to kill the 5th young master of the Saber sect? This is bad. That's right. It's easy to enter Blackwater Mountain Range now, but they won't be able to come out without proof. They need an explanation. A few people died a few days ago. The Saber sect has lost face this time. I wonder who's so daring to kill the 5th young master of the Saber sect. It's best not to enter Blackwater Mountain Range in the near future. If there's a fire at the city gate, we might not even be able to find a place to reason with. At the entrance of Blackwater Mountain Range, many people were pointing at those people in the distance. All the entrances and intersections of various sizes were sealed off. Disciples dressed in green and white robes stood there with sabers in their hands, their expressions extremely stern. The lockdown lasted for over a month. The disciples of the Saber God sect wouldn't inspect those who entered, but those who exited the sect would be interrogated. Especially those who hadn't come out for a long time, they wouldn't let them off unless they gave a reasonable explanation. Anyone who dared to resist would be killed. At this moment, the entrance of Blackwater Mountain Range was in a state of panic. Many people were killed, but they couldn't find an excuse. At the entrance of Blackwater Mountain Range, a man in tattered clothes reeking of blood walked out of Blackwater Mountain Range. We're finally out. The blazing sun shone on him, and he subconsciously shielded himself with his hands, as if he didn't like the scorching sun. The person who came out of the Blackwater Mountain Range was Lin Fei, who had been cultivating bitterly. Since that day, Lin Fei had put away all his thoughts and focused on improving his strength. During this period of time, he had encountered many dangers and suffered many hardships. If he was unlucky, he would be chased by a group of demonic beasts or a high-level demonic beast. He had almost escaped from death. It could almost be written into a story. For more than a month, Lin Fei lived like a wild animal. Her originally weak-looking body now had a different kind of aura, especially the smell of blood coming from her body from time to time. It undoubtedly caused people to feel a chill in their hearts. In less than 3 months, Lin Fei had been living in the Blackwater Mountain Range. Now that he came out again, he felt a little uncomfortable. As for Lin Fei's constant cultivation and killing of demonic beasts, once he relaxed, he felt uncomfortable all over. Blackwater Mountain Range, this daddy will come back next time. Lin Fei turned around. Now, I should go to Blackwater City to change my clothes and take a bath. It's best if I can have a full meal and have a good night's rest. This was Lin Fei's biggest wish at the moment. Before he could take a few steps, 2 green-robed disciples stood with their sabers in front of them, blocking Lin Fei's path. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Why are you 2 blocking my way? Lin Fei was inwardly shocked. After the initial excitement of leaving the mountain, he immediately understood what was going on when he saw the large group of divine Saber sect disciples. The Saber sect was starting to take revenge. My apologies, our Saber sect disciples are on a mission and need your help to investigate for the time being. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows and glared at them. Your divine Saber sect sure has guts. You're just one of the 3 great sects, and the Blackwater Mountain Range doesn't belong to you. Yet, you've sealed it off on your own. Are you trying to seize the Blackwater Mountain Range? Having hunted demonic beasts for nearly 3 months, Lin Fei's every action was filled with killing intent. With a single glance, the 2 green-robed disciples' faces instantly changed. This person is dangerous, extremely dangerous. The white-robed disciples were immediately aware of the commotion, and the 2 white-robed disciples immediately came forward. After hearing Lin Fei's words, their faces slightly changed. You might not know this, but it's not that our saber sect wants to seal the Blackwater Mountain Range, but a bold thief killed the sect master's 5th son. You just need to explain your background. Lin Fei thought. Fortunately, I've been hunting demonic beasts and did not encounter anyone from the saber sect. Otherwise it would be troublesome. A disciple of the Divine Martial Sect. Is this enough? Lin Fei said as he took out a piece of identification. The white-robed disciple was stunned for a moment before he caught the identification and took a glance at it. The Divine Martial Sect was also one of the top 3 sects in the Unfalling Empire, and it was rare for there to be any conflicts between disciples. Not to mention that there were many outsiders in the Blackwater Mountain Range. If the saber sect fell into their hands, it would immediately escalate into a battle between 2 sections. You can leave now. Hold it. Just when Lin Fei was about to leave, a voice came from behind and a silhouette blocked Lin Fei's path. Lin Fei's face sank. What's the meaning of this? The newcomer was a white-robed disciple in the 6th heavenly layer of the martial path. When the white-robed disciple appeared, the other 2 wore respectful expressions. Evidently, this person's identity wasn't simple. You're not a disciple of the Divine Martial Sect, right? Since when does a disciple of the Divine Martial Sect dare to enter alone? Coincidentally, I know a few disciples of the Divine Martial Sect, so I'll know if you're a disciple of the Divine Martial Sect. I suspect that you're related to the 5th young master's death. Remove your black robe now. This white-robed disciple had a fiery temper. Lin Fei had been enduring, but as the saying goes, when you can't bear it anymore, you'll beat your mother. Get lost. Who do you think our Divine Martial Sect is? Lin Fei, who had been hunting demonic beasts the whole time, suddenly felt his face sink. Instantly, a huge pressure pressed down like a raging sea. The white-robed disciple's expression changed drastically. He simply raised his arm and sent out a palm saber. The white-robed disciple raged. You dare! Chapter 65. P.S. Thanks to Big Brother Peach Blossom 100 Chidian coins as a tip. This chapter was coded in the internet cafe. My back hurts. Please recommend it. The Divine Saber Sect. As one of the 3 major sects, no one dared to offend them. Offending them was equivalent to offending the Divine Saber Sect. Recently, the Divine Saber Sect had sealed the entrance to the Blackwater Mountain Range. Many people were dissatisfied with this, and many had died in their hands. Now, someone actually dared to make a move. Everyone was dumbfounded, followed by shock. A disciple at the 6th heaven of the martial path couldn't even withstand a palm blade. Everyone saw how powerful it was. They couldn't help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying aura. Is this person really a disciple of the Divine Martial Sect? Everyone was shocked. I'm not sure, but that palm strike was so powerful. It easily broke through the attack. More importantly, the other party's speed was so fast that the white-clothed disciple was sent flying before anyone could react. This is bad. A disciple of the Divine Saber Sect isn't easy to deal with. If that person isn't a disciple of the Divine Martial Sect, the Divine Saber Sect will definitely not let this matter rest. Who knows, he might die here today. Not good. Senior brother Wu Zhong is injured. The 2 white-clothed disciples didn't expect that the other party would directly attack and send their senior brother Wu Zhong flying. They couldn't help feeling a deep sense of dread. Senior brother Wu Zhong had a small reputation among the outer disciples of the Divine Saber Sect. He had a high chance of becoming a profound practitioner. None of them dared to offend an expert that could reach the profound practitioner realm. You dare to injure me? Wu Zhong had never suffered such pain. His gaze sank and his face twisted. If it was somewhere else, the situation would be better. But here he had lost all his face. Seeing the situation, the disciples who had been on guard immediately surrounded the Saber God sect. They were surprised that someone dared to make a move against the people of the Saber God sect. That person must have eaten a leopard's gall to be reckless. Everyone's attention was focused on the black-clothed man. It seemed that the black-clothed man's action had changed the situation. "Sir, are you trying to go against the Divine Saber sect?" Lin Fei faintly said. "Are you trying to go against the Divine Martial sect? It was clearly your people who were in the wrong. Should I stop? Then are our Divine Martial sect's disciples inferior to your Divine Saber sects?" Lin Fei's previous attack had angered him. Lin Fei wanted to vent his anger. He had been holding back and did not want to cause too much trouble. However, trouble had come knocking on his door. If they were in the Blackwater Mountain Range, Lin Fei wouldn't mind killing them. "Take this guy down. I suspect he's related to the fifth young master." Wu Zhong was helped to his feet by someone. His expression was ugly, and he took down the other party regardless of the consequences. Recently, very few people from the Divine Martial sect went to the Blackwater Mountain Range. Even if they went in, they would go in groups and not alone. Looking at this person's appearance, it seemed like he had stayed there for a long time. It was impossible for him to be a disciple of the Divine Martial sect. Since their senior brother had spoken, the other disciples of the Divine Saber sect did not dare to say anything. Not to mention that they had been staying in the wilderness for the past 2 months, causing them to be filled with anger. It could be said that the passers-by who were killed earlier were all used by them as punching bags. Now that someone was being used as a punching bag, they didn't mind killing him. Wu Zhong did not differentiate between right and wrong, directly framing him. Lin Fei was instantly enraged. He had held back a little in his previous palm strike. At most, he would only embarrass the other party a little. Who would have thought that the other party would not only not reflect on his actions, but also make a move? Lin Fei was enraged. He had been hunting demonic beasts in the Blackwater Mountain Range for a long time, unknowingly becoming hot-tempered. It was as if the people before him were all tools for him to level up. Capture him, capture him. Take him down, don't let him escape. The Divine Saber sect's disciples all moved. Saber rays and saber chi flew over. There were no less than a dozen attacks, and each of them carried a ferocious aura. They were clearly trying to kill Lin Fei. If it was anyone else, they would have been heavily injured. The white-clothed disciples were all at least at the 6th heavenly layer of the martial path. The dozen attacks formed into a short saber ray attack. The killing power caused the spectators to shiver. They couldn't imagine what would happen if this attack continued. At least not many people could imagine it. At the same time, at the exit of the Blackwater Mountain Range, someone also appeared. "Sister Yu, what are you looking at?" At the exit, a white-clothed girl looked lively and adorable. She blinked her big eyes and looked curiously at the place in front of her. She didn't understand why Sister Li Yu would pay attention to it. If Lin Fei was paying attention, he would definitely recognize this girl as the one who provided the bounty service. "Don't you think that person's back looks a little familiar?" The green-clothed girl Li Yu said indifferently. "Do I?" Li Yu smiled without saying a word. There were some changes in her beautiful eyes. There was a shocking change in the situation on the battlefield. Facing the saber ray attacks that would make an ordinary person's scalp tingle, the black-clothed man was unfazed. He used an incomprehensible movement technique to dodge the saber ray attacks one by one. His hands did not stop moving, using his palm as a saber to attack the white-clothed disciples from strange angles. The spectators were dumbfounded. Wherever the black-clothed man passed, the white-clothed disciples all fell to the ground. What a fast movement technique! Is this the wind movement technique? It seems like this is how the wind movement technique is when it reaches greater mastery. It's not the wind movement technique, it's the 7-star chaotic steps. No wonder this person is so tyrannical, possessing a movement technique no weaker than a yellow-class movement technique. Otherwise, don't even think of harming him. After Lin Fei unleashed his movement skill and dodged all of the incoming attacks, the crowd were all astonished once again. In fact, many among them began to have different thoughts when they saw Lin Fei's movement skill. Even experts in the 7th or 8th stage of the martial path couldn't help but frown when facing this movement technique. They couldn't find a way to break it, and they couldn't even figure out what kind of movement technique it was. Boom! Wu Zhong's face was filled with panic as he subconsciously retreated. In the end, the other party appeared in front of him with a swoosh. He felt a pain in his stomach as he was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood in mid-air. Clearly, this move had injured Wu Zhong quite a bit. "If there's a next time, I don't mind killing you." Don't think that the divine martial sect's disciples are easy to bully. Wu Zhong had yet to get up. His feet were still on his face. Cold killing intent shrouded his body. At this moment, death was infinitely close. He couldn't breathe, as if he wouldn't be able to open his eyes in the next breath. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Lin Fei suddenly smelled urine and couldn't help frowning. He lowered his head and discovered that the divine saber sect's disciple had actually peed. The stench of urine permeated the surroundings. Scram. Lin Fei coldly snorted and kicked the coward away. Chapter 66. P.S. Thanks to Father Daniel's comment. It's still one night watch today. Tomorrow, I'll be back home by car. I'll probably start writing at 7 or 8 in the evening. There aren't many recommendation votes today. Kiki shouted, asking for recommendation votes. What an arrogant brat. The divine martial sect is indeed one of the 3 great sections. The divine martial sect's disciple is even more arrogant. He actually defeated them one by one. That's too powerful. What a terrifying movement technique and palm blade. When did the divine martial sect have such an expert? Damn, who the hell is Lin Fei? There doesn't seem to be such an expert among the outer disciples. The divine martial sect is probably going to have an expert who can train his movement technique to the extreme. Few in the same generation can contend against him. I wonder how the divine saber sect will deal with this. Lin Fei kicked the white-clothed disciple away and left. He believed that they wouldn't make a move just now. After nearly 3 months of cultivation, Lin Fei's movement technique had long reached a terrifying level. He could move like the wind at will. Just like what he said, unless they could suppress this movement technique. Lin Fei left just like that. The divine saber sect's disciple left with rage in his eyes. That last sentence put a lot of pressure on them. Not just any sect would offend the divine martial sect. If this matter were to spread, they would still be the unlucky ones. So many of them couldn't stop him, so they didn't dare to go up. In the short battle, they could feel a terrifying aura from him. This aura made their hearts palpitate. It seemed that if he made a move, they would be the unlucky ones. They were afraid. Nethery, since when did your divine martial sect have such an expert? I'm afraid even an expert in the 7th or 8th stage of the martial path wouldn't be able to suppress him. A white-clothed man smiled. Liu chuckled. The divine martial sect is the same as your saber god sect. It's not impossible for them to produce a few geniuses. An outsider brat probably won't catch your eye. Although he said that, Liu was actually extremely shocked. That person who fought Zhang Wanshan head-on last time actually comprehended an exquisite movement skill in such a short period of time. It was not a simple matter, especially to injure someone at the 6th sky of the martial path. It was simply unbelievable. Judging from his attack just now, he was at least at the 6th heaven of the martial Tao. He could be said to be a pretty good genius. Even though Liu said it in a nonchalant manner, the flash of shock in her eyes was still caught by that person. A flash of dissatisfaction flashed in the corner of her eyes as she looked in the direction Lin Fei had left in, and there was a rare fierceness in her eyes. So cool. After leaving the mountain range, the first thing Lin Fei did was to go to Blackwater City. He found an inn and happily took a bath before lying on the bed. For nearly 3 months, Lin Fei had been weathered by wind and rain, climbing mountains and wading through rivers. Almost every day, he spent his time hunting demonic beasts. At this moment, his body was copper in color, and his body was covered with scars of all sizes. He looked exceptionally ferocious. These were all left behind from hunting demonic beasts. At the exit of the mountain range, after teaching the Saber God sect a lesson, Lin Fei didn't take it to heart at all. As one of the 3 great sects, Lin Fei first used his martial might as a deterrent, then used the divine martial sect as a tree. Unless they wanted to go against the divine martial sect, they wouldn't dare to make any moves. It's still more comfortable on the bed. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and shook his head, thinking about what to do next. There were still 7 or 8 days until the 3-month deadline. He planned to use this time to sell some demonic beast fur and find someone to forge a hilt for the baleful black saber to prevent others from noticing anything. In the Shen-Tian continent, outer sect disciples all used mediocre weapons. Aside from the fact that they had connections, low-grade mortal weapons were pretty good. Mid-grade mortal weapons and high-grade mortal weapons were generally only available to those who had a certain level of power. In the Blackwater Mountain range, Lin Fei could use the baleful black saber without fear. But in the outside world, it was completely different. If someone recognized it as a high-grade mortal weapon, it was easy to imagine what would happen. He would definitely be mercilessly hunted down. Looks like I need to buy a good saber tomorrow. Low-grade mortal weapons are fine too. The baleful black saber should be a secret trump card. Moreover, even if I don't use the baleful black saber, with my strength, I don't need to be afraid of them. The next morning, Blackwater City, as usual, began a new day. Lin Fei slept soundly for the whole night. He hadn't slept well for almost 3 months. When he woke up, he felt extremely comfortable. When he came out of the inn and didn't see anyone from the Saber God sect, Lin Fei knew that they wouldn't dare to make a move. The disciples of the Divine Martial sect weren't that easy to bully. As for why his strength increased so quickly, Lin Fei already had a solution. Last time he swallowed a pill. This time, he swallowed a rare treasure, which would solve a lot of problems. Hence, the scene at the exit. He had been pretending to be low-key, but now he could finally hold his head high. When happiness is built on the pain of others, you will understand what excitement is. This was a feeling that Lin Fei had never felt before. After filling his stomach, Lin Fei asked someone and went straight to the most famous blacksmith shop in Blackwater City. 1000 Hammer 100 Refinements. This shop's name was very strange. Don't underestimate it. 1000 Hammer 100 Refinements was like its name. It was the most famous place in Blackwater City. 1000 Hammer 100 Refinements produced all kinds of weapons. Shention continent was a continent of warriors. Weapons were indispensable. 1000 Hammer 100 Refinements produced all kinds of weapons, including some of the best. For example, top grade, and so on. Don't underestimate the classification of weapons. Just one difference, sharpness, toughness, xianqi. All of it would have a huge change. There were often rumors of the weak defeating the strong, which could be seen from time to time. Weapons helped a lot. Because of the importance of weapons, 1000 Hammer 100 Refinements in Blackwater City had always been famous throughout the Bufalling dynasty. Today, Lin Fei was still dressed in a black robe. Take out your best weapon. I use a saber. After 3 months of hunting, Lin Fei was quite rich, whether in silver or gold. It was just like the saying, I don't lack money. 1000 Hammer 100 Refinements was rumored to have a lot of good weapons. If Lin Fei wanted to fool others, he couldn't buy a poor one. Again, he didn't lack money. For people like Lin Fei, 1000 Hammer 100 Refinements had long been used to it. It's too light. It's too light. How can it be used to cut people? It's still too light. Don't you have a weapon that can be put on the table? Chapter 67. P.S. After a day's rest, I can update steadily. I won't procrastinate anymore. I can't afford to be injured when I'm out on a trip. Thanks, Peach Blossom One Brother. Tipped 100 Chidian coins. The experienced waiter had seen all kinds of people, but he had never seen such a strange customer. Under normal circumstances, the weapons provided by the experienced waiter were all top-notch weapons that couldn't be bought outside, such as 100 refined saber, 100 refined sword. In order to satisfy this customer, the experienced waiter specially took out the 100 refined saber, which was worth thousands of taels outside. Generally, when dealing with enemies of the same level, its combat power would be doubled. No less than 10 good sabers couldn't satisfy the customer's discerning eyes. The experienced waiter already had an idea. If it wasn't for Lin Fei waving the weapon like the wind, he might really think that it was an outsider who deliberately came to make trouble. Your divine strength is amazing. No wonder you don't like ordinary weapons like the 100 refined saber. Just when the experienced waiter couldn't cope with it, a middle-aged man in gray walked out. The waiter who couldn't cope with it subconsciously revealed a joyful expression. Mr. Director. Mr. Director. The middle-aged man in gray waved his hand and said with a pleasant expression, You guys go do other things. Hearing this, the waiter felt as if he had been pardoned. What Lin Fei was thinking about was nothing more than finding a suitable weapon. Before entering the Blackwater Mountain Range, the weapons provided by the experienced waiter were all good things without exception. After taking the red sun fruit and getting used to the weight of the evil black saber, his divine strength was developed, and ordinary weapons couldn't catch his eye. Thus, Lin Fei had the opening scene. Your Excellency, must you have a suitable weapon? Lin Fei smiled and said, Of course. Unfortunately, the reputation of the experienced waiter is empty. It seems that it can't provide a good weapon for me. The difference you said before was just some ordinary weapons that were close to the lower grade. The middle-aged man in gray still had a smile on his face, and no change of emotion could be seen. If your excellency doesn't mind, there will definitely be weapons that you are satisfied with upstairs. I hope that, as you said, your shop won't use ordinary weapons to make up the number. The second floor of the experienced waiter. Compared to the hall downstairs, this place was much more spacious and there weren't many customers. Placed horizontally, vertically, on the wooden racks, there were many ordinary weapons that emitted a cold aura and gleamed coldly. With a single glance, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that these were not ordinary weapons but ordinary weapons. The sharpness of an ordinary weapon was like an ice-cold wind. Even before it came into contact, it could already freeze one's heart and bones. This was the biggest difference between ordinary weapons and ordinary weapons. Sir, are you satisfied with these ordinary soldiers? Lin Fei nodded slightly. So, Chief should understand that I need a heavy mortal weapon. I believe you won't use these mortal weapons to fool me, right? The gray-clothed middle-aged man laughed. You must be joking. A mere mortal weapon is not worthy of your discerning eyes. However, the next mortal weapons will definitely be worthy of your discerning eyes. Lin Fei's calmness made the gray-robed middle-aged man reveal a look of approval. After a while, the gray-robed middle-aged man brought Lin Fei to a counter. A pitch-black saber scabbard rested in front of the counter. Before Lin Fei got close, a cold aura cut through the air like a saber light. This is... Before he got close, Lin Fei was shocked as he looked at the saber scabbard in disbelief. It seemed that this saber scabbard was a little familiar. The gray-robed middle-aged man seemed to be used to this kind of expression and did not think much about it. He smiled and said, "So must be very curious as to why this shop would sell a saber scabbard." I am indeed curious. Does this saber scabbard have any special origins? Lin Fei said that, but he was shocked in his heart. He thought to himself, could it be that my luck is so good to encounter the baleful black saber scabbard? This saber scabbard came from the Blackwater Mountain Range. For this saber scabbard, we lost a lot of manpower. We only managed to snatch it from an extremely powerful demonic beast. We originally wanted to sell it at a high price, but this saber scabbard is as heavy as a boulder. Ordinary people cannot use it. However, the power of this saber scabbard is almost comparable to a high-grade mortal weapon. Ordinary mortal weapons would not be able to withstand more than 3 attacks. The gray-robed middle-aged man's face was filled with pride. The gray-robed middle-aged man's words did not enter Lin Fei's ears at all. All his attention was on the saber scabbard. After sizing it up, he was almost certain that this saber scabbard was the baleful black saber scabbard. Lin Fei had long understood the power of the baleful black saber. It was almost a divine weapon, and he had been having a headache over the saber scabbard. He did not expect to find such an unexpected discovery in Blackwater City. Can I try it? Sure. The gray-robed middle-aged man did not think much of it. There were many saber experts who wanted to take the saber scabbard for themselves, but they all returned in disappointment. The black-robed man in front of him did not have weak divine strength, but he was still lacking if he wanted to pick up the saber scabbard. It really is a saber scabbard. When Lin Fei placed his hand on the saber scabbard, a chilling aura spread out from his palm. The familiar aura appeared once more, just like the aura of the baleful black saber. The saber scabbard looked ordinary, as though it was forged by brute force. It exuded a sharp aura, as though the saber scabbard had come to life, transforming into a saber that could kill. The heavens are indeed helping me. The might of this saber scabbard is inferior to the baleful black saber, but it is still better than ordinary low-grade and middle-grade mortal weapons. With this saber scabbard, ordinary weapons are nothing. However, I wonder why this black-robed man placed the saber scabbard here. It might be troublesome to obtain the saber scabbard. After recognizing the saber scabbard, Lin Fei automatically treated the saber scabbard as his own. No matter what, he had to obtain it. I like this saber scabbard a lot. What price do you want for it? The black-robed man was astonished that the black-robed man was unaffected by the saber scabbard's cold aura. Most people would approach it cautiously and defend against the saber scabbard's attack when encountering it for the first time. This saber scabbard had been placed in the black-robed man's shop for more than 10 years. All this while, no one had bought it. The reason was that the saber scabbard was too heavy, and there were very few people with divine strength who could use it. Even though the saber scabbard was a good item, the most important thing was to make full use of it. If he couldn't use it after buying it, what was the point? Originally, the black-robed man wanted to melt the saber scabbard and reforge it into a divine weapon. Unfortunately, no matter what method he used, he couldn't melt the saber scabbard, until now. If you want to buy the saber scabbard, it is actually very easy. As long as you can swing the saber scabbard and add 10,000 taels of silver, this saber scabbard will be yours. The black-robed man said something shocking. Lin Fei was slightly taken aback, suspecting that he had heard wrongly. Actually, what Lin Fei didn't know was that this saber scabbard was an extraordinary item. It had a huge flaw that ordinary people couldn't use. An item that couldn't be used was equivalent to a dead weapon. No matter how good it was, it couldn't be sold for much. Otherwise, why would it be placed in a corner? This was the best proof. Ha ha, are you serious? Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, he finally understood the crux of the matter. Chapter 68. Steward Zhang didn't understand why the other party was laughing. Did he really think that this scabbard was easy to pick up? Steward Zhang had seen countless people like this, and every single one of them was full of confidence, but in the end, it was all for naught. As for why the price was so low, the reason was actually very simple. He wanted to use this scabbard to make a name for himself. The Thousand Tempering firm was quite famous in the Unfalling dynasty. If he could sell a scabbard that hadn't been sold for a long time, it would undoubtedly raise his reputation. A scabbard that couldn't be melted and couldn't be used by ordinary people was destined to be forgotten in the corner. This was also the reason why Steward Zhang had brought it here. Don't you have amazing divine strength? Then buy this scabbard and raise the reputation of the Thousand Tempering firm. If it wasn't for his amazing divine strength, then he could use this to attack the other party. This was a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. Sir, if you have the ability, feel free to buy the scabbard. I believe that in your hands, this scabbard will definitely shine brightly. Steward Zhang was indeed a businessman. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Fei understood everything and naturally didn't stand on ceremony. It wasn't easy for him to come across the baleful black saber's scabbard. If he didn't get it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Most importantly, with this scabbard, he wouldn't need to carry any other weapons. Rise! In order to conceal his divine strength, Lin Fei didn't release all of it. He forced himself to look as if he was in a difficult position, but at the same time, he was able to wave it around. In the eyes of others, he was at his limit. Lin Fei understood how to put on an act. For the first time, Lin Fei couldn't lift it. Actually, this scabbard only weighed a few hundred kilograms. Based on the current situation, Lin Fei could easily lift it. However, he didn't do so. The Xiantian continent was inferior to other places. There was nothing wrong with holding back. Youngsters are youngsters after all. So what if you have amazing divine strength? This scabbard hasn't been picked up by anyone for more than 10 years. It's not something you can pick up as you please. Steward Zhang laughed coldly in his heart. He had seen many of these kinds of people. Using the scabbard to attack the other party was not rude, and it did not damage his well-tempered reputation. The second time, Lin Fei gave a loud shout. His hand was like a sharp claw as he grabbed the scabbard. The scabbard that was originally motionless was actually lifted with this grab. Even though his body's center of gravity was unstable and he swayed a little, the scabbard was lifted into the air. His not-so-thick palm grabbed the scabbard and exerted force. A white light flashed and the air was split into two. Steward Zhang was shocked. If not for his strong temperament, he might have made a fool out of himself. This scabbard is really not bad. Although it's a little heavy, it's barely usable. In fact, Lin Fei had purposely used that saber light to scare people. How could Lin Fei not notice the change in Steward Zhang's expression? So, he circulated his profound qi and released a blade light to let Steward Zhang know that he wasn't the kind of person who would casually mock others. How can you pick it up? Steward Zhang was clearly startled. His expression changed as if he could not believe that this black-robed person could activate the scabbard. The saber light from before was undoubtedly the best proof. The bone-chilling saber light was not something that just anyone could use. After swinging the scabbard twice, Lin Fei kept the scabbard. In the past 3 months, He had long gotten used to the baleful black saber's unique cold aura. This scabbard was inferior to the scabbard, so Lin Fei could easily control it without being affected. Here's 10,000 taels of silver. After killing many disciples of the Saber God sect in the Blackwater Mountain Range, Lin Fei did not lack money. He took out 10,000 taels of silver without any hesitation. Steward Zhang's mouth was agape. A few breaths later, he finally regained his senses. The scabbard, which had been left untouched, was finally activated and released 2 saber lights. This black-robed person is not simple, Steward Zhang thought. This nameless scabbard weighed a few hundred caddies. Even though it had been tempered thousands of times and there were many masters here, they still did not know what material it was made of. Now that it was being wielded by someone, it was indeed difficult to digest. Congratulations, with such a divine weapon in hand, your combat prowess will definitely be doubled. After keeping the scabbard, Lin Fei did not look at any other ordinary weapons. There was no other weapon that was more suitable for him than the scabbard. Even though this scabbard was somewhat different when used as a weapon, after using it for a long time, one would naturally understand the profoundness behind it. It was far superior to ordinary weapons. With a scabbard that was not inferior to a high-grade mortal weapon, Lin Fei could be considered to have picked up a huge treasure. 10,000 taels of silver to buy a scabbard was an extremely realistic price. If it were any other high-grade mortal weapon, it would cost hundreds of thousands, or even millions. It was impossible to get one. Of course, Lin Fei was just lucky. If it was in the past, he could only watch helplessly. After being tempered thousands of times, Lin Fei was prepared to buy a good horse. The half-year competition was about to arrive, and it was time for him to return to the divine martial sect. Blackwater City did not lack good horses. Similarly, it did not lack good demonic beasts as mounts. As long as one had money, it was not strange to have a 7th or 8th grade demonic beast as a mount. Lin Fei spent 1,500 taels of silver to buy a horse that could travel 1,000 miles in a day. He did not consider using a demonic beast as a mount for now. This was to prevent people from thinking about it. The last time he came to Blackwater Mountain Range, Lin Fei had rushed all the way. This time, he was much more relaxed. He was not in a rush and was rather relaxed. Coming out of Blackwater City, the horse whipped on the road. Half a day later, Lin Fei rode the horse into an official road in the forest. There were not many people on the official road, and it was very quiet. From time to time, the sound of birds could be heard. Just as he entered the forest on the official road, Lin Fei subconsciously frowned. The horse under him seemed to have met some terrifying demonic beast and did not dare to move forward. Divine Martial Sect, Lin Fei. No less than 10 figures suddenly appeared in the forest on the main road, surrounding Lin Fei from front to back. When these people appeared, the word bandits appeared in Lin Fei's mind. The existence of Blackwater Mountain Range gave rise to Blackwater City, and at the same time, it gave rise to another group of people, bandits. The bandits were made up of desperados and all of them were extremely ferocious. They became another group of ferocious fellows outside of Blackwater Mountain Range. Because of this, countless merchants and even martial artists died in their hands. In addition, they came and went like the wind, and it was basically impossible to find their lair. In an instant, they became a group of terrifying existences outside of Blackwater Mountain Range. Lin Fei smiled bitterly in his heart. When did his luck become so good? In the morning, he bought the scabbard of the baleful black saber, and in the afternoon, he met a group of bandits. This luck. I am Lin Fei. Who are you guys? Why are you stopping me? The 10 bandits in front of him all emitted a ferocious aura. Their strength was not weak, and the strongest was at the 7th heaven of the martial path. The rest were either at the 5th or 6th heaven of the martial path. With so many people surrounding him, Lin Fei found it strange. Of course we are bandits, and we are bandits that specially want your life. Chapter 69. At the same time, on a lush mountain near the official road, there were 3 people standing on top of a towering tree, looking down from above. They could clearly see everything that was happening on the official road. How unexpected! That brat Lin Fei was actually able to come out of the Blackwater Mountain Range alive. This is too surprising. Fortunately, we were not in a hurry to return. Otherwise, we can forget about having a good time when we return. A tall and sturdy man with thick eyebrows and large eyes laughed in a sinister manner. His face was dark and cold. The other two looked at the burly man and smiled fawningly. Senior brother, you have a good eye. We were almost fooled by Lin Fei. If we let him go back, what face would we have left? That's right, that's right. We didn't waste our 2 months in Blackwater City. Who knows, the deaths of our senior brothers might be related to Lin Fei. With his strength, it's impossible for him to escape from our senior brothers. This time, we must eliminate Lin Fei. This kind of person isn't qualified to challenge senior brother. If Lin Fei heard this, he would definitely be shocked. The other party was actually persistently guarding Blackwater City, trying to wait for him to come to them. Back then, after Lin Fei killed that person, he had neglected to clean up the mess, resulting in the corpse being exposed. The Blackwater Mountain Range was filled with people. The news spread quickly. Even though these people had specially disguised themselves to hide their identities, they could not be more familiar with the news of the people they knew. Thus, this scene happened today. When Lin Fei had a small conflict with the Saber God sect at the exit of the mountain range, they immediately found out about it. Thus, they set up an ambush on the official road and invited the famous bald bandit to deal with Lin Fei. Any clues left behind would have nothing to do with them. This brat Lin Fei is quite a troublemaker. In such a short period of time, his strength has risen so quickly. This kind of person definitely cannot be allowed to return to the divine martial sect. It's a pity that he shouldn't have offended eldest senior brother, and even dared to issue a challenge. Does he really think that he is a peerless genius? The tall and sturdy man sneered. His eyes were ice cold. It was clear that he regarded Lin Fei as a dead man. In order to deal with Lin Fei, they gathered bandits from the Blackwater Mountain Range. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, there was no way he could survive against them. They were not disciples of the Saber God sect, but a group of ruthless bandits who killed without batting an eyelid. Even if they encountered them, their chances of winning wouldn't exceed 30%. Because they were roving bandits, extremely vicious and evil roving bandits. You want my life? Lin Fei's face couldn't help but sink. He originally thought that he had been targeted by someone in Blackwater City. This sort of thing happened quite often in Blackwater City. In other words, one shouldn't reveal one's wealth. However, after hearing the man's words, he could sense that there was something fishy about it. Lin Fei knew exactly what kind of people he had offended since he crossed over to the Shentian continent. It was as clear as a mirror, and he couldn't find anyone else to blame. What a fast reaction, brat. Unfortunately, no matter how fast your reaction is, it's your own fault for offending someone you shouldn't have. Remember, this day next year will be the day of your death. Little ones, kill him. Kill this brat. Tonight, we'll have delicious food, drink spicy wine, and play with the best women. Kill. Kill. Get down here and watch me chop you up. Saber light and sword shadows immediately enveloped him, causing the 1,000-li horse beneath him to become restless. Reckless fools. Lin Fei cursed inwardly. He pressed his palm against the horse's back and gently leaped into the air. Since they dared to ambush him, they must pay the price. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes, and his killing intent surged. Kill. After nearly 3 months of hunting demonic beasts, Lin Fei let out a loud roar. His killing intent was almost tangible, and it landed on the body of the person closest to him like a hammer. A trace of fear appeared on his face, and a white light appeared in front of him. Puff! That person blinked, and his whole body froze. After a breath's time, his body was instantly split into 2. Blood splattered everywhere, and the smell of blood permeated the air. Instant kill with 1 slash. In the past 3 months, Lin Fei had reached the level where he could use his saber at will. He could often use his saber to the limit, and his saber became even more cunning and strange. He would often attack from unexpected directions. If this is all you have, then I don't mind killing all of you today. Lin Fei let out a cold snort. He used his flowing wind movement technique, raised his palm as a saber, and once again rushed into the crowd. The Thunderbolt saber technique was activated, and it turned into streaks of invisible white light that interweaved into a white net that cut through the space. Puff! Puff! Poochie! The flowing wind movement technique allowed him to move like the wind, and he could come and go without a trace. Unless his opponent executed their saber technique at an extremely fast speed, they would never be able to force Lin Fei out. Lin Fei was like the son of the wind, and he was born with the wind. Every time his saber palm landed, a life would be taken. Ah, my hand. My leg. Come out. Come out now. I'm going to kill you. Since the establishment of the bald-headed roving bandits, they had never met such a powerful character. Their group of roving bandits might not be strong, but their ability to kill was top-notch. Just the killing intent that they had accumulated was enough to give them an advantage in battle. Today they had made a grave mistake. A little brat with a killing intent that was even denser than theirs, and his movement technique was horrifying. Usually, he would move like the wind, and his attack would miss. Usually, he would not be able to change his attack, and when his opponent's ferocious saber technique came down from the sky, it would be hard for them to block it. This kind of person was too abnormal. The little rabbit in their eyes had suddenly turned into a ferocious tiger, a tiger that wanted to take their lives. The scene before them was the best proof of what was meant by the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. As the leader of the group, the bald-headed man's face had already turned into a bitter gourd. He flew into a rage and roared. Little brat, you are courting death. In order to nurture subordinates, bandits had to kill non-stop. In less than 10 breaths of time, countless of his subordinates had died, and they had completely lost their combat strength. The bald-headed man was on the verge of vomiting blood. These were all his assets that he had painstakingly accumulated. If this continued, he would become a general without an army. Why would he still be a bandit? Damn it! How dare you trick me? After I kill this brat, you will definitely regret offending me, this bald-headed man. The bald-headed man glared at a spot on the official road and cursed in his heart. This time, he had really met an iron plate, a seemingly powerful iron plate, but he had suffered a great deal of damage to his vitality. Ferocious tiger descends the mountain. The bald-headed man roared, and his burly body turned into a ferocious tiger. He clawed out with both hands, and a white tiger phantom appeared. The tiger's roar echoed through the forest, and it was extremely ferocious. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on Lin Fei. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. Lin Fei was no longer the Lin Fei from 3 months ago. Good timing. Lin Fei, an expert at the 7th level of the martial path, did not show any major changes. Rushing Thunder Blade Art. The Rushing Thunder Blade Art, which usually struck out like lightning, had now turned into rays of white light. The white light that killed people was silent. Lin Fei raised his right hand like a blade, and suddenly, 5 rays of white light shot out, one after another, locking onto the bald-headed man. Pang 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 pang. 5 consecutive rays of blade light turned into murderous light, and forcefully slashed at the ferocious tiger's body. Although the condensation of the 7th level of the martial path was quite powerful, these 5 rays of blade light were not just for show. With the first slash, the ferocious tiger's figure stopped. With the second slash, the ferocious tiger's figure shook. With the third slash, the fourth slash, and the 5th slash, the ferocious tiger formed by Xian Qi could not maintain its figure under the sharp blade light, and was forcefully slashed apart by the following 3 slashes. Rushing Thunder Blade Art. 5 slashes of blade light broke the ferocious tiger. The bald-headed man's pupils dilated, unable to conceal the shock on his face. An expert at the 7th level of the martial path could condense Xian Qi to attack. This was the most powerful technique, and now it was forcefully broken by someone. This blade art was too terrifying. The bald-headed man had seen many people who were powerful with the blade, and he had never seen such a sharp blade intent in the blade light, as if it could cut through everything. You, how could you break my attack? The bald-headed man was obviously stunned. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Fei's drifting wind movement technique moved again. He raised his right hand, and the Rushing Thunder Blade Art was used again, turning into 10 rays of blade light, each sharper than the one before. The white light was dazzling, and the aura was terrifying. What a powerful blade light. What kind of blade art is this kid practicing? The first blade light came down, and before it even got close, a cold aura came from the sharp blade light, as if it would be cut in half in the next breath. The 10 blade lights locked onto the bald-headed man, and he did not dare to be careless. He used all his skills and Xian Qi to block one attack after another. Puff! 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 Even so, after the 8th blade light, the bald-headed man's chest was cut open, and blood flowed out. His aura was chaotic, and he could not believe that he could not block 10 blade lights. He was an expert at the 7th level of the martial path. My life is over. The 9th and 10th blade lights came with the power of thunder, and the bald-headed man's eyebrows twitched. He did not expect the last 2 blade lights to be so powerful. Crack! His left arm was broken, and blood flowed out. The bald-headed man's face was pale. The 10th blade light came down again, and the bald-headed man could not block it at all, because the last 2 blade lights were not ordinary blade lights, but another blade art, great thousand leaves blade art. With a bang, the bald-headed man was cut in half, and his internal organs were scattered on the ground. His eyes were filled with unwillingness when he died. How could a rabbit become a ferocious tiger? Chapter 70. P.S. Thanks to Guan Chu for tipping 100 Chidian coins. Under the scorching sun. What was originally like a stove at noon had turned into a world of ice and snow after what happened on the official road. How could this be? Since when did the bald-headed roving bandit's strength become so weak? Could it be that his previous reputation was just for show? Damn it! How could the bald bandit be killed by Lin Fei when he was at the 7th heaven of the martial path? Could it be that he spent all his energy on women last night? It can't be like this. Could it be that Lin Fei encountered an opportunity in the Blackwater Mountain Range? If it wasn't for this reason, how could he have killed that baldy? That's the strength of a cultivator at the 7th layer of the martial path. The 3 of them subconsciously broke out in a cold sweat. The arrogant kid in their eyes had actually put on such a good show for them right under their noses. A good show that they could not believe. A scholar who had been away for 3 days should be looked at differently. If this news were to spread to the divine martial sect, it would definitely be shocking news. There were more than 10 bald bandits, but they were not a match for Lin Fei. Their brutal saber arts and terrifying killing intent were not inferior to the senior brothers of the Outer Sanctum disciples. All of this happened in just 3 months. Originally, they hoped that the bald bandit could smoothly kill Lin Fei to avoid trouble. A kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth didn't deserve to be killed by them. Who would have thought that God would play a big joke on them? Lin Fei's strength had greatly improved, and he was able to kill an expert at the 7th heaven of the martial path in 10 moves. It was too terrifying. Not good, Lin Fei found us. While the 3 of them were still in shock, a sharp gaze from the official road pierced their hiding place. What are you afraid of? It's just Lin Fei. He must have used up most of his Xian Qi after killing the expert at the 7th heaven of the martial path. Let's go down and take care of this kid. The 2 of them subconsciously looked at their senior brother for advice. Lin Fei's danger had long exceeded their expectations. Once Lin Fei returned to the Divine Force sect, it would definitely cause a big shock. If their senior brother lost to him, it would be a great joke among the Outer Sanctum disciples. Lin Fei must be killed. It's impossible to not kill him. The tall and sturdy man sneered as a hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Since they have discovered our hiding place, we can conveniently get rid of this brat to avoid unnecessary trouble when we return to the Divine Martial Sect. Big Senior Brother absolutely does not want to see Lin Fei return to the Divine Martial Sect. It would be best if he dies in the mouths of demonic beasts. The smell of blood permeated the air on the official road. Lin Fei's eyes were like torches as he stared in one direction. I didn't expect them to be the ones causing trouble in the dark. A bunch of shameless villains. After a great increase in strength, a martial artist's hearing and reflexes were especially sharp. They would be able to sense even the slightest movement. After killing the baldy, Lin Fei immediately sensed someone's presence. When he looked over, a dangerous aura appeared, confirming Lin Fei's guess in his heart. Indeed, someone was against him. If he was the Lin Fei from 3 months ago, Lin Fei believed that he would have died a horrible death. Lin Fei was especially disgusted by those who lurked in the dark. I don't care who arranged this. Since you dare to plot against me, you must pay the price. Lin Fei, you really have the life of a cockroach. The demonic beasts in the Blackwater Mountain couldn't kill you, and the bandits led by the baldy couldn't kill you. You really are different from the others. After the 3 of them appeared, they immediately surrounded Lin Fei in a triangular formation, as if they were catching a turtle in a jar. The tall and sturdy man clapped his hands as he looked at Lin Fei with great interest. You guys seem to have missed the ambush outside the Blackwater City. Lin Fei replied with an expressionless face. If I wasn't different from the others, I might have already died in your hands, my senior brother. Junior brother Shang and the others really died in your hands. The tall and sturdy man Zhang Yun sneered. As expected of someone who dared to challenge senior brother, Your temper is really not ordinary. Unfortunately, you are destined to die here today. The divine martial sect does not need a genius like you. Senior brother's family also does not like to see people like you rise. Your mistake is that you should not have been born in the Lin family. The three of them were not strong. Two of them were at the 6th heavenly layer of the martial path, and one was at the 7th heavenly layer of the martial path. Dealing with Lin Fei, who had almost exhausted his Xian Qi, was a piece of cake. Although Lin Fei had already guessed it, he was still slightly startled when he heard this. His identity as the third young master of the Lin family was really troublesome. If you want to take my, Lin Fei's life, then you have to have the qualifications to do so. Lin Fei did not get angry and smiled. Just now, that Baldy said that today is my death anniversary. Unfortunately, it has become his death anniversary. I hope you will not repeat the same mistake. You have a sharp tongue, die for me. The tall man below Zhang Yun was angry. Facing the three of them, he still dared to be so arrogant. This kind of person should be killed. Flying cloud sword art. The tall man's hand moved, and his silver sword flashed like a white cloud. In an instant, he stabbed out 3 times towards Lin Fei. Each of these 3 strikes was aimed at the vital parts of Lin Fei's body and instantly sealed off all of Lin Fei's escape routes. It was extremely ruthless, and each strike was fatal. The flying cloud sword art was a first-class Xian art in the divine martial sect. It emphasized on elegance, unpredictable changes, and one fatal strike. It was deeply loved by many disciples. Lin Fei's heart did not jump, but his face changed color. He coldly snorted. You want to kill me with this sword art? You are overestimating yourself. The current Lin Fei was no longer the Lin Fei of the past. Facing this sword move that was each stronger than the last, Zhang Xian executed his drifting wind movement technique. His feet moved in a strange manner, as though he was dancing on the tip of a blade, dodging 3 sword moves in a row. Then, he appeared in front of the tall man. Raising his right hand, he used his palm as a saber, and a saber light descended from the sky. Bang! The tall man's eyes widened, and a line of blood on his forehead was split in half. Under the blade light, he was directly cut in half and died. From the moment the move was made to the moment of death, it only took 3 breaths of time for a 6th heaven of martial path expert to be killed. There was a lot of contempt in this. Why are you? Isn't your Xian Qi almost used up? In their imagination, Lin Fei must have used up a lot of Xian Qi when he used such a fierce blade art. Any one of them was enough to kill Lin Fei. Who would have thought that Lin Fei's blade art was still so fierce? A moment of carelessness. A junior brother was killed in front of his eyes. Lin Fei smiled evilly. Who said that using a fierce blade art means consuming Xian Qi? As soon as his voice fell, Lin Fei used the flowing wind movement art again. He moved sideways to the side of another 6th heaven of martial path expert. His palm blade slashed down from the sky, and the sharp blade light broke through the air, killing downward. Humph! You want to use the old move to kill me? You are wrong. Clang! Both of them were experts, and they instantly realized that Lin Fei was more dangerous than they had imagined. When Lin Fei used a strange movement art to approach, the martial artist reacted and blocked the attack. As the two exchanged blows, the disciple felt a chill in his heart. What great strength! When did Lin Fei have such strength? The palm blade attack caused the blood in his body to surge, and it was very uncomfortable. This was something he had never experienced before, and it was just one move. He was shocked. This is only the first move, and you can't even take it. You can die for the next few moves. Lin Fei laughed and raised his palm blade again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei sent out saber lights that looked like falling leaves in the autumn wind, sending out saber lights that looked like falling leaves in the autumn wind as he laughed loudly. This was the Great Thousand Leaves Saber Art. The Great Thousand Leaves Saber Art focused on strange angles. It could often be used from unexpected angles, and it was more tricky than the Flying Cloud Sword Art. Puff! 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 The 3 moves of the Great Thousand Leaf Saber technique, together with Lin Fei's flowing wind movement technique, were simply lethal weapons. It was nearly impossible to defend against them. Deep wounds appeared on Lin Fei's left arm and chest. Blood flowed out, and he lost all ability to fight. Clang! Chapter 71. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! This was Zhang Yun, an outer court disciple of the divine martial sect. He had thought that Lin Fei had used up most of his Xian Qi when he killed the bald bandit. Even if Lin Fei found out about it, they would still be able to take care of Lin Fei. But the heavens did not chase after him. Lin Fei had actually hidden a trick up his sleeve, causing them to suffer heavy losses. In just a few breaths, one of his two juniors was dead, and the other was seriously injured. They had completely lost their ability to fight. Everything had happened to Lin Fei. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhang Yun would never have believed it. Coming from Lin Fei, who had only been here for less than 3 months, he was afraid that even a genius could not compare to him. Now that things had come to this, Zhang Yun's regret was useless. Their goal was to kill Lin Fei. At this point, if Lin Fei didn't die, then they would. It was a simple logic. They believed that neither side would let the other go. Good boy. No wonder you dared to challenge senior brother. You must have had some fortuitous encounter to increase your strength so quickly. Since you are my senior brother, hand over the fortuitous encounter you obtained. If I am in a good mood, I will leave your corpse intact. Zhang Yun laughed sinisterly, his eyes filled with greed. Zhang Yun was also a saber user. His weapon was a long and thin willow leaf saber technique. Swish! 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 Saber radiance flew everywhere, besieging Wei to rescue the besieged, resolving his junior brother's crisis. Since Lin Fei dared to kill a fellow disciple, he had no intention of letting them go. Once his strength was exposed, he would not let them go back alive. The 3 months of training had not been in vain. Lin Fei understood many things. The Xiantian continent was a world where the fist was the biggest. Just like the road of a powerhouse, countless bones were piled up, forming a winding road of bones. No one knew how dangerous it was. If Lin Fei had shown mercy to them today, he might have been the one lying on the ground. He could not be merciful. It's hard to say who will kill who. Lin Fei snorted coldly. How could he not tell that Zhang Yun wanted to save him? He raised his palm again and his saber technique changed. Rushing thunder saber technique, 5 saber lights flew out, turning into 5 dazzling lights as they chopped towards Zhang Yun. When they were on the mountain, Zhang Yun already knew that Lin Fei's blade technique was ferocious. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, his heart was filled with anger. Such a ferocious blade technique, why didn't it belong to him, but to a waste? This was unforgivable. Lin Fei's blade technique was ferocious, and Zhang Yun did not dare to take it head-on. He swung his willow leaf saber in the air and slashed 3 times. However, he had neglected one point. Lin Fei's attack was just a feint. This is bad. When he saw the smile on Lin Fei's face, Zhang Yun's heart skipped a beat. He realized that he had neglected the junior brother behind him. No. Indeed, Lin Fei's goal was not to deal with Zhang Yun, but to deal with the outer disciples who had lost their ability to fight. Lin Fei had used a feint to attract Zhang Yun's attention before executing the drifting wind movement technique to close in on Zhang Yun. Bang! Lin Fei swung his saber down. Before the disciple in the 6th layer of the martial path could catch his breath, the saber light fell and he died. He couldn't figure out how Lin Fei could break through his senior brother's attack. Ah, I want you to die! Zhang Yun felt like he had been slapped in the face when he saw his junior brother being killed. His expression became even more ferocious, and he flew into a rage like a flash flood. If the first time was pardonable, then the second time should not have happened. Zhang Yun did not expect Lin Fei to be so cunning. Instead of attacking him, he attacked his injured junior brother. So. On the official road, 2 figures moved back and forth. Saber lights surrounded them, making it difficult to see them clearly. The situation was very dangerous. In his rage, Zhang Yun's willow leaf saber techniques might increased imperceptibly. The willow leaf-like saber light turned into beams of white light, sealing off all paths of retreat. But under such attacks, Zhang Yun became more and more fearful. The willow leaf saber technique focused on elegance and the softness of a willow leaf. Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei would have died a long time ago, but the situation before him was different. Lin Fei was like a gentle breeze. No matter how powerful his saber technique was, he would still be able to dodge his opponent's attack by a hair's breadth. Zhang Yun's repeated attacks were undoubtedly a blow to Zhang Yun's confidence. Damn it, what kind of movement technique is this? How can he avoid my attacks? Zhang Yun's face was filled with anxiety. He swung the willow leaf saber in his hand and slashed out diagonally. The angle was very good, and he was confident that he could injure Lin Fei. Clang! Just as he was about to injure Zhang Yun, a black saber appeared in Lin Fei's hand. With a flash of cold light, Lin Fei blocked Zhang Yun's confident attack. Zhang Yun was shocked. The corner of his eyes twitched as he looked at Lin Fei in disbelief. You actually have 100 treasure bag. A mere outer sect disciple had 100 treasure bag. Zhang Yun could not help but be shocked. Among the outer sect disciples of the divine martial sect, almost no one had 100 treasure bag, but Lin Fei had one. This was no less than a blow to him. This was a treasure that could not be bought even if one had money. Zhang Yun was tempted, and his eyes were filled with greed. Lin Fei did not speak any nonsense. The battle on the official road would only last for a while, and it was better to be safe than sorry. If someone came, it would not be a good thing. Lin Fei wanted to end the battle quickly. Not to mention, his opponent's spirit had already passed. Just like the art of war had said, the spirit of the first drum will be exhausted. Rushing Thunder Saber Technique. Lin Fei did not dare to be careless against an expert at the seventh sky of the martial path. The previous expert at the seventh sky of the martial path had underestimated him, which was why he was easily killed by Lin Fei. However, the person in front of him was different. Seeing Lin Fei using a saber, Zhang Yun did not dare to be careless. He tapped his feet, and the willow leaf saber moved. He decided to attack first, and not let Lin Fei use his saber technique. Flying willow leaves. If he did not take Lin Fei seriously before, he would have already treated him as an opponent of the same level. Zhang Yun used his trump card, a terrifying saber technique that he had just learned. Originally, he wanted to use it during the half-year competition as a secret killing move, but now he had no choice but to use it. Lin Fei had not even used his saber technique yet, but the dangerous aura already made Zhang Yun feel uneasy. Zhang Yun's trump card was very domineering. When the flying willow leaves was used, Zhang Yun's entire body turned into a willow leaf. In such a large area, only the willow leaf saber light remained. It was as if his entire body was hidden in the saber light. It was extremely dangerous. What a powerful saber technique. It can almost reach the level of a primary combat skill. Unfortunately, this saber technique cannot reach the speed of the wind. Otherwise, it would be a real killing move. Lin Fei's knowledge had increased by leaps and bounds. Even though Zhang Yun's saber art was powerful, there were still many flaws in it. Zhang Yun's saber art could not be considered perfect, and there were certain flaws in it. Speed was the biggest flaw. Coincidentally, speed was Lin Fei's biggest advantage at the moment. Break! Lin Fei took out his saber. Great Thousand Leaves Saber Technique. This saber technique was similar to the willow leaf saber technique. It also focused on speed, and it was much more powerful than the willow leaf saber technique. Chop! 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 Raising his hand, the saber fell. Lin Fei quickly slashed 3 times in the air. These 3 slashes were not random, but they formed an encirclement. Each slash sealed off an area. In other words, when Lin Fei slashed 3 times, he actually changed 3 positions. Puff! A muffled groan sounded, and a shadow fell out of the encirclement. His originally neat clothes had 3 wounds on his body. Zhang Yun coughed out blood and looked down at the wound on his chest. He could not believe what he had just seen. How did you find out where I was hiding? Speed, your saber technique cannot reach the speed it should have. In my eyes, it is full of flaws. I will let you see what true speed is. Lin Fei's saber was extremely fast, and the saber light flashed like a white light. 10 saber lights. Zhang Yun's pupils dilated as he barely managed to block the 3 saber lights. The saber lights were so fast that he couldn't predict where they would go next. They were too fast, and he couldn't react in time. This was a sign that his speed had reached the limit. The clouds were moving, and the wind was blowing. Such a fast saber. Chapter 72. It's a pity that my blade's speed cannot be raised to the next level. Otherwise, with the speed of my blade, coupled with a flowing wind movement technique, killing him would be as easy as flipping my palm. I don't need to attack his weak point. I can just kill him directly. With the speed of the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, killing all the enemies would definitely cause a commotion outside. Who knows how many people would applaud. Looking at the dead disciples, Lin Fei's mood did not change. It was as if he had killed a demonic beast. This continent was like this. Being soft-hearted would not end well. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Fei was already used to it. Looking at it from a different perspective, he realized that everything would be different. Zhang Wanshan, I reckon you're going to be disappointed again this time. You shouldn't deal with me again and again. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes as he engraved Zhang Wanshan's name into his mind. After killing people, he naturally had to clean up and collect the spoils of war. Right now, what Lin Fei liked the most was to collect the spoils of war. Lin Fei moved the corpses of the 3 divine Marshal Gates disciples into the forest. As for how long he could hide them, he did not care. Without any evidence, who could do anything to him? As for the bald bandit, Lin Fei was not so kind as to leave their corpses lying on the road. He did not know what kind of influence his actions would bring. Of course, the spoils of war could not be left behind. Aside from the silver, he also obtained a few second- and third-rate Xian art manuals. For someone like him who already had a few yellow-level Xian arts, unranked Xian arts were nothing to him. Although they weren't worth much, mosquito meat was still meat. Lin Fei wouldn't waste it. Aside from these, he also obtained a low-grade mortal weapon from the bald man. It could be considered as a big harvest. After checking that he did not miss anything, Lin Fei rode his horse and left. He did not dare to stay any longer. Sure enough, 2 hours after Lin Fei left, a figure suddenly appeared. What happened on the official road was immediately spread. Who was that bald-headed bandit? He was a ferocious person in the Blackwater mountain range. He robbed passers-by, robbed merchants, and committed all sorts of crimes. Countless people had died at the hands of that bald-headed bandit. It could be said that his hands were stained with blood. The bald man was killed on the main road, causing quite a commotion. Those who had people killed by the bald man all rushed over from Blackwater City to watch. Bastard, it's good that you died. You've done so much evil, and this day will come sooner or later. I wonder which expert got rid of the bald-headed roving bandit. With this, the Blackwater Mountain Range will have one less group of ferocious roving bandits. This is a great thing. That's right, that's right. In the past, when we were walking on the main road, we were most worried about running into the bald roving bandits. Not only did they rob us, they even killed us. Compared to the other roving bandits, their attitude was much worse. Now that they are dead, we don't have to worry about them anymore. We really have to thank that expert for getting rid of them for us. In a short period of time, the main road was crowded with many people. Seeing the miserable state of the bald man and his subordinates, the crowd didn't feel anything. On the contrary, they were very excited. Even if they didn't personally make a move, they felt an indescribable sense of relief when they saw them die in front of them. In the Blackwater Mountain Range, the reputation of the bald-headed roving bandit could be considered as a great threat. They pursued the principle of killing and robbing without leaving anyone alive. They had become an existence that would make people's faces pale at the mention of their name. If they didn't die here, they would all flee at the mention of the bald-headed roving bandit's name. Many people were excited, and they even prayed for their dead friends. Among them, there were also some people who surrounded the corpses with grave expressions. Their brows were furrowed from time to time, and they could see many clues from the wounds. Expert, this person is an expert with a saber. Look at this person's wound. It's clean and smooth. Also look at his eyes. It's clearly something that happened in the blink of an eye. I believe that an ordinary saber user wouldn't be able to easily cut him in half. Look at this person's palm. It's cracked and there's blood between his thumb and index finger. It's clear that he couldn't withstand a high-speed attack and was killed. This means that this person was born with divine strength. Also, this bald-headed leader is at the 7th celestial layer of the martial path. He's numb to killing, and even experts of the same level wouldn't be able to take him down easily. But look at this wound. It's clearly left in an instant. He's definitely not at the 7th celestial layer of the martial path. Perhaps he's at the 8th celestial layer of the martial path, which is why he could easily kill him. I really don't know when such an expert with a saber appeared. Every move of his is so fierce. It seems that our unfalling dynasty will have another expert with a saber. There was no lack of experts on the main road. In an instant, they saw through many things, and the results of their analysis were even more shocking. A saber was a murder weapon. It wasn't easy to use a saber well. The massacre on the main road gave them a different perspective. It turned out that when a saber was ferocious, Every move could be fatal. Many people even wondered what the outcome would be if they were to face this expert with a saber. Haha, he's considered a saber expert? I don't think so. He's not even comparable to the disciples of our divine saber sect. Miss Li Yu, don't you think so? Young Master Wu Gon, since you're an expert with a saber, why don't you explain how many slashes did this bald-headed leader take before he died? Li Yu's lips parted slightly, her tone indifferent. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely be able to recognize the white-dressed girl, Zhang Yuyu, who had helped him with his business back then. The Divine Martial Sect and the Divine Saber Sect were both part of the three major sects, and their disciples had dealings with one another. Wu Gon was one of them. He met her by chance in the Blackwater Mountain Range and followed her all the way. When Li Yu asked about this, Wu Gon was slightly taken aback. Fortunately, he had a good upbringing and maintained a charming smile on his face. Since Miss Li Yu has said so, I'll do as you say. Judging from the wounds of this bald-headed leader, he probably took no less than 8 slashes before he died. The last 2 slashes were the real killing moves. Coming from the Divine Saber Sect, Wu Gon was also an expert with the saber. He immediately noticed something after a closer look. Just as he was about to smile at her, Li Yu's merciless words struck him. I don't agree with young Master Wu's words. Li Yu's beautiful eyes looked at the wounds on the corpse. I believe that from the first slash, the bald-headed bandit's chi and blood were in a mess, and he was already injured. Even without the last 2 killing moves, the bald-headed bandit wouldn't have survived. You can take a closer look at the wounds left by the saber radiance on his skin. His internal organs must have been damaged long ago, and he just didn't feel it. Do you think he's an ordinary saber expert with such skills? Wu Gon was thoroughly refuted by Li Yu's words. The truth was just as she said. The bald-headed bandit was heavily injured both internally and externally. Even without the last killing move, he would have died without a doubt. Looking at the wounds on the corpse, Li Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with doubt. She started to think about it, and she couldn't help but recall the arrogant gaze of the bald-headed bandit at the exit of the Blackwater Mountain Range. Was he the one who killed these people? Chapter 73. The Divine Martial Gate appeared in the azure sky, the mountain range stretching as far as the eye could see. It was indeed worthy of being one of the 3 great sects of the unfalling dynasty. At the foot of the mountain range, the semi-annual competition is about to begin. I wonder which senior brother among the outer disciples will stand out and fight his way into the inner court and become an inner court disciple. At the foot of the mountain, 2 low-level disciples were chatting idly. Is there a need to say it? It must be those senior brothers at the 8th or 9th level of the martial Tao. We might only be able to wander around the outer court for the rest of our lives. If only we could enter the inner court, then we wouldn't have to guard the gate at the foot of the mountain anymore. Li Yong said enviously. Fortunately, it's not our turn to guard the mountain. We're lucky to see the glory of the senior brothers. I heard that this year's competition will be exciting. The other disciple, Zhao Hu, said. Hee. That's because we're lucky. In this year's competition, there's an arrogant guy among the outer court disciples. He actually dared to challenge our senior brothers at the 8th level of the martial Tao. What's his name again? Li Yong slapped his forehead, momentarily unable to recall. Zhao Hu was startled. Soon after he said, You can't be talking about that Lin Fei, right? I've heard that this brat is extremely daring, and actually wants to challenge eldest senior brother. He's really tired of living. Yes, that trash Lin Fei. I heard that he consumed some forbidden pill and will never be able to become a profound practitioner. With a good family, we don't have to worry about pills. If I had that pill, I would be satisfied even if I didn't become a profound practitioner. Zhao Hu rolled his eyes. Hee. What is he if he doesn't become a profound practitioner? If our unfalling dynasty doesn't become a profound practitioner, then we don't even have to speak with confidence. You should know that becoming a profound practitioner greatly increases one's lifespan. No matter how powerful the 9th level of the martial Tao is, it's only a mere 200 years of lifespan. Becoming a profound practitioner is different, having at least 300 years of lifespan. That kid Lin Fei is like picking up sesame seeds and losing a watermelon. That's it for the rest of his life. But then again, if Lin Fei doesn't accept the forbidden pill, then I'm afraid he can forget about becoming a 9th level expert. Humph, are you two talking about me? Just as the 2 of them were chatting happily, a cold voice suddenly rang out, like a howling cold wind in a world of ice and snow, instantly enveloping the two of them. Their entire bodies felt as if they were being pressed down by a mountain, almost unable to breathe. At this moment, they forgot everything else, and the only thought they had was to escape from this oppressive feeling. While they were panicking, a person appeared in their field of vision. It was a disciple wearing the uniform of the Divine Force sect, who was looking at them expressionlessly. The two of them quivered as another person appeared in their minds. Lin Fei, that audacious guy. At the foot of the mountain of the Divine Force Gate was Lin Fei, who had just rushed back. Ever since he had killed Zhang Wanshan's men on the official road, everything had been peaceful. Lin Fei had not encountered any more danger. Everything had been smooth sailing. When he returned to the Divine Force Gate, he happened to hear these words. What a terrifying aura. I can barely breathe. What the hell? Even the 7th or 8th sky of the martial path might not have such a frightening aura. I am an expert at the 5th sky of the martial path after all. How could I feel fear? The two of them looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Just a mere aura made them feel uneasy for no reason at all. No, we don't have the guts to talk about senior brother Lin Fei behind his back. They were all disciples guarding the Divine Force Gate, and their experiences were not ordinary. They immediately understood that Lin Fei had some kind of fortuitous encounter, so they did not dare to look down on him anymore. The Shentian continent spoke with their fists, and the Divine Force Gate spoke with their fists as well. If Lin Fei was still the same Lin Fei from before, they would not have cared at all. Lin Fei snorted coldly. That's for the best. Disciples guarding the Divine Force Gate must follow the rules of a disciple guarding the Divine Force Gate. If there is a next time, I don't mind giving you a good lesson. Even if you bring this matter to the law enforcement hall, you won't have a good time. As soon as the words law enforcement hall came out, the two of them were so scared that their faces turned pale, and their bodies began to tremble. I didn't expect that you, Lin Fei, would still be so arrogant. I thought you would die in the Blackwater Mountain Range, but I didn't expect you to come out alive. It seems that you are destined to be ruthlessly tortured by my big brother. A mocking voice suddenly rang out from behind Lin Fei. Lin Fei turned around and saw two familiar faces. It turned out that not far behind him was a group of people who had just returned from a mission. Among them were his old acquaintances, Zhang Zhongshan and Zhang Fenglang. At this time, their injuries had long since healed, and their strength had greatly improved. Zhang Zhongshan had broken through to the 5th heavenly layer of the martial path, and his Xian Qi had left his body. Zhang Fenglang had advanced to the 6th heavenly layer of the martial path, and his Xian Qi had condensed into a shape. I was wondering whose dog was so unruly. So it's you two losers. It seems that you haven't learned your lesson from last time, and you still want to learn from it. The two disciples guarding the Divine Force Gate had thought that they were going to be scolded, but when Zhang Zhongshan and the others appeared, they immediately revealed gloating expressions. As outer disciples, Lin Fei and Zhang Zhongshan were like fire and water, and they were well aware of this. Now that they had met again, they would definitely fight it out. No one had thought that Lin Fei would be so direct, and not put them in his eyes. Good, Lin Fei. It seems that after not seeing you for 3 months, your tail has risen to the sky. You really think that you are the king of heaven. After Zhang Zhongshan had suffered a loss last time, he had been brooding over what happened on the stage, so he chose a mission and went out to train. He also took a lot of pellets and advanced to the 5th heavenly layer of the martial path in one fell swoop. It was a joyous occasion, and especially today, when he came back and met Lin Fei, the little bastard. Naturally, he remembered the scene on the stage. Although he was confused, why he could come out of the Blackwater Mountain Range was no longer important. I will let you see the power of the broken jade hand. The Divine Force Gate disciples did not dare to stop them. Moreover, they were at the foot of the Divine Force Gate, and they all knew the hatred left by the two. Naturally, they would not be stupid enough to stop them. Zhang Zhongshan was originally arrogant and despotic, and he was not in the Divine Force Gate, so he naturally had nothing to fear. He would stop them on the scene, and he really wanted to teach Lin Fei a lesson. Funny, a loser wants to teach me a lesson. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. If Zhang Zhongshan could be said to have given him a great deal of pressure before, then today, the other party was like a docile rabbit. Lin Fei pointed at Zhang Fenglang and said, "The two of you, come at me together. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." Arrogant. Zhang Zhongshan was furious. He raised his palm and used the broken jade hand, a yellow class Xian art. As soon as the broken jade hand was used, a majestic Xian qi seeped out of his body and turned into a huge green palm, slamming down towards Lin Fei's head. Before the huge palm reached, the ground around Lin Fei had already sunk in, and the rocks around him were instantly turned into dust. Such a violent attack shocked the Divine Force Gate disciples. Lin Fei was going to be unlucky. The yellow class Xian art was not just for show, it was the real deal. Zhang Fenglang also had high hopes for Zhang Zhongshan's attack. Under the broken jade hand, even he had to be careful, not to mention Lin Fei. He had not seen him for 3 months. How strong could he be? He really wanted to see how Lin Fei felt when he was stepped on. Seeing the attack coming, Lin Fei's eyes showed that he did not care. He just raised his right hand and slashed down, and the light of the blade flashed. Break! The majestic Zhang Zhongshan was like a kite with a broken string, flung more than 10 feet away. Once again, he experienced the feeling of being sent flying, and there was a bloody wound on his chest. Shak! Shak! Zhang Zhongshan, who was injured on the ground, was dumbfounded. He did not want to step on Lin Fei. How could he lose, and in such a ridiculous way? How could I lose? What kind of sorcery did you use? Before he could finish his sentence, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Zhongshan felt a sense of helplessness. He was at the 5th sky of the martial path. How could he lose to a piece of trash? Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Defeating an old enemy, Lin Fei did not have much of a sense of achievement, he said lightly. You can't even block one of my attacks. You don't have the right to make me fight. Go back and tell your elder brother to wash his ass. I will beat him up. Then you take one of my attacks too. Let's see if I have the right. Seeing that Zhang Zhongshan had lost his ability to fight, Zhang Fenglong's face turned green and red. He was shocked. How could Lin Fei improve so quickly in just 3 months? He did not believe it. He did not dare to believe it. Therefore, Zhang Fenglang attacked. He had no choice but to do so. If the news were to spread, the Zhang clan would lose all their face. Facing the incoming attack, Lin Fei once again laughed coldly. You don't have the right either. Get lost. Lin Fei did not dodge. He also used the same palm blade. He moved his heart. Pang! Even though he was mentally prepared, Zhang Fenglang still felt an immense pressure, an inexplicable sense of danger in his heart. When the blade landed on his body, Zhang Fenglong's face turned pale. He felt like he was on the verge of death. Chapter 74. Under the scorching sun, everyone's heart was as cold as the winter wind. Zhang Zhongshan's defeat was understandable, but it did not exclude the possibility that Lin Fei's strength had improved greatly, especially when he cultivated the 9 revolutions qi, which increased the power of his Xian art. Then, what did Zhang Fenglang say? At the 6th sky of martial path, Xian qi was condensed, and the power of his attack was increased several times. The 5th sky of martial path had always been a watershed, and many people were stuck at it. Zhang Fenglang had advanced to the 6th heaven of martial Dao for a period of time. His qi condensation had long reached the point where he could control it at will. He also had a yellow rank mysterious art in his hands, but he was still injured by Lin Fei's blade light. They could not imagine how Lin Fei's strength had improved so quickly in 3 months. From the beginning to the end, the strength that Lin Fei had displayed was only the qi condensation. His combat strength was beyond imagination. How could they know that in the past 3 months, Lin Fei had been practicing his blade skills in the Blackwater Mountain Range, to the point that he could move at will? If an opponent of the same level showed contempt, he could easily be killed. At the foot of the Divine Force Gate, Zhang Zhongshan and Zhang Fenglong's hearts were cold, and they could not digest the news that Lin Fei brought. They thought that even Lin Fei's mother would not be able to recognize him, but who knew that they were not on the same level? Lin Fei, the former trash of the Divine Force Gate, began to shake them off, heading towards a big road, and they suddenly found that they could not catch up. When Lin Fei turned around, Zhang Fenglang and Zhang Chongshan's pupils constricted as fear rose in their hearts. That was because the saber light they had just unleashed might have been insignificant to others, but only they knew that if it had been anywhere else, Lin Fei would have definitely killed them. As martial artists, the blade light and the dangerous aura almost made them breathless. Seeing Lin Fei coming over, the two thought that he was going to kill him. Junior brother Lin Fei, what are you doing? Fortunately, A few disciples of the Divine Force sect gathered their courage and blocked in front of Lin Fei. Now that something like this had happened, if they still didn't stand up, they wouldn't be able to live. Especially since Zhang Fenglang and Zhang Zhongshan were their enemies. They believed that with them around, Lin Fei wouldn't dare to do anything out of the ordinary. Their only worry was that Lin Fei would take this opportunity to heavily injure them. It didn't matter if he was injured. If he was seriously injured at the foot of the Divine Force Gate, the significance would be completely different. Looking at the two people on the ground, Lin Fei really wanted to roar. What a day! If it was somewhere else today, Lin Fei really didn't mind killing all of them. He was such a person. If someone treated him well, he would always remember it. If someone treated him badly, he would never forget it. Lin Fei was such a person, acting as he pleased. If it was someone else without strong control, these two people would have died without a doubt. Senior brothers, there's no need to be so nervous. Do you really think that I'll make a move? Lin Fei smiled. It was a disdainful smile. In fact, if he really made a move, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Even the bald bandit couldn't do anything to him. So what could these Divine Force Gate disciples do? Even after hearing Lin Fei's words, they still kept their guard up, not daring to let Lin Fei get close. Lin Fei, what are you trying to do? Do you still want to humiliate us? Zhang Fenglang blocked Lin Fei's next move with a single sentence. In fact, he was already afraid. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Humiliate you? Who do you think you are? Are you even worthy of me humiliating you? You're nothing in my eyes. I just want you to go back and tell senior brother Zhang Wanshan that I, Lin Fei, have returned. Tell him that I've received the gift, and I like it very much. Everyone was confused by Lin Fei's words. Among the crowd, only the eyes of two people changed. A trace that was hard to catch flashed in their eyes. Although it happened very quickly, it was still seen by Lin Fei. It's really them. Lin Fei took a deep breath, turned around and left. Lin Fei, just you wait. My big brother definitely won't let you go. Just you wait to become a cripple. Zhang Chongshan, who was originally being helped up, suddenly flipped out. In fact, Zhang Chongshan was afraid in his heart, but when he thought of his big brother, he more or less had some confidence. Moreover, Lin Fei turned around and left. Ah! As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chongshan let out a miserable scream. A blade light cut through his clothes on his chest, and a bloody wound spread from his neck all the way to his stomach. It was just an inch deep into his flesh, and it wasn't fatal. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Especially the two Divine Force Gate disciples who were supporting Zhang Chongshan. Their faces were full of cold sweat, and they were completely scared out of their wits. What was scary? Being unable to feel it, and being without a trace, was the scariest thing. If Zhang Chongshan's attack landed on them, what would it be like? They didn't dare to imagine it. They never thought that it would be so scary, and it was just a casual attack. If there's a next time, I don't mind completely crippling you. Even if your big brother is here, don't think about protecting you. Lin Fei turned around and left. As soon as Lin Fei left, Zhang Chongshan's body went soft, and he directly collapsed. Death, what was death? Just now, Zhang Chongshan really experienced it. At this moment, he didn't know how conspicuous the bloody wound on his chest was at this moment, as if it was mocking him, as if it was mocking him. Lin Fei, if I don't take revenge for this, I swear I'm not a man. Zhang Chongshan, who had a gloomy face, raised his head again. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were full of resentment. The cold and gloomy aura made people not dare to approach him. Since he was born, when had Zhang Chongshan ever suffered like this, especially when he was almost killed by a blade? How could he forget such a great humiliation? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and send me to my big brother. Zhang Chongshan roared, and his temper was fierce. Everything that happened at the foot of the Divine Force Gate. Even though some people wanted to block it, it was still seen by some people. The trash in their eyes, Lin Fei, went to the Blackwater Mountain Range alone 3 months ago. Not only did he not die, but he even encountered some great opportunity, and his strength actually soared. He once again defeated Zhang Chongshan and Zhang Fenglang in one move. And the process was only one move, and it didn't even count. When this news came out, everyone's first thought was disbelief. It was not difficult to defeat someone in one move from the 5th sky of the martial path to the 6th sky of the martial path. The 7th sky of the martial path and the 8th sky of the martial path could do it, but it couldn't be so perfect. Now that all of this was done by Lin Fei, it was somewhat unrealistic. There was one point that no one dared to ignore. Lin Fei's strength had greatly improved, and a conservative estimate was that he was at the 6th sky of the martial path. He had condensed his Xian Qi, and cultivated a terrifying blade art, and every move was fatal. For those who like to watch a good show, Lin Fei had once returned to the Divine Force Gate, injured their Zhang Wanshan's brother, and also injured Zhang Fenglang. This was a blatant provocation, and it was not an ordinary kind of courage. No one was surprised by Lin Fei's actions. Considering what had happened before, this kind of provocation seemed to be normal. Zhang Wanshan didn't fly into a rage as expected, but chose to remain silent. Everyone understood that Zhang Wanshan's silence meant that he would not show mercy in the half-year competition. Chapter 75. The next morning. Lin Fei woke up early. It was a habit he had formed long ago. After practicing his blade art in the yard, he was drenched in sweat. Only then did he put away his blade and let out a long breath. His eyes flashed. After returning yesterday, Lin Fei did not greet anyone. He went straight back to his place and slept. Luckily, he had the 9 revolution Xian Qi, so he felt relaxed when he woke up. I'm going to hand in the pelts today in exchange for enough merit points. Lin Fei's gaze turned and landed on the huge beast skin bag at the entrance. In order to not arouse suspicion, he had specially bought a beast skin bag to store all kinds of furs and furs. This was to prevent people from recognizing that he had 100 treasures bag. Lin Fei understood that one should not show off one's wealth. Walking out of his place with the leather bag on his shoulder, Lin Fei noticed that the outer sect disciples' gazes had changed. They were clearly afraid and cautious, as if he had become a terrifying demon king. Lin Fei did not know that what had happened at the foot of the mountain yesterday had quickly spread among the outer sect disciples of the Shenwu Gate. This kind of thing should not be underestimated. Once it spread, no one would dare to underestimate Lin Fei. Therefore this scene happened today. Lin Fei was not stupid. He immediately understood what was going on. It must have something to do with what had happened yesterday. He did not think much about it. He wanted them to be like this, a bunch of snobs. Did you see that? He is Lin Fei. He defeated Zhang Fenglang and the other two with one move yesterday. Did you see how scary his gaze was just now? It's really scary. Is the 9 revolutions mysterious art really that powerful? It's only been 3 months, but Lin Fei's strength has increased by leaps and bounds. The way he looked at me just now was as if I was facing a dangerous demon beast. The legends are true. This time, there will be a good show to watch. That brat Lin Fei must have had some kind of dog-*T luck. He didn't even get killed by the demonic beasts in the Blackwater Mountain Range. I really want to see what will happen in the half-year competition. As soon as Lin Fei left, they began to discuss in low voices. Their faces were full of shock, as if they were trying to verify what had happened yesterday. Looking at the look in his eyes, they didn't dare to think that it was fake. On the way to the bounty hole, no one dared to say anything. Instead, most of them were afraid. Lin Fei was so happy. It was always better to be a bad person than a good person. When he arrived at the bounty hall, this was a place that had left a deep impression on Lin Fei. The hall was bustling with noise, and he could vaguely hear voices of Senior Marshal Brother Jun and Fur. He entered the bounty hall. At first glance, Lin Fei's attention was attracted by a certain place, because there were many people surrounding it, and from time to time, excited voices could be heard. Even though Lin Fei had only visited the bounty hall a few times, he had heard rumors circulating outside that the bounty hall had become an invisible competition ground ever since its establishment. There were many outer sanctum disciples of the divine martial sect, and they would come back every day to complete the bounty missions. If anyone came back with a brilliant feat, it would be known by all the disciples the next day. Most people liked to come to the bounty hall to watch the show. Lin Fei did not remember to go out. Due to the fact that Lin Fei was an introvert, he did not have many friends among the outer sanctum disciples, and he could not recognize anyone at the scene. Lin Fei simply waited by the side. As he stood there, he could not help but be interested in the person inside. It turned out to be an outer sanctum senior marshal brother who had just returned from hunting demonic beasts and was handing in the mission items. 152,153,154,155,156. Awesome, as expected of the Little Gentleman a title. These are all the fur of a 6th-ranked demonic beast, and they are demonic beasts that live in groups. Senior Marshall Brother June will definitely be able to fight his way into the top 10 of the Outer Sanctum disciples this time, and successfully enter the Inner Sanctum. Just based on the strength of hunting demonic beasts, those Senior Marshall brothers will definitely be able to do it. Becoming an Inner Sanctum disciple is nothing. In less than 3 years, Senior Marshall Brother June will definitely become a profound practitioner. Over 100 demonic beasts in less than a month. With such a large amount of fur, he might be able to exchange it for a powerful yellow rank mystic technique. He will definitely shine in the half-year competition. At the bounty counter, the Deacon Elder was counting the mountain of demonic beast fur on the table. Demonic beast fur was in great demand for the Divine Martial sect, and they were used to make leather armors. The higher the rank of the demonic beast, the more precious its fur was. The Deacon Elder was a middle-aged man with a smile on his face. It was obvious that he was very fond of demonic beast fur. Standing in front of the counter was a young man in his 20s. He had a delicate face and was dressed in a white robe. He looked cultured and elegant, and he was the Little Gentleman, Jun Woo Hui. Not bad, not bad. There are a total of 179 demonic beast fur. It seems that you have made great progress this month. If there is nothing else, your points for this month will be... The Deacon Elder counted quickly, and a moment later, he finished counting the demonic beast fur. Elder, please wait a moment. I still have something to count. Jun Woo Hui took out a black leather bag and threw it on the counter. A crisp sound could be heard. Demonic core. It must be a demonic core. The Deacon Elder's eyes flashed with joy, and he opened the bag. Demonic cores of different colors fell on the counter, and it immediately attracted a round of cheers. Demonic core. It really is a demonic core. Senior Brother June is mighty. Demonic beast fur was easy to obtain. Killing demonic beasts would definitely result in demonic beast fur. The difference was whether it was a high-level or a low-level fur, and the demonic core was completely different. The formation of a demonic core depended on the demonic beast. Normally, demonic beasts of the 8th or 9th rank would produce a demonic core. In other words, in order to obtain a demonic core, one had to continuously hunt demonic beasts. As the number of demonic beasts increased, demonic beasts would naturally be born. Everyone was well aware of what this meant. Life. Danger. Opportunity. Lin Fei was slightly startled, and then he let out a sigh of relief. In the past 3 months, countless demonic beasts had died in Lin Fei's hands. Demonic cores were naturally not a small amount. He originally wanted to see if he would take them out or not. But now, it seemed that demonic cores were not something that was difficult to obtain. Lin Fei was completely relieved. He did not need to worry about the origin of the demonic cores. They did not care about the origin at all. Jun Woo Hui's taking out the demonic cores had undoubtedly caused quite a stir. Normally, demonic beast pelts were used to complete tasks. Demonic cores were rare. One needed to hunt a large number of demonic beasts. Who would dare to do it alone? Senior Brother June is mighty. Senior Brother June is mighty. Standing in front of the counter, Jun Woo Hui's eyes could not hide his pride and complacency despite his modest appearance. At this time, everyone's attention was on the demonic cores. Rank 5 demonic cores. 18. Rank 6 demonic cores. 53. Rank 7 demonic cores. 12. The Deacon Elder was very excited. The Divine Martial sect had always liked demonic cores. As the Deacon Elder, the more demonic cores he handed in, the more attention he would receive. Junior Brother June, you have handed in a total of 179 demonic beast pelts. Among them, there are 5, 6, and 7 grades. In total, you have 6,420 merit points. 83 rank 5, 6, and 7 demonic cores are worth 14,207 merit points. Congratulations, Junior Brother June. You have a total of 20,627 merit points. You can go to the exchange center and exchange them for various Shen skills and weapons. Getting more than 20,000 merit points in one go was indeed not a small matter. Generally, getting 1 or 2,000 merit points in one go was considered a lot. However, getting more than 20,000 merit points in one go was something only a few outer disciples could do. As the deacon elder's words fell, all the disciples began to cheer. "Junior brother over there, are you here to exchange merit points?" The deacon elder's gaze fell on Lin Fei, who was standing at the door. The huge bag on his shoulder was undoubtedly proof that there were demonic beast pelts in it. Lin Fei, who was about to take out the demonic cores, subconsciously nodded, yes. The originally excited disciples instantly shifted their gazes to Lin Fei, who was standing at the door. "Isn't he Lin Fei?" someone suddenly shouted. Chapter 76. Lin Fei? Don't tell me he's the Lin Fei who cultivates the useless 9 revolutions mysterious art? Didn't he go to the Blackwater Mountain Range and not get eaten by the demonic beasts? Brother, your news is outdated. He came back yesterday, and I heard he defeated Zhang Fenglang and Zhang Chongshan with one move. I really don't know if it's true or not. Damn, it can't be true, but no matter how I look at it, Lin Fei doesn't seem to be very powerful. Is he just bragging? Or is the useless 9 revolutions mysterious art really so powerful? That's none of our business. I'm curious what Lin Fei brought back. Let alone 2nd or 3rd level pelts, that would be hilarious. After the crowd recovered from their shock, all kinds of discussions broke out, and they didn't take Lin Fei seriously at all. In their minds, Lin Fei was no different from a passerby. The Divine Force sect was such a place. If the Xiantian continent was a big Jianghu, then the Divine Force sect was a small Jianghu, filled with all kinds of interests and conflicts. You won't die even if you don't say anything. Why do you have to target me? Are you trying to provoke them? Facing the crowd's gaze, Lin Fei smiled wryly. Originally, he planned to exchange the pelts for merit points after they left. At least, it wouldn't be too shocking. Lin Fei liked to keep a low profile, but the supervising elder was very observant. Since the supervising elder had spoken, Lin Fei couldn't just turn around and leave. If he really did that, it would become a problem. Lin Fei knew a few ways to exchange for merit points. There were many ways to exchange demonic beast pelts for merit points, and there were also missions to exchange for merit points. A strange look flashed in the supervising elder's eyes. In the Divine Force sect, there were only a few people who cultivated the useless 9 revolutions mysterious art. When he first heard about it, he didn't think much of it. He didn't expect to see it today, so he couldn't help feeling surprised and curious. What kind of demonic beast pelts did this guy bring back? Lin Fei put the bag on the counter and waited for it to be checked. Junior brother, you're going to use the demonic beast pelts to exchange for merit points. The managing elder wasn't too surprised. Normally, most people would use monster beast pelts to exchange for merit points. In theory, he wouldn't encounter many people. Just looking at the bag, there were at least 100 monster beast pelts. In a single day, there weren't many people who would exchange over 100 demon beast pelts for merit points, especially when they were provided by a single person. The managing elder was also curious as to what kind of demonic beast's fur was in the beast skin bag. If it was a mid-level or high-level fur, then today's harvest would be huge. Please wait a moment. Junior brother. After the deacon elder opened the animal skin bag, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Everyone around the counter exclaimed in surprise. No one had expected that the animal skin bag would contain neatly folded fur. At a glance, one could tell that the fur of a demonic beast was at least at the mid-level. Damn, I can't be seeing things right? So many demonic beast furs. Could it be that Lin Fei's strength is enough to hunt a group of demonic beasts? Impossible, he was only at the 4th level of the martial path 3 months ago. He definitely didn't hunt them. That must be it. If he can hunt a mid-level demonic beast with his strength, then I can hunt a large group of high-level demonic beasts. Those disciples all had looks of disbelief on their faces. They were well aware that demonic beasts were difficult to kill. In a one-on-one fight, one's strength had to be at a higher level. Among the divine martial sect's outer disciples, only a few could hunt a group of demonic beasts. The number of demonic beast furs that Lin Fei brought back was no less than 100. It was no different from throwing a heavy bomb, causing them to be unable to recover from the shock. Silence. The managing elder furrowed his brows and shouted. Only then did the surroundings quiet down. You've done well. It was rare for the managing elder to praise him. In a single day, he had harvested 200 to 300 demonic beast furs. It was a pretty good harvest. As for how he got it, the managing elder didn't care. After praising him, he nodded and started to clean up. With every number, the disciples in the reward hall felt their hearts being hit again and again. However, they didn't dare to say anything. 210. When the number of demonic beast furs was set at 210, everyone looked at Lin Fei in disbelief. It was hard for them to digest this news. The number of demonic beast furs was more than 20 more than senior brother Jun Wuhui. What kind of concept was this? Senior brother Jun Wuhui was a dignified 8th heavenly layer of the martial path, an expert with earth energy protecting his body. It was reasonable that he could kill so many demonic beasts. But what about Lin Fei? Their impression of him was still stuck at the 4th heavenly layer of the martial path 3 months ago. In front of the counter, Jun Wuhui, who was dressed in white, started to have a change in his gaze. With some doubts, he looked at this unknown junior brother and felt displeased. Humans had 7 emotions and 6 desires. Jun Wuhui was no exception. If the other party's strength was higher than his, Jun Wuhui would have nothing to say. However, an unknown brat actually took out demonic beast furs that were no less than his. The only thing he could feel satisfied about was that the other party couldn't provide the demonic cores that he could provide. The elder was extremely shocked. Jun Wuhui and Lin Fei's demonic beast furs were of similar levels. With his sharp eyes, the elder noticed that Lin Fei's demonic beast furs were almost completely preserved. From the wounds, it could be seen that the demonic beast had been killed with a single slash. At most, it couldn't have been more than 3 slashes. However, no matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem likely. This required a high level of understanding of the saber technique. The elder was puzzled, but he didn't voice his doubts in front of everyone. Just as he was about to ask, the other party took out a small bag. This time, he was even more shocked. Demonic core. Not only was the elder shocked, but even Jun Wuhui was moved. Demonic cores were the only thing that he could be proud of. But now, a mere disciple actually took out a demonic core. How could this be possible? Jun Wuhui subconsciously clenched his fists. Clearly, he was extremely displeased. Fortunately, everyone's eyes were focused on the demonic core and ignored Jun Wuhui's expression. Good. After opening the bag, the demonic core appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This time, the way everyone looked at Lin Fei changed. They were no longer looking down on him. No matter how he obtained the demonic core, they knew that they couldn't do it. The elder counted the demonic cores with a particularly excited face. There was a total of 116 demonic cores. After the elder counted the results, he couldn't help but look at this disciple that he had no impression of. When the results were announced, Jun Wuhui's face became even uglier. He had handed in 83 demonic cores, which was 33 compared to the other party. It was no different from being slapped in the face. After a month of hard work, he originally wanted to have a good time, but in the end, all his glory was snatched away by someone else. He felt increasingly unhappy. Congratulations, junior brother Lin. You have handed in a total of 210 demonic beast furs, which are divided into 5, 6, and 7 ranks. In total, you have 8,542 merit points and 116 demonic cores of 5th, 6th, and 7th rank, which is 24,506 merit points. You have a total of 33,048 merit points. You can go to the exchange office and exchange them for various mysterious techniques and weapons. After the elder calculated the results, the crowd once again let out a series of gasps. More than 30,000 merit points. It was a number that they didn't dare to think about. With so many merit points, they could exchange for yellow-level mysterious techniques, ordinary weapons, and various elixirs. Everyone began to feel jealous and wished that they could be in Lin Fei's position. Thank you, elder. I will go and exchange when I have time. Hearing that there were more than 30,000 merit points, Lin Fei was shocked. At the same time, he snickered in his heart. If I take out all the demonic beast furs in my treasure bag, I wonder what it will be like? What he took out today was only the tip of the iceberg, but it had already caused a huge uproar. If he really took out all the demonic beast furs, Lin Fei didn't dare to imagine it. Seeing the ferocious gazes, Lin Fei felt that it was better to leave this place first. Just as he turned around and squeezed out of the crowd, a figure in white blocked his way. A figure stood in front of him, clothed in white. It was Jun Wuhui. Stop! Lin Fei couldn't help but frown. What are you trying to do? Jun Wuhui was known as a little gentleman, but it didn't mean that he could swallow his anger like a gentleman. He had long been suppressing a belly full of anger. He was a dignified earth energy expert, but he had only managed to hunt down such a small amount of demonic beast furs after a month of hard work. How could a fellow who was weaker than him have so many demonic beast furs and demon cores? He must have snuck them out from somewhere, and it was impossible for him to obtain them with his own strength. Jun Wuhui was agitated, like a bull that had been provoked. I want you to tell everyone that these demonic beast furs and demon cores were all collected from the nests of high-level demonic beasts. You didn't hunt them yourself, you liar. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could there be such a person in this world? You're being unreasonable. With that, Lin Fei walked past Jun Wuhui and prepared to leave the bounty hall. Who said you can leave? Stay here. Jun Wuhui was quite famous among the outer disciples of the Divine Martial Gate. Most people would not dare to disrespect him. Yet, a brat who cultivated a trashy mental cultivation technique dared to ignore him. Jun Wuhui was immediately enraged. He let out a roar and formed his fingers into a claw, grabbing at Lin Fei's back. This move wasn't light, and it was obvious that he wanted to make Lin Fei stay. Shameless! Sensing the dangerous aura behind him, Lin Fei flew into a rage. What a shameless fellow! To think that he dared to make a move on me over a mere matter. Total annihilation. Lin Fei took a step to the side, turned around and punched with his left fist. It was the 8 Desolation Fist. Pang! A strong wind whistled past, and the expressions of the surrounding disciples changed. There was a dangerous atmosphere between the two. Lin Fei took 2 steps back before he could stabilize himself. He was extremely shocked. Jun Wuhui wasn't any better, and his face didn't look good either. In that instant, a huge force surged towards him. If he didn't use earth energy to protect himself, his palm would have been severely injured, and he would have lost a lot of his fighting strength. Jun Wuhui, how dare you? Who allowed you to commit murder here? The battle between the two was too fast, so fast that no one could react. The Deacon Elder's face sank. He didn't expect such a thing to happen under his nose. It was unforgivable. Jun Wuhui stared at Lin Fei and said, Lin Fei, I'll remember you. Don't ever fall into my hands in the tournament half a year from now. Otherwise, I'll let you understand the true power of an Earth Chi expert. Chapter 77. Inexplicable. Lin Fei could only say this in his heart. He could not believe that he had met someone who could not understand something. It was just merit points. What was there to be puzzled about? Lin Fei was also extremely shocked by Jun Wuhui's attack just now. The Xian Qi that Jun Wuhui displayed just now was so ferocious, like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain. If I didn't have the protection of the invincible Vajra body, I might have been injured by that claw. An expert at the 8th tier of the martial way can't be underestimated unless I use the cleave in 2 halves and hit him consecutively. This was the first time he fought with an expert at the 8th sky of martial path. Although it was only one move, Lin Fei immediately had a general mental preparation. An expert at the 8th sky of martial path was not as difficult to deal with as he had imagined. The incident at the bounty hall was just a small episode. Although the Deacon Elder had forbidden it from spreading, it still spread in private, which surprised many people. When did Lin Fei's strength improve so quickly? Many people even began to consider whether they should learn the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art. Inevitably, some people began to gloat. Not only did he offend Zhang Wanshan, but he also offended Jun Wuhui, who was known as the Little Gentleman. It could be said that he had offended many outer sect disciples. Lin Fei had enemies on both sides. Coupled with the last time he rejected the invitation of some senior brothers, among the outer sect disciples, Lin Fei had offended many senior brothers. Do not underestimate the cohesiveness of a senior brother, especially the various small groups they formed. Ordinary people did not dare to underestimate their influence. The Divine Might sect also allowed the existence of competition. For the Divine Might sect, competition between disciples would give them motivation. As long as there were no casualties, everything was good. As a result, the group began to compete more and more. Everyone began to group together to avoid being bullied, which led to the scene of Lin Fei being invited. Senior brothers at the 8th sky of martial path and above were all elite disciples in the group, so they naturally had the worship of others. Lin Fei's action was undoubtedly a provocation aimed at them, which caused a group of people to be angry. For a time, all kinds of comments came out, all directed at Lin Fei. Fortunately, such remarks against Lin Fei did not last long. The Outer Sanctum disciples were looking forward to the opening of the Outer Sanctum's half-yearly competition, which had become a big event in the divine martial sect. No one would bother with such a small matter anymore. The semi-annual Outer Disciple competition was also known as the Outer Disciple Ranking Competition. It determined the top 10 Outer Disciples. Apart from obtaining a handsome reward, they would also be able to enter the Inner Disciple and become an Inner Disciple. The difference between the outer court and the inner court was only a single word, but the difference was no less than 108,000 li. An Outer Sanctum disciple, no matter how powerful he was, would not be able to enter the eyes of the Divine Force sect's higher-ups. He would not be able to learn powerful mysterious arts, and it would be even more difficult for him to obtain cultivation experience. The treatment of an inner court disciple was different. With the guidance of a great teacher, there wouldn't be any bottlenecks in one's cultivation. Moreover, becoming an inner court disciple would usually allow one to break through to become a profounder. Becoming a profounder was considered as a true entry into the martial path. In the semi-annual competition, the competition was very fierce every time. All the disciples who had gone out to train would end their training as soon as possible and rush back to the Divine Force sect. Without exception, they would fight for the top 10 positions. Of course, if they had an unexpected performance in the competition, they might have a chance to gain the favor of the elders and enter the inner court in advance. This kind of thing happened from time to time. The Outer Disciple Ranking Competition was such a grand event that everything else became trivial. No one would care about it. So what if Lin Fei was powerful? In the semi-annual competition, he was just one of the disciples. He was destined to be drowned in the competition. On the day of the semi-annual competition, the sun was shining brightly and the sky was clear. On the Divine Force Sect Square, there was a sea of people. It was already very lively. The most eye-catching thing was that there were 10 arenas built on the square, lined up in a row. These were the arenas for today's competition. The semi-annual Outer Disciple competition looked like the Outer Disciple competition, but in reality, it was a stage for the Outer Disciples who were above the 6th sky of the martial path. As for those who were below the 5th sky of the martial path, they were basically passers-by. At most, they could be considered as broadening their horizons. There were more than 3,000 Outer Disciples in the Divine Force sect. Among them, there were many high and low-ranked disciples. The high-ranked disciples were the highlight of this competition. The competition for the 10 spots was indeed fierce. Fortunately, the Divine Force sect had arranged a ranking for the Outer Disciples, the top 10 and the top 100. It looked like a ranking, but to them, it was proof of their status as an Outer Disciple. The ranking competition was also relatively important. Not only could they build their own reputation, but they could also obtain more cultivation resources. Because of these benefits, all the Outer Disciples looked forward to the semi-annual Outer Disciple competition. Once they entered the top 100, they could obtain more cultivation resources. As everyone knew, such a big Divine Force sect, resources were used to cultivate experts. It was extremely difficult for ordinary disciples to stand out, unless they were talented and had the support of their families. The Outer Disciple Ranking Competition was the only way for them to become famous. If they were lucky, they could be accepted as a disciple by some deacon elders. Among the Outer Disciples, their status would be raised by a lot. Lin Fei and Gao Shan arrived at the Divine Force Sect Square. At this time, the square was filled with people. Everywhere they looked, there were excited gazes. Occasionally, there would be some senior brothers' cheers. The 10 arenas that lined up in a row were the most eye-catching, as if they were waiting for their arrival. Apart from these, there were all kinds of discussions among the Outer Disciples. Usually, it was rare to see Outer Disciples. Today, they were all gathered on the Divine Force Sect Square. All kinds of discussions reverberated in everyone's ears. Who do you think will be number 1 in the top 100 disciples this time? Is there a need to say? It must be senior brother Zhang Wudi. If he came back last year, he would have long become an inner disciple. I heard that he had already reached the 9th firmament of the martial Tao. That's hard to say. Senior brother Zhang Wudi is admittedly powerful at the 9th firmament of the martial Tao, but senior brother Wang Song is also an expert at the 9th firmament of the martial Tao. He can kill rank 9 demon beasts. Taking first place is definitely not a problem. Both of them are experts, but the ninth firmament of the martial Tao is not limited to them. This time, the first place will definitely be decided among the senior brothers at the ninth firmament of the martial Tao. Senior brother Zhang Wudi will definitely take first place. I bet 500 taels of silver for him. Humph. What is your 500 taels of silver? I bet 5,000 taels of silver on senior brother Wang Song to take first place. Senior brother Wang Song will definitely take first place this time. Apart from them, senior brother Chen and senior brother Li are all considered good contestants. This time, they will definitely take the top 10. Chapter 78. Such words filled the entire square of the Gate of Divine Might. The Gate of Divine Might didn't forbid the opening of bets, because those who opened the bets were all supported by some elders of the Gate of Divine Might. In the eyes of the higher-ups of the Gate of Divine Might, the opening of bets was a way to test the insight of the disciples of the Gate of Divine Might, and it was harmless. Usually, in every half-year top 100 outer disciple competition, disciples would choose to place bets more or less. If they were lucky, they could win an unexpected fortune. For example, the previous bet of 5,000 taels of silver was not a small amount. If they weren't from a family, ordinary disciples might not have so much silver. After all, the silver in the Gate of Divine Might was quite useful. Little Fei, do you want to place a bet? Hearing the words of the expert, Lin Fei nodded. It's interesting. I want to place a bet too. In fact, even without the expert's reminder, Lin Fei had long wanted to place a bet. He couldn't miss such a great opportunity. Moreover, those who opened the bets had the support of elders, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to get the silver, unless they didn't want to continue. Even though Lin Fei didn't lack silver, who would complain about having too little silver? No one would complain about having too much silver, as it was always insufficient. Place your bets. Place your bets. This is the latest top 100 list. Don't miss it. Take a look and place your bets. You might be the next winner. The top 100 prediction list will definitely have a target you want to bet on. What are you hesitating for? Place your bets now. If you want to win money, place your bets now. When Lin Fei and the expert walked over, there was a row of betting booths, and the front of the betting booths was filled with people. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. When did they open the betting booths? It was just like the lottery station. There were actually so many booths. Many people were probably rushing over to booths. Roughly counting, there were at least a dozen bets in this row. If not for the fact that he was in the Gate of Divine Might, Lin Fei would have suspected that he had come to the wrong place. Hee, you're quite surprised, aren't you? The expert smiled. Lin Fei nodded. It is indeed surprising. I didn't think that our divine martial sect would have so many bets. No wonder my fellow disciples are in a hurry to place their bets. Just by looking at the scene, if you don't buy your own bets, it would be unreasonable. You'll get used to it. Let's go in and place our bets. The top 100 competition is about to begin. The expert was already used to it. The two of them squeezed into a betting booth. Two outer sect disciples at the sixth firmament of the martial path were in charge of receiving them. Junior brothers, this is the latest Feng Yun top 100 prediction list. It is definitely the latest prediction, and the accuracy is above 90%. I guarantee that whoever you bet on will win. As soon as Lin Fei and the expert came in, the two receptionists immediately started to recommend them. Their attitude and enthusiasm made even Lin Fei want to praise them. Ordinary people would find it hard to resist such an offensive. 500 taels of silver on senior brother Zhang Wudi. 300 taels of silver on senior brother Song Qingfeng. The master took out 800 taels of silver and bet on his two senior martial brothers in one go. When he placed the bet, he couldn't help but reveal a pained expression. What followed was a confident expression. This was a choice that he had considered for a long time. When it was time to place his bets, Lin Fei picked up the Feng Yun top 100 prediction list. On the list, Zhang Wudi was ranked first. There was a detailed introduction of senior brother Zhang Wudi's achievements. It was as detailed as an appearance list. After that, there were all kinds of comments, strengths and weaknesses. Lin Fei had to admit that the opening of the betting booth was a good plan. Anyone who saw the list would probably change their mind and choose to bet on someone else. No wonder everyone is betting on senior brother Zhang Wudi. Just by looking at the introduction, It is indeed worth watching. He will definitely be one of the top 10 outer sect disciples. After a rough glance at the list, Lin Fei suddenly had a realization. Especially when he found Zhang Wanshan and Jun Wuhui's comments, he was an outer sect disciple who could fight his way into the top 30. Tiger's mantra. No wonder he is so ferocious. He cultivates a low-grade yellow class mantra. When he attacks, he is like a ferocious tiger. No wonder he can kill monsters in groups. He does have some skills. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and thought for a while. Then, his gaze fell on the 3 words, Jun Wuhui. Little Fei, what are you doing? The expert placed his bet and found that Lin Fei was staring at the list in a daze. He couldn't help but pat Lin Fei's shoulder. Oh. Lin Fei came back to his senses and said casually, I was just thinking about something. So there are so many experts in this half-year competition. Many of my senior brothers have never heard of them. Of course. They usually go out to train, and their cultivation has reached the 8th or 9th level of the martial path. The expert didn't think too much about it and sighed. When can I fight on the stage? That would be great. Lin Fei closed the list. I'll bet on myself. Is that all right? The two looked at each other and didn't find it surprising. After all, this kind of situation wasn't rare. Sure, no problem at all. What type of bet do you want? Top 100? Top 80? Top 50? Top 30? Top 10? The odds are different for every level. The expert was slightly startled and looked at Lin Fei in surprise. You can't be thinking of betting on yourself, right? Lin Fei nodded. Yes. He turned his head and said, I bet on myself to enter the top 10 of the outer sect. 50,000 silvers. The expert's mouth opened so wide that a duck's egg could be stuffed inside. Betting 50,000 silvers on himself to enter the top 10 of the outer sect. No matter who it was, the person in front of him was a nameless nobody. The 2 receptionist disciples were shocked. They looked at each other. Among the outer sect disciples, there didn't seem to be this person with a bright future. 50,000 silvers was equivalent to a free gift. Why not? Please tell us your name. We'll write out the bill for you. If Lin Fei wasn't here, the 2 of them would have burst into laughter. Since when was there such an idiot in the outer sect who would throw away 50,000 silvers like it was nothing? Lin Fei. The 2 words, which were neither light nor heavy, rang in the hearts of the 2 disciples like a bell. Their faces were filled with disbelief. What? He's Lin Fei? After exiting the betting area, the expert was still nagging. Despite Lin Fei's amazing performance after returning, he still couldn't imagine that the expert would choose to bet on himself to enter the top 10 of the outer sect. Little Fei, you're going to become famous again. 50,000 silvers. How many missions do I have to complete to get that amount? You wastrel, you actually bet on yourself. As an outer sect disciple, 50,000 silvers was indeed not a small sum. Even Lin Fei's own net worth was almost in that amount. It was no wonder that the expert would reveal such a pained expression. Lin Fei laughed. Can't you think about it? If I enter the top 10 of the outer sect, how much profit will I get with 50,000 silvers? Chapter 79. While Lin Fei was talking and laughing with the expert, the Divine Martial Square was once again filled with an earth-shaking uproar. The top 100 inner disciple competition had officially begun with many elders and deacons entering the Divine Martial Sect's semi-annual ranking competition. Look over there. That is Senior Brother Zhang Wudi, the super dark horse from last time. There is also Senior Brother Wang Song and Senior Brother Li. They are all here this time. The Chief Supervisor of the Outer Court and the Great Elder of the Outer Court are all here. It seems like this top 100 competition will be very intense. I am really looking forward to it. I wonder who will be first in the Outer Court this time. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the people who entered the square. Especially the group of people walking in front. Each of them had a sharp aura, giving people a feeling that they were unreachable. They were the Outer Court elders of the Divine Martial Sect. The Divine Martial Sect had the Inner Court and the Outer Court elders. The Inner Court elders were in charge of the Inner Court disciples while the Outer Court elders were in charge of the Outer Court disciples. In the top 100 disciple competition that was held once every 6 months, the Outer Sect elders would appear to oversee the top 100 disciple competition in order to prevent any accidents from happening. They also had the intention of selecting disciples, choosing good seedlings to cultivate and continue the strength of the elders. As mentioned before, the divine martial sect was a small jianghu. Even in such a small jianghu, there were their own battles. The outer court elders were the same. The inner court elders were the same. After the elders and deacons took their seats, dong, 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 dong. After 6 consecutive loud sounds, the entire divine martial square became completely quiet. The older disciples understood the meaning behind the chimes. The top 100 competition had officially begun. On the divine martial square, the atmosphere suddenly reached its peak. Everyone began to rub their palms, wanting to show off on the stages and leave a good impression in the eyes of the elders. The 10 stages instantly became the focus of attention. After the elders sat down, one of the elders in the middle slowly stood up with a serious expression. This person was the chief supervisor of the outer court. He held all the power in the divine martial sect's outer court. This old man announces that the top 100 competition officially begins. The not-so-loud voice sounded in everyone's heart as if it was right next to their ears. Everyone was even more shocked. Was this the strength of the chief supervisor of the outer court? After the outer sanctum chief steward made the announcement, another elder walked out immediately. His face was expressionless as he faced the crowd and slowly said, "My surname is Han. I will now announce the rules of the top 100 disciple competition. The top 100 disciple competition will not record points. The winner will be promoted, and the loser will be eliminated. Fighting to the death is strictly prohibited. Anyone who violates this rule will be killed. Also, I will announce that the top 10 disciples of the top 100 disciple competition will not only be able to enter the inner sect, but they will also have the opportunity to go to the Forbidden Ice area to study supreme battle skills." No one heard the rest of Elder Han's words. They were all attracted by the forbidden land of ice. They did not dare to imagine that the rewards for the top 10 of the top 100 disciple competition would be so shocking. "Master, you know a lot of things. What kind of place is this Forbidden Iceland? It sounds quite mysterious." Lin Fei frowned. He couldn't find any information about the Forbidden Iceland in his memories. He understood what it meant to comprehend a supreme battle skill. Wasn't it just learning a battle skill? The master could not hide the excitement on his face. He subconsciously grabbed Lin Fei's hand and shouted, "Awesome, they're going to be awesome. The Forbidden Iceland is the most special place in our divine martial sect. I heard that the Forbidden Iceland has a collection of all the battle skills in the past. You know, a primary battle skill's explosive power is no less than a yellow-class mystic art. If I can learn a primary battle skill, damn it, I'll see who can be my opponent." Lin Fei suddenly understood. This Forbidden Iceland was probably a place to record battle skills. Battle skills. Lin Fei could not help but think of the old man's battle skill in the Blackwater Mountain Range. Its destructive power was shocking. Now that the divine martial sect was offering him a chance to learn, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. As if he had seen a beauty coming out of a bath. He could not wait to pounce on her. "I must get this chance. No one will complain about having more battle skills." All the outer sect disciples in the divine martial sect square were shocked by this news. They could not imagine how important it was to comprehend a supreme battle skill, and now it was happening in front of them. The disciples standing behind the elders and deacons had the same expression as the disciples in the square, all of them showing greed. Battle skills, even if it was a primary battle skill, would set off a bloodbath if it was spread outside. Its importance was self-evident. 2 disciples walked out from each of the 10 arenas, each carrying a large wooden box filled with number tags. A deacon acted as the judge, expressionlessly standing next to the wooden box. The disciples in the square began to move in the corresponding direction. The top 100 inner disciples competition began. There were nearly 3,000 outer sect disciples in the divine martial sect, but only 1,000 of them went up to the stage. The rest of the outer sect disciples were here to observe. This was an arena for disciples above the 7th level of the martial path. The number on Lin Fei's hand was 707. This number was given out randomly. The number that started with 7 was in the 7th arena. The master did not participate this time. The 7th arena was already filled with people. "Xiao Fei, you have to be careful. I saw many experts just now. They are all gathered in the 7th arena. If you can't beat them, don't try to be brave. In the top 100 disciple competition, killing is strictly forbidden, but heavy blows can happen from time to time. You have to be mentally prepared." The master glanced around and told what he saw to Lin Fei, advising him from time to time. Lin Fei nodded. I know. There were many experts gathered in the 7th arena. Lin Fei was already mentally prepared. He could not help but sigh. The divine martial sect had many experts. No wonder they could become one of the 3 great sects of the fallen dynasty. With such a large number of preparatory disciples, it would be hard not to become one of the 3 great sections. Match start. The deacon judge was expressionless. Next to the wooden box, a low-rank martial disciple raised his hands high. In front of everyone's eyes, he reached into the wooden box and began the first round of drawing. In order to be fair and not cheat, the divine martial sect always let the low-ranked disciples do the drawing. The strength of the low-ranked disciples was at the 3rd level of the martial path, so the drawing was the fairest. In the drawing who met who, it was up to fate. If you were lucky, you could be promoted, and if you were unlucky, you could only be eliminated. After a round of rolling, the low-ranked disciple drew out 2 wooden cards and respectfully handed them to the deacon judge. I announce, the first round of the competition will be number 754 against number 782. The contestants with the number, please come up to the stage quickly. If the time is not up, it will be regarded as an automatic forfeit. Haha, Lousy is the first one. Who is Lousy's opponent? Quickly come out. A figure swayed, and a black-clothed disciple appeared on the stage, showing off his strength and laughing. Chapter 80. Such a scene happened on the 10 arenas. Whenever a wooden number was drawn, there would be a special person to record it so that there would be no mistakes. At the same time, another empty wooden box was moved out. With the results of the first round of drawing, the top 100 disciple competition officially began. Who could enter the top 100, who could enter the top 10 outer disciples, and who could enter the inner disciples? It all started from this moment. On the 7th arena, the first round was number 754, who was at the 7th level of the martial path, against number 782, who was at the 6th level of the martial path. With a gap of 1 realm, everyone knew what the final result would be. Unless one had a special trump card, he would lose without a doubt. The result of drawing a bad lot. Of course, some people would ask why there was no division into primary, intermediate, and advanced arenas to determine the corresponding ranking. It seemed quite easy, but once implemented, it would be very difficult as there were many problems involved. In the end, Disciple 754 only used 5 moves to defeat Disciple 782 and successfully obtain the qualification for promotion. The fighting style was light, fast, and grasped the initiative. For the disciples under the arena, it was undoubtedly of great use. The same move could be used in such a way, and it could be used in such a way to open up a new path. The accumulation of martial arts was precisely because of this. This made many disciples secretly remember it in their hearts, and they had a little more understanding of the use of moves. Don't underestimate the use of a move. It could play a big role inadvertently. Usually, one move could dominate the world. The battles between high and low levels were simple. On the major arenas, the drawing of lots continued. Lin Fei did not stay idle. He constantly observed the battles on the 6th and 7th arenas, the 3 closest arenas, and memorized them one by one. After 3 months of experience, Lin Fei knew how to accumulate and digest various battles. The sea of learning was boundless, and if one did not advance, one would fall back. There were countless outer sect disciples who did the same thing as Lin Fei in the Divine Item Square. Learn and learn. A day passed in a flash. Early the next morning, when the sun rose, the top 100 disciple competition began again on the Divine Martial Gate Square. Round 78. Number 714 vs 725. Round 79. Number 680 vs 845. Round 80. Number 768 vs 814. A battle was not as long as an incense stick, or even longer, as the outside world said. On the contrary, the outcome of the battle was decided in an extremely short amount of time. It was not like a game that would never end. When experts exchanged blows, victory or defeat was decided in a single breath. A single move, a single flaw, could often decide the outcome of a duel. Round 102. Number 707 versus number 736. The deacon referee picked up the wooden plate again and read the number expressionlessly, as if he had a deep grudge against the wooden plate. As the announcement ended, someone from the crowd leaped into the air and landed on the stage in an elegant manner. It was Li Feiping, an expert at the seventh sky of the martial path. He had some fame among the outer sect disciples. Hearing his number being called, Lin Fei took a deep breath. He knew that it was his turn, but he wasn't that showy. He walked up step by step. When Lin Fei walked up the stage, many outer sect disciples began to exclaim. Obviously, they recognized the famous Lin Fei. Previously, he had beaten up Zhang Wanshan's brother, and later, he fought with the little gentleman, Jun Wuhui. Everyone wanted to see if Lin Fei was as powerful as the rumors said. Below the stage, there was only one person who was worried. Damn, how did Xiao Fei meet Li Feiping? This guy's movement skills are amazing, and he can often exhaust a person's Xian Qi. He is the hardest to deal with, and he is also known as the Little Flying Man! The expert was anxious. Lin Fei walked up the stage. Li Feiping was excited. He didn't expect to meet the legendary Lin Fei, but he didn't care about it at all. He had heard that 3 months ago, Lin Fei was only at the fourth sky of the martial path. How powerful could he have become in 3 months? As for beating up Zhang Chongshan, he didn't believe it at all. It must be some people who were making a fuss. My luck is pretty good. After I defeat Lin Fei, my reputation will be even greater. A mere low-level disciple didn't stay below the stage and came up to embarrass himself. Isn't it because he was beaten up by me? Haha, what a great sense of achievement. When Lin Fei stood still, Li Feiping laughed out loud, and his gaze was unbridled. Junior brother Lin Fei, are you going to admit defeat now, or do you want me to send you down? He emphasized the last few words, and it was clear what he meant. Li Feiping's words attracted a lot of attention, and his face became even more proud. It seemed that this was the result he wanted, and he liked to be the center of attention. Lin Fei's reputation was not small, and he attracted a lot of attention. Everyone wanted to see how strong Lin Fei was. Who asked him to be strong in the outer sect, and he seemed to be a genius disciple. Everyone was waiting to see Lin Fei make a fool of himself. Li Feiping was undoubtedly the most suitable to make a move. His strength was at the seventh sky of the martial path, and it was just right. Lin Fei touched his nose. Junior brother doesn't like to be kicked off, but he does have a hobby. Do you want to know? From the beginning to the end, Li Feiping didn't even put on his guard, thinking that Lin Fei was weak on the inside and weak on the outside. If he were to make a move, he would be able to knock Lin Fei off the stage in a few moves. I'm in a good mood today, and I really want to hear what hobby junior brother has. Could it be that you like to kneel and beg for mercy? Li Feiping laughed. If junior brother really does that, I can reluctantly accept it. I'll give you a dignified way to lose, and you won't be embarrassed. Lin Fei shook his head and smiled mischievously. Junior brother likes to deal with all kinds of people who don't agree, especially people like senior brother who have a cheap mouth. In an instant, everyone laughed, and they couldn't close their mouths. This Lin Fei was too funny. Didn't he know the situation? He actually dared to say such words. Li Feiping's smiling face suddenly stiffened, and his expression was very ugly. His face sank and he sneered. Good, you have guts. I originally wanted to teach you a little lesson, but now it seems that you can get lost. Really? You should be the one to get lost? Everyone was surprised to find that on the arena, Lin Fei moved, and his speed was not ordinary, so fast that they couldn't see his shadow. There were even people who rubbed their eyes, wondering if they saw wrongly. Li Feiping had just raised his hand, and Xian Qi had just started to circulate, and he was ready to use the fist technique, when suddenly he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. The reaction of a martial artist was to move sideways, and backhand, it was a divine dragon swings its tail. There was no time to think, how could the other party break through the defense line, and he sneered in his heart, this attack can be used. I'll use a divine dragon swings its tail, to teach you a lesson. But before he finished, he heard a disdainful voice again. Your reaction is as stupid as a pig. I really don't know how you cultivate. The sarcastic voice almost made Li Feiping vomit blood. His speed is considered slow? This is too much of a bully. Li Feiping's face was filled with shock when he felt a huge force surging towards him. He felt like he was facing a violent wave, and he was like a canoe. His entire body was subconsciously sent flying, and he didn't have the time to put up any resistance. Chapter 81. P.S. Things have been settled recently, and I won't drag things out like before. Today, I will update 3 chapters, and I'm asking for recommendation votes and members to click. This book is only 200 to 300 membership points away from the Xuanhuan weekly point. If I can rush to the Xuanhuan weekly point this week, I will really explode. I lost. When Li Feiping landed and rolled 3 times, he got up from the ground with his clothes in a mess and looked at the arena not far away in disbelief. He couldn't believe that he had lost, as if God had played a super big joke on him. If it weren't for his feet on the ground and the shocked gazes of the surrounding disciples, Li Feiping wouldn't have been able to accept the news. Li Feiping, who had the strength of the 7th heaven of the martial path, was actually sent flying out of the arena. He felt that it was only an instant, and he had lost the opportunity to advance. His face suddenly turned green and white, and the veins on his hands bulged, looking very ferocious. Li Feiping lost inexplicably. Damn, who knows what just happened? How could Li Feiping lose? Isn't he the famous little flying man? Why can't he even deal with Lin Fei? Damn, what the hell is going on? Senior brother Li Feiping is too disappointing. He was expecting to deal with that kid Lin Fei. He was quite arrogant, but in the end, he was no match for him. He's too useless. I want to see how Lin Fei will be beaten up by Li Feiping. I really wonder if senior brother Li Feiping has been bribed. Otherwise, why can't he even teach Lin Fei a lesson? Don't mention it. I only saw Lin Fei move a little, and senior brother Li Feiping was sent flying. What kind of move is this? There must be something fishy about it. It's obviously cheating. Many of the disciples were doubtful, dumbfounded, and even more in disbelief. Was Lin Fei really as powerful as the rumors said? Li Feiping, who was at the 7th heaven of the martial path, was no match for him in one move? This progress was a little too fast, so fast that it left the disciples who thought they were talented dumbfounded. Ordinary disciples couldn't see the mystery, but there were always people present who saw it clearly. For example, those high-ranking disciples, their expressions began to change. It was something called surprise and solemnity. No wonder junior brother Lin Fei dared to provoke senior brother Zhang Wanshan. He has clearly comprehended the speed of his movement technique to the limit. If he could comprehend it further, he would have comprehended a powerful domain. Among us outer sect disciples, there are very few who can do that. Li Feiping underestimated him first, so it's normal for him to be defeated in the arena. I heard that Lin Fei only reached the 4th heaven of martial Dao 3 months ago. I didn't expect him to reach the 7th heaven of martial Dao in 3 months. Is the 9 revolutions mysterious art really as powerful as the rumors say? It can actually make a person's strength advance by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time? No wonder Lin Fei has the courage to challenge senior brother Zhang Wanshan. Unfortunately, 3 months is too short. If he was given half a year, he might really be able to challenge senior brother Zhang Wanshan and put on a real battle. Looks like there will definitely be a battle between Lin Fei and senior Zhang Wanshan in the top 100 competition. If Lin Fei wants to rely on his speed to win, he is destined to lose. However, based on his courage, there are bound to be very few outer disciples who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Many high-ranking disciples also noticed the situation on the 7th ring. The astonishing speed displayed by Lin Fei attracted the attention of the high-ranking disciples. Fortunately, this attention only lasted for a moment. There were many outer disciples who showed talent, so it didn't seem strange to them. In the noisy atmosphere, several people were in a bad mood. Damn it! Isn't Lin Fei just a piece of trash? How could he be promoted to the 7th heaven of martial Dao? It must be fake, it must be fake. Lin Fei's amazing performance, even though he relied on a trick, did not care about the process in the ring, only the results. Zhang Zhongshan's face was pale, like a dead man's face. He cursed at Lin Fei on the 7th ring like a shrew. He really couldn't believe that the trash from 3 months ago had advanced his strength to the 7th heaven of martial Dao, while he struggled bitterly and was only stuck at the 5th heaven of martial Dao. Shut up, you piece of trash. Do you want everyone to know that you're that unlucky guy? Zhang Wanshan frowned slightly, looking a little surprised. The powerful voice frightened Zhang Zhongshan so much that he immediately shut his mouth. In front of his big brother, he was like a mouse seeing a cat, not daring to breathe loudly. Humph, he was trash 3 months ago, and he's still trash now. The strength of the 7th heaven of martial Dao is only a... Your big brother will let him understand that the gap between the 8th heaven of martial Dao and the 7th heaven of martial Dao is not something that can be reversed by anyone. This time, I will personally cripple him. Zhang Wanshan was obviously angry, especially those who were defeated by Lin Fei. They finally understood why Lin Fei could come back alive. Although they looked indifferent on the surface, they were still full of doubts. Was the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art really as powerful as the rumors said? It could change a piece of trash? Hearing his big brother's words, Zhang Zhongshan's resentful eyes suddenly lit up. No one knew his big brother's temper better than him. Once he was angry, no matter who the other party was, they would not be able to escape this time. Last time, someone provoked his big brother, and in the end, that guy's dantian was destroyed, and he became a piece of trash for the rest of his life. Zhang Zhongshan couldn't wait to see the scene of Lin Fei's dantian being destroyed by his big brother. A person like Lin Fei should be a piece of trash for the rest of his life instead of running ahead of him. Coming down from the ring, Lin Fei keenly sensed the dissatisfied gazes from the crowd. Without a doubt, it was Li Feiping who was dissatisfied. He wasn't worried at all. No one dared to vent their dissatisfaction on the divine martial gate unless they wanted to be punished by the sect rules. Returning to the expert side, Lin Fei couldn't avoid an interrogation. He already had a plan for this, so he casually tricked the expert. He couldn't possibly tell the expert that he relied on the level-up system. In the first 2 days of the top 100 disciple competition, low-level and mid-level disciples were eliminated. The next 2 days were the true core battles of the top 100 disciples. At this time, the disciples that Lin Fei met were all tyrannical, and they were all at least at the 7th level of the martial path. In the afternoon, on the 7th ring, the deacon referee picked up the wooden plate and announced loudly, "Number 707 vs number 798, please go to the 7th ring." Number 707 was Lin Fei. When this number was announced, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Fei. Everyone knew that number 707 was Lin Fei. "Go!" The expert patted Lin Fei's shoulder. Lin Fei walked out from the crowd, and someone else also walked out from the crowd opposite him. Immediately, a wave of excited cheers sounded. When the two's eyes met, a silent battle instantly unfolded. Lin Fei recognized this person's identity. Peng Bao was at the 7th level of the martial path. On the 7th ring, he was one of the stronger ones. He had defeated 5 disciples in a row, 3 of which were